The girl hears a loud scream echoing throughout the house. She runs to find out what's wrong. The girl bursts into the room and sees a young man asking for a healer to be called in. His right leg is swollen and red, and he is in unbearable pain. The young man tearfully begs to be helped. He has no more strength to bear it. A few hours before, a guy limped into town. He was shot in the arm and leg. It was Ras Tucker, an adventurer from the continent of Azul. Once in the settlement, he said he was finally saved. Ras Tucker scolded the blackhorn wolves he'd suffered from. He knew of their movements in groups. However, the guy had expected the wolves to be much smaller. They were monsters with glowing eyes. The adventurer was surrounded by a pack of 30 of them. They were already stronger than the man, and they were attacking in groups, so he couldn't handle them. In pain and realizing he was injured, Ras Tucker decided he needed to heal. In order to solve the treatment issue, the adventurer decided to start by borrowing money from the Adventurers Guild. At the Ras Guild, Tucker signed a standardized contract to confirm payment. The manager said the amount he borrowed would be deducted from his next award. The manager added that the young man looked pretty bad. It would be better if he tried to recover. Ras Tucker understood that he needed to recover. Leaving the guild building, the guy felt dizzy. What would happen if he couldn't make it to the church? Tucker was accosted by a stranger and asked if he needed a healer. The stranger said the adventurer didn't have far to go. Tucker wondered who the man was. The stranger said he could cure the patient for a small fee. This man claimed to be a healer. He could be paid after healing. Ras Tucker said his interlocutor is very suspicious. He should at least show his healer's mark for starters. Due to the fact that healers earn huge sums of money, many fake healers have come forward. This is how the healer's mark came into existence. This is a special skill that is given by the Adventurers Guild. Some people who are unaware of this try to show the actual badge. Tucker repeated the demand that his interlocutor show him his badge. The stranger said he explained to the guild that he couldn't heal, so he wasn't given a badge. Tucker wondered, this guy doesn't know how to heal, but is a healer? That's kind of crazy. Not accepting the offer, Tucker went on his way. A stranger followed Tucker. He said the wounds were claw wounds. It must have been a strong creature, judging by the way the guy was torn up. The wounds looked fresh, so it must have happened somewhere nearby. The wound on his right arm was inflicted by a black-horned wolf. The stranger continued. It must have been due to the ankle that the victim used to bump into the branch. Ras Tucker wondered, how could this guy know everything? The stranger stated, although he doesn't have a sign, he makes money by treating people. The suspicious healer said if the young man went to the priest, he would have to spend 600,000 gold coins, but the adventurous healer would only take 300,000. The young man added that he was ready to cure the patient for only 150,000 gold coins. Tucker thought that he was really a real swindler. The wounded adventurer said he didn't want to tie his life to a charlatan. The stranger remarked that holy power would not help this fellow. Parting, the stranger said if the guy's wound hurt in his sleep, he could find him. He would stay at a nearby inn. Ras Tucker thought that they were even staying at the same hotel. However, it was better to stay away from this guy. In the church, they tried to heal the wounded boy with the power of Mr. Ivor. After reading the prayer, the priest said that all the wounds were already healed and charged 620,000 gold coins. Tucker asked Ivor to protect him in the adventures and ventures to come. Ras Tucker walked out of the church and thought the priests were expensive, but they definitely work efficiently. Back at the hotel, Tucker thought, he didn't feel completely healthy, but he was sure he would feel better soon. That same night, his leg began to swell and ache even more. Tucker didn't know what was happening. The adventurer shouted loudly that a healer should be brought to him. Ras Tucker didn't understand why his leg hurt after all. He had been healed by the dear priest. Tucker remembered the words of the stranger who had said that holy power could not help him, and if the wound hurt in his sleep, then that healer could be found. Tucker said there's definitely a healer at the inn. He wants the guy who can't heal. Tucker regretted that that stranger hadn't even given his name. The stranger appeared in the sick man's room and said that he had warned him that it would hurt a lot. Tucker replied that it was good that the healer was already here. The stranger said that the healer, who cannot heal, had arrived at the request. The young man said he was glad to meet again and asked Miss Julia if she would let him do the healing. The healer asked if the guy was feeling better after the expensive healing. Tucker replied, "Can't you tell? But is there really a real healer in front of him now?" Tucker stated that he was in a lot of pain and asked for something to be done to his leg. The healer said it would cost 300,000 gold and the payment he wanted up front. The young man was surprised at such an amount. The interlocutor said that it could be ignored if the guy did not want to be cured. Tucker said indignantly that the price had been half that before. Why did it double? The healer said that the amount had doubled because the situation had become 3 times worse. Tucker felt that his leg was really hurting a lot more after saying that. The stranger was about to leave and said that if the young man thought it was expensive, he could call another healer. Tucker shouted that he would give his battle sword as payment. The adventurer added that it was all he could give right now. After all, it would be enough for now, right? He could get at least 200,000 gold coins for it. The healer examined the sword and said that it had been roughly handled, but it seems that the owner really valued the sword. The healer said he would then take care of the young man for 200,000 gold coins. Tucker thought now his sword was gone. He gave thanks for the supposed help. The healer said he was now ready to look at the leg. Tucker asked fearfully, wondering if he could die from it. The healer said that if it was something life-threatening, he would have kidnapped him and cured him. The stranger added that there are some things that cannot be healed by holy power. One of those things is poison. Tucker heard those words and became even more frightened. The doctor showed the sick man the berry and said that's what it was all about. It was a black lingonberry. Its leaves and stems contain a poison that paralyzes if it comes in contact with a wound. The doctor added that this is one of the reasons why black-maned wolves are living near them. Wolves drive their prey into these bushes to calm them down. Thus, it helps them a lot. Tucker was frightened. Did the doctor really say he wouldn't be able to walk anymore? He asked for a healer to cure him. Was there nothing that could be done? The healer placed a vial of liquid on the table and said he had one way. The doctor also pulled out a dagger. Tucker was startled and asked where the doctor wanted to use it. In the vial was the antidote of black lingonberry. It should be applied to an open wound. The doctor added that he too would like to heal without touching as much as possible, but he doesn't know who it was, however did an excellent job of healing the young man. The healer said there's no other way but autopsy. The doctor reminded me that, as he had said earlier, he doesn't know how to heal. Not that he doesn't want to, he can't. The healer added that he didn't have any anesthetic, so the patient could scream as much as he wanted. Tucker told the doctor to wait. He wasn't ready yet. The doctor added that it would only get worse if the patient moved. The healer poured the liquid on the patient's sore leg. It is normal for a healer to apply healing. The doctor said that another repetition was necessary and took the vial of liquid again. He added that the patient would have to be patient or he might pass out. The doctor thought if he didn't know how to apply healing, he could try any other ways. It was Kang Seong-hyun, the healer of the Azul continent. 3 years ago, when he opened his eyes, he found himself inside an unfamiliar cave. He had observed a similar scene many times before. The system reported that the hero had been assigned a new class. This time it was the same as before. Monsters appearing everywhere. The system reported that the user's class is healer. Kang Seong-hyun thought that this wasn't Earth and he was in another world. He had to figure out what to do now and how to get home. He wasn't the only person who had been dragged here from Earth. Other people were speculating about how they had gotten here and what they needed to do to get home. Kang Seong-hyun thought the situation was like a fantasy book. The system was reporting that he was a healer. However, our hero wondered why there was a question mark at the end. The woman said we have to figure out how to survive. The monsters may be terrifying, but if you work together, defeating them won't be that hard. The woman added as everyone in attendance had already gotten their class and skill. Skills varied. You can untie anything with a sharp object. God of Languages skill automatically translates any language. Observant eye skill, nothing escapes the user's gaze. Kang Seong-hyun wondered if that was all the skills. But after all, his class is definitely healer. However, there was no healing skill in the system. The healer told Tucker that he was finished. The wound will heal quickly, but for 2 or 3 days you shouldn't move. Tucker tearfully thought, so he's alive. The adventurer vigorously thanked the savior and said if it wasn't for this man, he would have definitely died. Kang Seong-hyun reminded him that he had also said that it wasn't life-threatening. The wound looked much better now. Our hero thought that he was able to heal without the healing skill. Tucker said he was ashamed of himself for swearing at the healer the day before and calling him a charlatan. Kang Seong-hyun said it's okay. He hears that a lot, so he's used to it. Who would believe a healer who doesn't have the skill to heal? Kang Seong-hyun thought that watching people who uttered such a thing begging to be saved was the reason he was working. The adventurer Tucker thought himself unspeakably lucky to have met this man on his journey. Bitspol Restaurant. Kang Seong-hyun went down to the restaurant from the 2nd floor. He ordered one hotel set from Ms. Julia. The girl repeated, "One hotel set for Mr. Kang Sung-hyun. It will be done." It was Julia, an employee of the Bitsbol Hotel. Kang Sung-hyun took a seat at a vacant table and thought he should fill out a journal while he waited for his food. After arriving in this world, our hero had developed a new habit. The place he was dragged to is full of monsters and infested everywhere. A place that is impossible to survive in is the continent of Azul. So in order to find a way to get back to Earth, our hero began keeping a record of daily events. Julia shrieked and looked at her finger in consternation. Kang Sung-hyun jumped up to Ms. Julia and asked if she was okay. The girl screamed in fear and said that Mr. Kang had really scared her. Kang Sung-hyun asked for permission to examine the girl's wound because something had happened to her finger. Julia replied that it was fine, it was nothing. Our hero got tired of such arguments and activated the skill Observant Gaze. Now nothing can hide from his gaze. The system has displayed the damage and physical condition of the target. Abnormal condition detected is bleeding, a knife cut on the index finger of the left hand. Kang Sung-hyun said that it's really not dangerous. He just needs to stop the blood. If the girl hurts her hands, she won't be able to cook food. Julia was surprised and, apologizing for the hassle, said Mr. Khan could examine her finger. Kang Sung-hyun applied the skill Controlling Bleeding. After a few minutes, the doctor said he was finished. Julia thanked Mr. Khan. The system offered as a reward for our hero to spin the roulette wheel to gain additional skills. The result of using roulette was to increase characteristics and get gold coins. Kang Sung-hyun wondered, gold shouldn't be caught in this roulette. At the next use of roulette, our hero received a new skill, Distribution. This skill turns the absorbed potion into energy and distributes it, increasing the effectiveness of potions by 30% during use. This is quite useful. After our hero finished with the food, he decided to test this skill. In Kang Sung-hyun's hand was a healing potion. The absorb skill was activated and the healing potion was absorbed. After that, the skill Distribution was used. Physical strength of the target in the area of skill application is restored. Kang Sung-hyun decided that this was a skill he could also use on patients. It was much better than just pouring a potion. A random passerby felt the manipulations our hero was making and screamed in fear. The man pulled his sword forward and asked who the rascal in front of him was. Kang Sung-hyun asked for forgiveness. A passerby said that this guy suddenly attacked him. Kang Sung-hyun said that he recovered that guy's physical strength. It can be considered that they are even. He put his sword away and bowed. Is there really a real healer in front of him? The young man said that he had never seen such a skill before, so he didn't know about it. He came from a village. Our hero thought, how could anyone know about such a skill that is only available to aliens from another world? The young man said that in that case, he would suggest that the healer join their squad. Kang Sung-hyun asked, is it an adventurer's squad? The boy nodded affirmatively and added that they were just recruiting healers. If he joined, there would be 4 of them, the perfect number for a squad. Kang Sung-hyun asked, what is the mission of their squad? The interlocutor replied that they were going to hunt rare monsters. Kang Sung-hyun asked, what is the reward for the mission? The young man replied, 1,200,000 gold coins. Kang Sung-hyun thought that the reward was pretty good. Besides, there's no healer in this squad. Maybe I should really join them. Meanwhile, in the Adventurers Guild, a wounded young man asked if Mr. Healer could show his abilities first. The hooded man said he was enough to be the only healer in the squad. With a movement of his hand, he ignited the air in front of him. Upon meeting him, the young man said to Mr. Rick, after all, he was warned there would be 4 men in the squad, including him. The young men realized that they had brought in several healers at the same time. Everyone's heard of this mission. The reward is 1,200,000 gold coins. The more people they have, the less they each get. Are the 2 healers okay with that? Both healers simultaneously said they agreed. Mr. Rick said that in that case they would work together. He introduced himself. His name is Ferial. Our hero said his name. While traveling through the forest in search of a target, the guy said that he felt at ease if they had 2 healers with them. Each of the healers was dissatisfied with his colleague because they would have to share the money with him. Our hero's rival said he could apply basic healing, advanced healing, blessing, God's shield, first aid, antidote, restoration, and other divine skills. The associates looked at our hero and asked, what can he do? Kang Sung-hyun waved his hand and said that he knew how to do this. The companions wondered, what is this? The competitor was angry. How dare this guy brag about some random trick he'd never heard of? Kang Sung-hyun asked which monster was their target. The commander replied that they were looking for the sewage rat. It is a monster that lives all over the continent of Azul. Our hero didn't know rats were such a rare species. So much money for just one rat. This mission couldn't be easier. Kang Sung-hyun asked if the companions had never hunted a rare monster. Rick Fariel said that they hadn't seen one yet. A competitor said he's been working as a healer for less than a year and hasn't encountered monsters like this either. Kang Sung-hyun said that they need a lot more potions to fight the rare monster. They need to prepare better after they return to the settlement. Fariel was surprised. Do they really have to go back after they've traveled so far? They shouldn't do that. After all, their target was just a rat. The competitor wondered, hadn't Kang Sung-hyun brought enough potion with him? After all, it was his responsibility. If he's afraid, he can leave. Kang Sung-hyun said that in that case, he really is leaving. The rest of the squad looked at our hero with suspicion and apprehension. Fariel said, so this guy doesn't change his mind later. Kang Sung-hyun replied that he was sure. They would be defeated in the battle, but he wouldn't be able to help them. The rest of the team were happy, as the fee would now have to be divided among only 4 people. The commander asked the young man where he got this strange healer. Our hero's rival waved him off and told him to take care. How can you run away from just a rat? The remaining healer thought that he would take this item instead of Kang Sung-hyun. After all, it's a rare item. Fariel, hiding behind a tree, said what he found. The commander found a rat worth 1,200,000 gold coins. The remaining healer in the group told the commander not to worry about his characteristics. The young men prepared themselves and, using their weapons, moved to attack. The healer remained standing by, maintaining their characteristics and monitoring their stats. After a seemingly successful attack, Fariel noticed that the rat wasn't around. Where did it go? The monster rat appeared elsewhere, and it was of incredible size. The warrior thought, what is this aura? His mana is running out so fast. The commander asked Mr. Healer if he was okay. The healer replied that he was still fine, but that he needed to hurry. The healer said that he was about to put a reinforcement on the attack. The young man had no sooner finished his sentence than he saw a terrible picture. The squad was attacked by a monster rat accompanied by a huge number of smaller rats. The healer was frightened, yet there was nothing he could do. The mixture with his liquid didn't help either. One of the warriors turned around and shouted that they had lost. He began to run away swiftly. The healer thought, why is this coward running away? The guy noticed that he was also out of mana. The fleeing warrior apologized and said that he would save his colleagues in the next life. The healer thought with wonder, why is this guy running straight at him? The young man wondered what was going on. He remembered that he had just run away from here. Are they all locked in here? Warrior heard someone say they were really in trouble. He knew this was going to happen. They should have thought this through thoroughly. Our hero, Kang Sung-hyun, reappeared in the unit. He asked, didn't these people realize that no one would pay so much money for one simple rat? So this rat isn't that simple. Kang Sung-hyun said he would agree to 500,000 gold coins per person. Our hero made it clear that only he could solve the problem in the situation created. The amount he's asking for is still better than just dying here. The competitor didn't understand how Kang Sung-hyun was even able to be here if they were locked in. Kang Sung-hyun noticed that these rats would soon start attacking people. Kang Sung-hyun asked the competitor, didn't Mr. Mart Bellows say he could apply the God Shield? So why is he inactive? The opponent replied that he had no mana left. Our hero thought that this guy had completely lost his mind. Kang Sung-hyun said, then all they need is mana. There was a liquid in our hero's hands. The system reported that the skill Absorb has been activated. Mana Potion is being absorbed. The skill Distribution is activated. The effectiveness of the potion is increased by 30% due to the application of the skill Distribution. Mart Bello received the necessary mana. The young man thought, does his competitor really have a skill for mana regeneration? Do such skills really exist? Mart Bello heard a voice from above telling him not to try to take the easy road. The only one who can do that is the great god. Mart Bello asked in surprise, who is this Kang Sung-hyun anyway? Mart Bello turned to our hero and began to utter incomprehensible words. The guy fell to his knees and said for the undeserving, pathetic slave who was in a group with Kang Sung-hyun to be forgiven. Mart Bello swore that he would never tell anyone about what he had seen today. The members of the rat hunting squad lay unconscious. Rats were coming at them from all sides. Marbello applied the skills he had learned and said, "Merciful God, great Ivor, let me use the great sacred power." Marbello activated the God Shield and protected his co-workers from the rat attack. Our hero thought this guy wasn't cheating when he said he was good. Marbello was ecstatic that he had managed to activate the God Shield. He shouted happily to the Grand Master that he had done it. Kang Sung-hyun said that this guy could do whatever he wanted to do now, but he just shouldn't distract him. Kang Sung-hyun, using his physical strength, began to drive the rats away in different directions. Our hero knew that the reason this assignment cost so much money was because of this trap. Dominance, especially the rare monster skill that allows you to collect and subdue your own kind. If the adventurer gets scared and tries to escape, he traps them in a mini dungeon with his Lord of Space ability. Therefore, our hero has prepared the pesticide of this world. Peppermint Tentrol Concentrate. Peppermint Tentrol is destructive even to small animals. Although this amount is not enough to kill 100 rats, Kang Sung-hyun has activated the distribution skill. With this skill, things would be different. Now the monster's defenses have definitely been weakened. We can act. Our hero stabbed and performed an autopsy. The huge monster shrieked, and a large volume of dark energy spurted out after it opened. The rat was still alive and had activated its dominance skill. Marbello continued to recite the spell and remembered not to distract his colleague. He had been given orders not to distract him. The rats were all over our hero's body. Kang Sung-hyun held a jar of liquid in his hand. Marbello saw this scary picture and shouted that he would use healing. Kang Sung-hyun shouted back that the guy shouldn't do anything. Our hero distributed the regeneration potion. The system reported that health was being restored by the effect of the regeneration potion. Kang Sung-hyun thought that his stats were fine for now. Now it was necessary to finish off the monster before the potion's effect wore off. The system reported that an abnormal condition had been detected, bleeding caused by the monster's bite. The effect of the regeneration potion has been cancelled. Our hero was surprised. Did the monster really cause him to bleed right now? Rare monsters are quite smart. Kang Sung-hyun used the skill Bleeding Control. The huge monster used its skill in response. The system reported that the hero was weakened by the effects of the domination skill. Damage and mana loss will be doubled. Kang Sung-hyun thought that this was too much. If the opponent's mana reserve was emptied by half, who would even be able to use skills properly? The monster chose our hero as its target and moved towards him, gaining speed. However, he didn't know the most important thing. Kang Sung-hyun didn't use mana. When encountering the monster, Kang Sung-hyun used the dissection skill. The huge rat was deactivated and destroyed. There was another release of dark energy outward. After examining himself from head to toe, our hero thought his arms and legs were in place. His ankle looked tolerable. Kang Sung-hyun thought that it was really dangerous and he wasn't sure if he could survive. The system reported that the hero had gotten the achievement. Kang Sung-hyun thought that the battle with the monster was worth it. Kang Sung-hyun thought things might not go according to plan, but luckily his colleague canceled his healing midway through the process. The reward for the achievement was a roulette wheel. Our hero thought, can this really happen? A new skill, throwing, was learned as a result of using the tape measure. Kang Sung-hyun realized that he had obtained a skill for attacking, but he was expecting something better. Our hero also saw additional effects. The additional effect improved the result of the action by 25%. It was amazing. A colleague ran up to our hero and called him a great gentleman. Kang Sung-hyun said that Mr. Marbello had done a good job. Marbello said it was only because of the Lord's mercy that they survived. He will keep this secret until the day he dies. Kang Sung-hyun replied that he didn't want to discuss the topic any further and offered to wake up his colleagues. The skill Resurrection was used to awaken. The adventurers began to come to their senses and sighed heavily. They did not understand what had really happened and where they stood in their adventure. Kang Sung-hyun asked Mr. Fariel how he slept. Fariel saw the monster and asked if Kang Sung-hyun had destroyed it. Kang Sung-hyun replied, "Does Fariel think that the monster could have died of old age?" Fariel wondered, did Kang Sung-hyun really conquer this monster by himself? Kang Sung-hyun reminded him that he was entitled to 300,000 gold coins for each of them, and he thanked them in advance. Fariel replied that he remembered everything and they would pay him. Our hero said he had something else and stuck his knife into the monster's body. Kang Sung-hyun thought that was exactly what he had gone for. A glowing orb lay at our hero's feet. The system said that the rare item had been received. Kang Sung-hyun said that he would take it too. Ferial gave the three red amounts and said that they were all grateful to the healer for saving them. Kang Sung-hyun replied that as a token of his gratitude and for their adventure together, he would like to buy them a drink. One of the adventurers said that they were leaving for their home village tomorrow, so they needed to be with a fresh head in the morning. Ferial explained that the three of them came to the guild from the same village. Ferial added that they almost got a joint funeral trying to make some money, so they won't be adventurous anymore. Kang Sung-hyun said that adventurers can make a large amount of money quickly, but they are accompanied by an equally high risk. Ferial said that they would say goodbye now, and Kang Sung-hyun could buy them a drink the next time they had the chance. Our hero said goodbye to his co-workers and said they would meet again someday. Kang Sung-hyun suggested to Martbello that they pretend they don't know each other from now on. Martbello says he will do whatever the Grandmaster tells him to do. That means he wants to hide his identity. Martbello went into fanatic mode. Martbello parted, thinking that he was still not good enough. He needed more training to see the true ascension of the great god. Kang Sung-hyun thought, did he really just turn an ordinary guy into a lunatic? Our hero decided that he now needed to evaluate this item. Kang Sung-hyun came to a shop labeled Artifact Appraisal. The host welcomed the visitor to the Adventurer Guild's Artifact Appraisal store. Items obtained during monster hunting are sealed in crystals. They can only be used after they have been unsealed. Kang Sung-hyun told the shopkeeper that he had come to appraise the item. The shopkeeper took this marvelous ball in his hands. Judging by his host's reaction, our hero thought this item was better than originally expected. The shopkeeper turned on the lights and said he was beginning his examination and evaluation. After completing the process, the interlocutor said that this is a rank C artifact. It is a small life amulet. The appraiser added that this amulet was worth about 80,000 gold coins. But if a visitor decided to sell it in this store, he could get 120,000 gold coins for it. Kang Sung-hyun took out a bottle of liquid and poured it on the balloon. The shopkeeper was surprised. What is the visitor doing? Kang Seong-yun said that this vial contains Latasia potion. It's famous in the north. It's a substance that reacts strongly when it comes into contact with blood. Kang Sung-hyun showed the knife and said that he used it to kill that rare monster. The shopkeeper asked in surprise why he had to tell him that. Kang Sung-hyun said that this knife looks clean because there was a withdrawal, but it still has blood on it that they can't see. Our hero also dripped liquid on the blade of this knife. Kang Sung-hyun added, so it's the thing that came out of the monster's body. It should react even stronger than this knife. Our hero said, this isn't happening for some reason because someone has tampered with this thing. After saying that, Kang Sung-hyun grabbed the shopkeeper by the head and slammed him against the table. Bleeding, his opponent was screaming loudly and holding his head. The shopkeeper said that the visitor right now is making a mistake. After all, they are in the Adventurers Guild room. He can send a signal right now. Kang Sung-hyun thanked for the reminder and slammed his opponent's head against the table once more. Kang Sung-hyun used the skill hemostasis related to moving blood. The protagonist looked into his opponent's eyes and said that he had forgotten to introduce himself. The shopkeeper wondered, has the bleeding on his face stopped? Could it be? Our hero said that his name is Healer Kang Sung-hyun and added that there is a saying on the continent of Azul. If someone is going to trick a healer, you need to make sure you don't get caught. There are two types of healers who bring artifacts, the extremely powerful ones or the crazy ones who hunt monsters for fun. The healer beats his enemies to unconsciousness and heals them to beat them again. The shopkeeper did not feel any divine power. Kang Sung-hyun asked if it was actually a rank B+ artifact. The shopkeeper added that it was a rank B+ artifact and a rank A mental concentration ring. It's worth approximately 6,400,000 gold coins. Kang Sung-hyun noticed that his opponent was trying to buy this artifact for 120,000. Maybe it made sense to destroy it? Why is this item so expensive? The ring of mental focus allows the wearer to be in incredible concentration, the shopkeeper said, as his interlocutor knows the wizard is finished if he panics. It's quite useful in different situations, which is why the artifact is so expensive. Kang Sung-hyun asked me to print out this amulet and took it away, and you shouldn't cheat him anymore. Seeing the restaurant, our hero thought he had earned enough to have a drink and a good meal tonight. At the entrance, the woman apologized and said they had no seats available. The woman added that a customer could join some table or find another restaurant. Our hero was recognized by a young man and invited Mr. Kang to his table. Kang Sung-hyun was surprised. Is it really Mr. Kim Jun-ho? Kim Jun-ho asked how much time had passed since their last meeting. Our hero replied that it had been about 2 months. Kim Jun-ho bragged and said that he made a decent amount of money today. The young man added that he got rich today by 2 million gold coins. Kim Jun-ho said in joy that he could order whatever he wanted on his tab and asked for more beer. Kang Sung-hyun said that in that case, there wouldn't be enough beer. Kang Sung-hyun said that his interlocutor needs to try a drink that has a price tag of 1,900,000. Kim Jun-ho said that it was too expensive. Our hero stated that this drink would then be on him. Kim Jun-ho noticed that Kang Sung-hyun had done a really amazing task and received a great artifact. Kim Jun-ho inquired if he really needed to drink that stamina potion. Kang Sung-hyun asked, "It must be tiring for the interlocutor to think about endurance and characteristics. Endurance is a characteristic different from strength. Our hero thought that he didn't need to use the potion since stamina can be restored by simply resting. However, he can't use the skills without it. From the beginning, only our hero had no mana. He thought it was because he wasn't from the continent of Azul. However, other travelers between dimensions had mana. In front of our hero was Kim Jun-ho, a traveler between worlds. Kim Jun-ho wondered, isn't it still better than the way he has to? Using skills isn't that discomforting. Kang Sung-hyun replied that there are advantages to it. Mana potions are very expensive. Kim Jun-ho offered a colleague a drink as comrades in the story. They drank to those like them who live on the continent of Azul. Colleagues drank to those with poor abilities. After Kim Jun-ho tasted this drink, he realized why this potion was so expensive. Kang Sung-hyun said he had something he wanted to ask his colleague. Kim Jun-ho asked if it was something important. After looking around, Kang Sung-hyun said that there were a lot of people around and asked his interlocutor to turn off the God of Languages skill. Kim Jun-ho thought it must be really important. Kim Jun-ho asked if Kang Sung-hyun really knows how to go back home. Our hero replied that his colleague was expecting too much from him. Kang Sung-hyun said that he has a new skill and something strange is happening to him. That skill with the black star. The skill was called throwing. Kim Jun-ho was surprised. Is there really a star next to the name of the skill? I don't have that kind of skill. Kang Sung-hyun replied that this was the first time he too had seen something like this. This skill is much better than ordinary skills. Kim Jun-ho wondered if he too should try to destroy the rare monster alone. He remembered that someone in his squad had mentioned a skill with a black star. Kang Sung-hyun asked who it was. The interlocutor replied that his name was Kim Jae-hyun or Kim Jin-hyun. This guy was really strong. He was just like a traveler between worlds, but the difference between the two was huge. He was destroying everything on his own. Kim Jun-ho said he asked this guy what he ate to become so strong. That person replied that he had a skill with the black star. On their last day, Kim Jae-hyun started shouting, "Finally!" Kim Jun-ho suggested that maybe this is a way to go back. Win 4 million and we'll buy a co-worker 2 bottles. Kim Jun-ho said he was going back to the hotel. Our hero replied that he was going to go shopping for potions. The young men said goodbye and advised each other to be careful. Kang Sung-hyun thought if what his colleague was saying was true, getting the 4th skill with a star should make a difference. Throwing skill should definitely help our hero, but how? Kang Sung-hyun decided that he should definitely get it. After all, there may be a clue about how to find your way back home. How did Kim Jae-hyun gain as many as 4 skills with a star? Our hero thought he should do something good the next day to earn some points. Heinz Settlement, street market, all the people are cheering and rejoicing. Passers-by saw a sign saying that they were ready to be healed for nothing. The healer also accepts natural products as payment for healing. Kang Sung-hyun invited everyone and said he was willing to cure them for nothing. People came up to our hero and asked if he was really a healer. Kang Sung-hyun confirmed that he was a healer. The girl said she knows him. He's a guy who couldn't get the healer's mark because he can't apply healing. The passers-by thought the man looked like a fraud. How does someone who can't use healing say he's a healer? As a result, our hero had no customers. He thought it was expected. A woman approached Kang Sung-hyun and said hello. He thought that his real customers were not adventurers, but people like that. The woman asked if the healer was really accepting the exchange. The woman said she had some potatoes, but she wasn't sure it would be enough. Kang Sung-hyun asked the visitor what her problem was. The woman said she hurt herself with a tool while working in the field and showed her wound. The frightened woman said she knew a man who had cut his finger with a garden hoe. He subsequently became very ill and died. Kang Sung-hyun thought it was tetanus. It's a terrible disease because people here don't have a vaccine. Our protagonist took the woman's hand and said he wanted to see her wound. The protagonist used the skill observational gaze. The system reported an abnormal condition, abrasion, hoeing injury, 2 days since the incident, possible infection due to use of old bandages. Kang Sung-hyun thought that fortunately it wasn't tetanus. Our hero handed the woman a jar of medicine and said it would cure her. The woman said cautiously that the potion looked strange. Kang Sung-hyun replied that it was a balm. Kang Sung-hyun added that women just need to apply it after breakfast and dinner and use clean bandages. The guy realized the visitor didn't have clean bandages and told her to wait a bit. Kang Sung-hyun thought he could make the bandages himself if the woman didn't have them. He gathered 10 bundles of herbs and used the skill cloth creation. Kang Sung-hyun decided to create bandages as well. It must be difficult for ordinary people to buy bandages because they are very expensive. After the bandage was ready, the visitor thanked the healer. She said, "Thank you very much." Saying goodbye to the woman, the protagonist thought that this was a good start to his doctoring. Checking the system, Kang Sung-hyun saw that the points had been received. There were new visitors who brought merchandise in exchange for a survey. Visitors brought food and goods and asked to have their wounds examined. The young man got a lot of points as a result of his doctoring and thought it was really worth it. Calmly treating people in the settlement is better than hunting monsters. Our hero expressed his hope that he would only see such patients in the future. However, a patient burst in on our hero and angrily kicked the box of mixtures with his foot. The angry visitor asked, "Does this healer really call this filthy tent a shop?" The visitor said he needed potions, bigger and fresher. Kang Sung-hyun looked at his potions with disappointment. The potions were scattered underfoot. Our hero thought, what kind of vile scoundrel came to him? And politely asked what potions the visitor was looking for. The visitor said he was interested in any potion that the healer had made himself. The visitor thought that this healer was probably from a noble family. But why was he in such a small and cramped shop? Our hero said he didn't know what his interlocutor was looking for, but it was all he had now, and handed his visitor his balm. The young man wondered, did the healer really do it himself? He was very fortunate for a potionist. The visitor introduced himself. His name was Richard Yarev. He was one of the 3 sons of the Yarev family. Our hero knew that this was quite an influential family in the area. Kang Sung-hyun asked what brought Mr. Yarev to the shop. Richard Yarev said that the head of the family, Has Yarev, wanted to hire this man for a job. Kang Sung-hyun wondered, did someone from such a proud family really come to him? Richard Yarev said that Kang Sung-hyun could do such troublesome things on his own. The knight added that it was an order. Our hero received a bag of ingredients from a visitor and asked what it was. Richard wondered, did this man not know what it was? The knight said it was an ingredient. It's needed to make a cure for Tekezi. Teches is an infested area in the west. Teches was actually a very beautiful area. Now, however, for some unknown reason, the area has suddenly become heavily contaminated. The land is rotting and oozing poison. The ruler who owns the land fights the monsters with his army to stop the contamination from spreading. Kang Sung-hyun asked, did their ruler come into contact with the infestation during the process? Richard Yarev said that one of the estate's employees told them that he got the potion here. At the moment, the cure for the poison is being brought from an extremely remote location, but it is quite difficult. Our hero understood why the precious young master had come here in person. A balm works better than a liquid potion for treating contact with an infestation, and right now, the only person who can make it is our hero. Kang Sung-hyun asked, does that mean his interlocutor wants him to make the potion? Richard replied that they were speaking the same language after all. Richard Yarev added if the healer impressed his father, he would provide a fine shop instead of this shack. It means that the healer will receive a blessing that someone like him cannot pay for in a lifetime. Our hero replied that it was a great honor. Richard said if his interlocutor understood everything, he could start preparing the potion. Our hero said without a second thought that he refused such an offer. Richard Yarev couldn't believe his ears. Kang Sung-hyun repeated that he was refusing. Richard Yarev said that this offer is not something any potionist can refuse. It is a privilege given to the healer by his father. Kang Sung-hyun returned the bag of ingredients and said that these people found the wrong person. First of all, he's not a potion maker. Figured he could get a lot if he took the job, but then he'd have to keep working for these people. However, he needs to earn points. Kang Sung-hyun thought that it was necessary to be more polite when one had to ask for a favor. New visitors came to our hero's shop and said that they need Dr. Khan's help. A young man brought the girl on his back and said that his sister had been injured. The girl had a bloody bandage on her arm. Our hero identified the abnormal condition as bleeding and wound to the bone. The finger was cut with a sharp sickle. Possible death if left untreated. Kang Sung-hyun determined that the cut went through blood vessels, nerves, and ligaments. His finger is barely hanging on. Kang Sung-hyun laid the girl on the couch and said that the wound should be washed first. The wound had a lot of foreign matter from the sickle. The frightened youngster asked if the doctor could help her. Richard Yarev said he was amused to see this scene. Is this guy really a doctor? A potionist can cure disease or poison, but can't do anything about a wound. Richard Yarev said that this kind of thing can only be cured by a healer like him. He has a healing light. Kang Sung-hyun and the victim's brother looked at Richard's palm that had a fireball on it in surprise. Kang Sung-hyun said that in that case, Mr. Yarev could reattach the girl's finger. Richard wondered why he would do that. Does this commoner really have enough money to pay him? Yarev added that if the potionist apologized to him for his insolence and obeyed their orders, he would show mercy to this commoner. Kang Sung-hyun thought, would Richard really heal an ordinary person? A nobleman wouldn't do that unless he was crazy. Kang Sung-hyun thought that this Yarev family really needed his potion. Kang Sung-hyun said that Richard shouldn't do it, he can handle it on his own. Mr. Yarev inquired as to how the potionist was going to do it. Our hero replied that he would just sew the finger back in place. The wounds cleaned, the bleeding stopped. It's a good thing he prepared the healing solution in advance. Richard laughed. Does this potionist really think a human is a puppet? Kang Sung-hyun thought to let this Yarev go somewhere far away. The injured girl's brother was worried if everything was going to be all right. Richard Yarev said he's betting his good luck necklace on this guy not working out. Kang Sung-hyun replied that in that case, if he could handle it, he would take the necklace and Richard Yarev would treat the common people for free for 3 days and provide them with sustenance. Richard said that if this man failed, he would brew the potion they needed and would never claim to be a healer again. Our hero agreed. Kang Sung-hyun promised that he would sew the finger back on, but it would be extremely difficult if he used regular thread. The protagonist activated the thread creation skill. The mana potion and the thread creation skill allowed him to create a thread suitable for surgery. Next, our hero applied the skill, observational gaze. Yarev thought, how dare a common potionist waste his time like that? He would make this man regret it when it was over. Everyone present was watching the healer's actions with bated breath. The brother of the victim was the most worried. There are some rules that our hero realized as a healer. One should not wait to get a good skill. You have to use the skills and knowledge you already have. Without any distraction, Kang Sung-hyun carefully sewed the girl's finger back into place. It was a delicate and painstaking operation. Our hero thought that a fingertip transplant was an extremely complicated operation, but with the right skills, there was nothing he couldn't handle. It will take extreme concentration to connect the severed nerves one by one, but our hero will be helped by rare items. The system reported that the hero's mental power has increased significantly due to the effect of the mental concentration ring. Those present continued to follow the operation with eager and undisguised interest. Now our hero must sew the skin together. However, the operation dragged on, and the protagonist's stamina began to drop, reaching a critical level. After gathering his strength, Kang Sung-hyun completed the surgery, and the finger was back where it had been since birth. The girl's brother tearfully said the finger joined. Richard Yarev was darker than a cloud. Our hero thought that if the operation had been prolonged, he might have fainted. Kang Sung-hyun said that he needed to recover his stamina first and consume the necessary drink. Kang Sung-hyun applied the skill Complete Recovery. This skill increased the patient's recovery speed. After a while, Kang Sung-hyun took the girl's hand and said that everything was ready. Richard Yarev shouted for that potionist not to joke around like that. There was no way a finger could move after something like that. Kang Sung-hyun said that Mr. Yarev could check it out for himself. Richard approached the girl and told the potionist to step aside. Richard activated the resurrection skill to make the girl come to her senses. Kang Sung-hyun asked the girl if she could hear him well. The girl woke up and opened her eyes. The healer asked the patient to clench and unclench her palm. The girl performed the arm manipulations the doctor requested. Our hero said that was enough. Richard couldn't help himself and said it was unbelievable. Kang Sung-hyun asked if Mr. Yarev remembered what they had talked about recently. Kang Sung-hyun said that his interlocutor should not say that he would not keep the promise made on behalf of the great family of Yarev. Richard tossed the necklace he had promised to give back if he lost. Our hero said that if Mr. Yareb was going to give something away, he had better do it politely. Richard and his companion, swearing, left the room. Our hero has acquired an item called a luck necklace. It increases luck when worn. The young man thanked the doctor for healing his sister and asked if Richard Yareb would keep his promise. Our hero replied that the young man's father would be strict in this regard. It was necessary to spread the word about it. Everyone should be saying that if people go to the town square, they can get free treatment and food. At the Bitspol Hotel, Julia asked our hero if he knew about the rumor that had spread. Our hero, with his empty bottles in front of him, looked very tired. He asked what the rumors were about. Julia said that a young gentleman from the Yareb family opened a free health clinic in the town square. The food there is also free, so a lot of people gathered in that place. Our hero said that was wonderful news. Julia replied that she was worried that Mr. Khan's number of patients might decrease significantly.
Kang Seon-hyun said he can do it. It is enough for him that many people will be able to receive free treatment.
Julia thought she was looking at a good-hearted man. The mere thought of how Richard was doing now filled our hero with happiness. Kang Seung-hyun told the girl that he had some potatoes with him. If Julia doesn't mind, she can use it. The girl said it was up to her, and she would cook something tasty to help restore the energy. Kang Seung-hyun thanked the person he was talking to and thought that he wouldn't be energetic today. Today, our hero had to 10 roulette spins. To do this, he will spend 200 points. In the end, he thought that life was harsh. The roulette had failed him. Kang Seung-hyun thought that it would be stranger to get skills as often as last time. Nevertheless, luck smiled, and the protagonist received a skill with a star. Life Force Crystal. The system reported that the protagonist got additional space in the inventory by applying the inventory expansion. It's an ingredient for endurance gear, so it's useful. Kang Seung-hyun saw an old acquaintance and asked, "Is it really Mr. Kim Jun-ho? Are you already staying here?" The old acquaintance said that this place had the most delicious food. The interlocutor said his friend was lucky. He had gotten one recently. But it's to strengthen the crystal, isn't it? Kim Jun-ho said that a friend could take it away. He didn't need it. Our hero thought that Mr. Jun-ho was a very generous man. Kang Seung-hyun said, "After all, can Jun-ho make a lot of money if he sells this? However, if a friend insists, then I'll take it." Jun-ho saw the ring on his interlocutor's finger and asked, "Didn't you sell it yet, and are you going to use it?" Kang Seung-hyun replied that it was a ring he still needed for a while. Kim Jun-ho said he could recommend a store where the artifact could be sold. On the advice of an old acquaintance, our hero came to the gun store. Kang Seung-hyun thought it wasn't a bad place for the store that Jun-ho had recommended. The owner said hello to the visitor and asked how he could help. Our hero said he was here to sell some items. Kang Seung-hyun showed the necklace. The shopkeeper said that the crystal in this necklace is lucky with a crack. Kang Seung-hyun thought that the crack had formed after Richard threw that necklace. Our hero showed the owner of the gun store his ring. The man said it was quite rare. The shopkeeper said he wanted to check the history of recent transactions. Our hero replied that he was ready to wait. He would look around the store for a while. Kang Seung-hyun decided to see if there were any useful weapons in the store. Kang Seung-hyun saw a crossbow in a gun shop and decided to evaluate its effectiveness. Our hero thought it would be good for him to have a long-range weapon handy. Putting his hand to his crossbow, the protagonist felt something extraordinary happening to him. Kang Seung-hyun felt as if someone was informing him that he must get his hands on this crossbow at all costs. Our hero had received countless messages until now, but he had never encountered a message as if sent by a human. The shopkeeper asked our hero, "Is something wrong?" The young man apologized and said he was just thinking. Kang Seung-hyun asked his interlocutor, "Is this crossbow some kind of special weapon?" The man said it was Freaka's crossbow. It's a precious weapon found among the relics. This weapon goes with the Freaky bag, 2-in-1. If you put an object inside the bag, something extraordinary happens. This item will immediately turn into an arrow. The man added that you could even shoot it 5 times in a row. Our hero thought, "It must be expensive?" Kang Seung-hyun asked the owner about the cost. The seller said its value was about 15 million gold coins. Kang Seung-hyun thought he couldn't buy it. The interlocutor said, "If the buyer wants to purchase the crossbow right now, I can concede 1 million. The owner of the armory said that according to the history of transactions, this ring was previously purchased for 6,600,000 gold coins. He can sell it for the same price. Kang Seung-hyun thought that he might not get enough money for his jewelry. Even if he spent his extreme reserves, it wouldn't be enough. Kang Sung-hyun thought that he had the opportunity to do something different. Our hero thought, if the one whose voice he heard is following him, he wants to borrow 4 million gold coins. The seller said, if the young man doesn't have enough money right now, you can register this item as a reserved item. The man added, judging by the items the young man has brought here, I am sure he will be able to earn the missing money quickly. Kang Sung-hyun thought he now understood why his old friend had recommended this store. Our hero said he would do just that. Kang Sung-hyun appeared in the Adventurers Guild with a life force brooch that he had also acquired from the weapon shop. Our hero has to offer his talents in favor to get points and money. It's a job for adventurers. Originally, our hero planned to borrow some money from Mr. Kim Jun-ho. However, he had only 5,000 gold coins. He was poorer than expected. Jun-ho asked once more, does his friend really think they can't go home? Kang Sung-hyun replied that he had some ideas that he could try to implement. Kang Sung-hyun thought that by getting this crossbow, he would be able to talk to the one who brought him to this place. So he started the conversation. Kang Sung-hyun thought that he needed a job first. He decided to find a job in the Adventurers Guild. Kang Sung-hyun was examining the various options for work when he was called out. The manager said that only licensed healers can take these assignments. The young man needs to acquire a healer's badge. Without this badge, he cannot be registered. The young man replied that he was reviewing these assignments for introductory purposes. She marveled. But those assignments are in progress, aren't they? One of the tasks seemed appropriate to our hero. It was urgent to call a healer. Bleeding from the patient's leg does not stop. The address was given below. Our hero returned to the hotel. Julia asked, did Dr. Kang leave something behind? Kang Sung-hyun replied that he was looking for someone. Looking into the next room, Kang Sung-hyun said what he found. In the room, the priest said that he was about to heal the sick person. The priest said that Mr. Ivor would bestow his mercy on the sick man. Kang Sung-hyun wondered, why is the priest here? Our hero was surprised that the man was able to hire an ordinary priest. Could it be a traveling priest? The girl told the Holy Father that Miss Lena was tired. The priest said that it was necessary to hurry up. In order to do that, the bandages must be untied. Our hero has applied the skill Observant Eye. The system detected an abnormal condition, bleeding due to infection. A wound caused by a cut with something sharp. There are traces of thin teeth on the wound. The priest began saying a prayer and saying that he was releasing. Our hero interrupted him and took his hand. The priest inquired, who is this young man? The guy said he was the healer, Kang Sung-hyun, and apologized for interfering. He stated that healing the priest would be useless. The priest wondered if this man even knew what kind of healer he was. Kang Sung-hyun said that the priest misunderstood him. He wasn't talking about his abilities. The girl turned to our hero and said if he was really a healer, he could understand her partner's situation. If the young man is only here to say strange things, he should stop interfering and get out of here. Kang Sung-hyun repeated his words. This kind of healing wouldn't work here. The girl told this guy to get out of here and not to distract them. The door was closed behind our hero. Everyone in this room is very stubborn, he thought. Don't let them say in the future that he didn't warn them. The girl said to the Holy Father to continue. The priest continued to recite prayers and invoke the holy light for help. However, the healing was not working. The girl fearfully asked the priest what was going on. Why won't the bleeding stop? The patient was getting worse. The girl thought that it was happening exactly the same as with the previous healer. She thought that the priest of Ivor's church would be different. Would no one be able to heal Lena? Lena lifted her head and breathed heavily. Her partner asked what was wrong. Lena said that the healer who had been here before knew that trying to heal her with this method would be futile. If the healer is that person, it might be possible to cure her. The partner said that guy was very suspicious. How can you tell a healer not to heal? Lena took her friend's hand and told her that she might not last on potions alone. The friend thought that Lena's hands were getting cold. The girl agreed and said she would bring that guy back here again. The innkeeper went downstairs and asked Julia how to find the guy who had left the living room. He had black hair and eyes and he was quite tall. Our hero was nearby and asked, "Is the treatment going well?" The holy energy looks so impressive when one observes its application even from afar. The girl said the young man was right. Priest Hewis's healing didn't help either. After all, does the young man know what the problem is? Our hero replied that he probably did. Kang Sung-hyun wondered if the girl really wanted him to heal her friend after everything that had happened. The girl said that she had misunderstood his words. Earlier, he had spoken as if there was no hope left. She thought the treatment hadn't worked so far because the healers weren't capable enough. The girl bowed to our hero and asked that he save her coworker. The girl thought asking the guy after she had said so much to him. Even she felt like she had no conscience. Kang Sung-hyun said he agreed to examine the patient and the interviewer should hurry up. The girl was surprised. So far, this guy had acted as if he wasn't going to help. Our hero told his interlocutor that it was worthwhile to get to the bottom of the cause before blindly turning to healing. The interlocutor was the traveling priest Huey's Finn. The young man repeated, for he had warned that the healing would not work. The priest was surprised. Did the boy really mean to say that the girl was poisoned? Hewis added that not only does he heal, but he has also studied about 100 types of poisons to master the skill of detoxification. He prides himself on his ability to handle poisons. Priest Hughes gave assurances that this patient wasn't poisoned. Our hero thought that this guy was bragging about his skills without hesitation. However, Kang Seong-hyun didn't say it was because of poison. Our hero asked the girl what her name was. The patient replied that her name was Lena. The protagonist tells the girl that he is beginning to examine her wound. How did she get this injury? Lena replied that she was attacked by rock moles a week ago while walking to the Hein settlement. They are not very strong monsters. At first, it was just a minor wound. A co-worker said it was strange. After all, she was also attacked. Kang Sung-hyun asked if the girls had gone to the settlement right after the rock mole attack. Lena said no. Right after that, a group of goblins in the jungle and a group of crocodiles in the meek swamps chased after them. The girls said they barely made it to the settlement. After that, Lena's condition suddenly deteriorated. Kang Sung-hyun asked if the wound hurt the girl. Lena replied that it didn't hurt at all. The priest wondered why the girl was talking about such an important fact only now. Lena said she hadn't noticed that her leg didn't hurt because of the dizziness. The priest said that he suspected something strange, but it turned out to be black magic. It is a technique related to black mana as opposed to holy power. Huis Finn said the healing won't work if the girl is cursed. Kang Sung-hyun said for everyone to calm down. It wasn't black magic. If it was a curse, healing would do even more damage. As it was useless. Kang Sung-hyun took out a vial of liquid and said that this was the answer. Our hero applied the skills of distribution and absorption in succession. The priest wondered, what is this guy doing? Why is the potion transforming into mist? Everyone present made sure that the bleeding stopped. Kang Sung-hyun said, tenthol mint concentration? There's nothing better for catching insects than a potion of your own making. Kang Sung-hyun told the girls to take a closer look. They might not be able to see it well because of the blood, but there is a tiny bite mark present. The girls mentioned earlier that they had passed through Mika Swamp. Due to its features, this swamp is a natural habitat for a variety of insect monsters. Ms. Lena's wound was neglected as they crossed the swamp. Lena said her wound wasn't treated right away, but the same was true for Lizzie. Kang Sung-hyun asked where the girls were injured from the rock mole attack. Lizzie said that she had wounds on the back of her palm and on her face, but Lena only had wounds on her leg. Lizzie said Lena was the only one whose wounds came in contact with the water. Kang Sung-hyun said it was right. The source of the infestation was inside the swamp. So only Lena's wound came into contact with the insect-infested water. The priest said that there was a foreign object present inside the leg, so obviously the bleeding would not stop. He was finally beginning to understand what was happening. Lizzie asked, so it's over? Kang Sung-hyun replied that no, it was only a temporary measure. The fact that the wound doesn't hurt at all means that this insect has the anesthesia skill. That's a pretty high-level skill for a species like this. Our hero took out a knife and said that among such insects there was not one so weak that would die simply from a single dose of medicine. Kang Sung-hyun made a cut on his leg, and a monster popped out from there. The monster got out of its body and began to move around the room. The priest, frightened, asked what it was. The girls screamed with fear. Our hero, waving a knife, said they must destroy this creature right now. It was a black swamp leech. A leech-like monster that lives near water. It's pretty nasty. The priest, startled, jumped aside. He said that the leech had grown. The protagonist noticed in which direction the leech was moving and tried to block its path. Our hero says she's trying to slip out through the sewers. Kang Sung-hyun shouted for everyone to grab the weapons they had. The leech continued to increase in size. Kang Sung-hyun approached at a sufficient distance and stabbed the monster. The knife didn't do enough damage. Our hero said that the monster's skin was tough, Since the leech had been feeding on human blood for a whole week, it's expected that it would be strong. But considering all these factors, isn't it too fast? Lizzie armed herself, moved towards the monster with the goal of cutting it to pieces. The girl said she wouldn't let go of the thing that was trying to destroy her friend. However, the monster did not try to retreat and, appearing in front of the girl, prepared to attack her. Kang Sung-hyun didn't hesitate and ran up and stabbed straight into the mouth of that monster. If this monster uses the sucked blood as a source of strength, then, while continuing to attack it, you should make holes in its body so that it loses blood and dries up. The monster was already much smaller than before. The monster managed to slip out through the window and continued to run away. Our hero thought that if the leech got out through the city canal, it would never be found again. Kang Sung-hyun rushed through the window in pursuit. If they missed the monster now, all was lost. In his hands, our hero was holding a bottle with the appropriate liquid. Kang Sung-hyun applied the skills of distribution and absorption. The effect of the 10-troll mint potion was enhanced. The system reported an abnormal condition. The blood inside the target's body is nearly depleted. The only thing left to do is to deliver the fatal blow. Kang Sung-hyun swung and tried his best to stab the knife into the monster's body. However, the unexpected happened. The blade of the knife broke. The priest was not confused and, applying an incantation, said, "Let the chains of light appear." The monster was captured by the chains. The priest said that it took him a long time to use this spell, and he wouldn't be able to restrain the monster for long. "We must hurry." Kang Sung-hyun thought that the spell had been cast in a very timely manner. Our hero thought the priest bought him some time, but he can't use the cut skill without a weapon. A broken blade is no good. Kang Sung-hyun looked back and caught the hunting knife flying in his direction. Lizzie told Mr. Kang Sung-hyun to take advantage of it. The chains disappeared and the monster was free again. The protagonist, however, with his hunting knife in his hand, was already in the immediate vicinity. As a result of coordinated work and correct actions, the monster was mangled into small pieces. It was over. Our hero said that they only caught the monster because of the Holy Father. If necessary, he can take the monster for himself, who has said he didn't want to touch something so dirty. Lena looked at her leg and couldn't believe her eyes. The wound looked different now. Lizzie said the healer sewed her friend's skin with thread and did it with the speed of a sewing machine. Kang Sung-hyun said that when he sews, he uses magic thread, increasing the resistance. That way the leg won't hurt for a while. Lena said she was so scared she thought she was going to die. Thanks to the healer. Kang Sung-hyun said he was just doing his civic duty. Our hero told Father Hewis that he could go and report that he had failed the mission. Kang Sung-hyun added that it has to be done in order for him to receive the award. At the Adventurers Guild, the priest said he failed the mission. He had failed in his goal. The administrator was surprised, for Father Hewis is one of the highest-ranking priests in the Church of Ever. He could take a position even higher in the church if he wanted to. In the Adventurers Guild, that person, the quest destroyer, Kang Sung-hyun, had appeared once again. Lizzie asked the administrator, "So like they said, she can cancel the request." The administrator thought that would risk loss of reputation and budget cuts. The administrator said that according to the rules of the Adventurer Guild, they would refund half the amount they were paid and the current assignment would be canceled. Kang Sung-hyun knew that he couldn't take assignments for official purposes, but he was free to take assignments that the guild had canceled. Sometimes adventurers in the guild tell our hero, "He has no conscience. Why does he interfere with someone else's mission? After all, this person doesn't even know how to apply healing." Kang Sung-hyun understood why these people were angry with him, but they should have treated the patients correctly right away. That's why our hero works as a healer. Lizzie held out the reward to our hero and said that there wasn't much here, but he should accept it as a reward for his help. She also included half of the amount that the Adventurer Guild had returned to them. Kang Sung-hyun thanked her. He desperately needed it. Kang Sung-hyun returned the hunting knife she had given him to destroy the leech. Lizzie said that the young man could keep the knife since the dagger he used earlier had broken anyway. This hunting knife is made of blue-silver ore, and it's gorgeous. The girl said that her villagers made this knife for her when she said she was going to be an adventurer. Kang Sung-hyun asked if the girl was sure he could take away something that important. Lizzie said that she would like to apologize for her inappropriate behavior. Lizzie added that nothing was more important than her comrade's life. Kang Sung-hyun thanked the girl once again. Our hero said that he would give her a 10% discount in the future if she applied again. The healer received a total of about 700,000 gold. His rainy day reserves totaled 2 million gold. He needed about 2 million more to buy back the crossbow. Kang Sung-hyun was given the opportunity to make 5 more rolls of the roulette wheel. The roulette was activated. The healer has received a new skill, Air. This skill allows the user to brew potions with the corresponding attribute. If you use the Air attribute, then it's a win potion, and our hero decided it wasn't bad. Kang Sung-hyun walked into a tent nearby. Apothecary LaFay inside said that if Mr. Kang Sung-hyun needed anything, he could take it himself. LaFay looked at the body of the monster lying on his table. Our hero said he is not here to buy, but to sell. Kang Sung-hyun noticed that the salesman was never happy with customers who were selling instead of buying. Pharmacist LaFay took the monster off the table and offered to show Dr. Kang his merchandise. Kang Sung-hyun placed the body parts of the destroyed leech monster on the table in front of the apothecary. Our hero said that he had acquired it recently. LaFay immediately determined with his experienced eyes that it was a black swamp leech. Did someone really go to Mika's swamp? The apothecary, after examining the body, said that the leech had been cut in half and had many scratches and wounds. He could not give a good price for it. Our hero, out of idle curiosity, asked how much this leech would cost. LaFay said he could offer 3 million gold coins. Kang Sung-hyun, hearing the price, asked if the apothecary really liked leeches. LaFay suggested taking a closer look. The color of this monster's teeth is different from the others. Normally, the teeth of leeches are black. This is a rare species of black swamp leech. A rare individual is a kind of mutated monster. It is stronger than normal ones and has special abilities. Kang Sung-hyun wondered, wasn't it just a rare monster? LaFay replied that there was an important distinction. The remains of a rare monster without a relic are useless as ingredients. On the other hand, the remains of a special kind can be used to create artifacts. Special species are rare and have yet to be properly studied. That's why they are so expensive. Kang Sung-hyun replied that he understood. No wonder LaFay wants this monster so much. There was mutual agreement and the deal was done. That hour, our hero went to the gun shop to get a crossbow. Kang Sung-hyun put down the money and said that it was the full amount and could be checked. Kang Sung-hyun reminded him that he really needed the crossbow because it was still in stock, right? The salesman said that the crossbow was still in stock and asked him to wait a bit. Having obtained this weapon, our hero was satisfied. Kang Sung-hyun said that this crossbow was now his and asked the mysterious voice if he was satisfied. Was he ready to show himself? Kang Sung-hyun returned to the Bitsbull Inn. The guy thought that he should now keep this crossbow in his inventory, for simply acquiring this crossbow was not enough. The voice said that Kang Sung-hyun had finally done it. Our hero still didn't understand what was going on here. The messages received from the system were incomplete and intermittent. Kang Sung-hyun understood that this notification was reporting the completion of a task. But what about the rest of it? Kang Sung-hyun wondered, had there really been a system failure? This had to be a joke. Our hero said he complied with the request. He even got the crossbow he was instructed to take. Kang Sung-hyun said to stop watching him and show up so he can have a normal conversation. The guy saw the system message. It was Black Star. Does this icon symbolize the one who is watching him? A message appeared in the system that the protagonist could expect 5 answers. When our hero was transported to the continent of Azul, everyone else who got in with him either survived or died in the caves. There was a lot of disagreement among the survivors when discussing whether they should stay here or find a way back to Earth. Our hero realized that no matter how they did, they would need money. It was necessary to find a well-paid job that matched their skills. After they separate and adapt to this world, those who wish to return to Earth will seek a way to do so. And after 3 years, it's finally possible to find out how to get back. You have to ask the right 5 questions. Kang Sung-hyun noticed that the messages were getting shorter. This thing has certain restrictions, so you have to think it over carefully. Kang Sung-hyun asked, is she the entity that brought them to the Azul continent? The answer was yes. Our hero was left with 4 questions. Kang Sung-hyun asked who he was and what he did. The answer was yes. Kang Sung-hyun realized that he could only get yes or no answers. The next question was, is there a way for them to return to Earth? The answer was yes. There were 3 questions left. Kang Sung-hyun asked, had anyone managed to return to Earth? The answer was no. 2 questions remained. Kang Sung-hyun thought that meant even Kim Jae-hyun wasn't capable of coming back. The only way to get more information out of yes or no questions was to take the necessary notes. Our hero doubted that they had been moved here for no reason. Kang Sung-hyun said that this unknown person must have a goal, although it looks like he couldn't achieve it. Kang Sung-hyun took notes and showed the questions. What exactly does he want from the Earthlings? What is closer? Collecting points, items, or utilizing skills, gaining more power? There are exactly 4 possible answers you can get from the status window. If the answer is number 1, the answer is yes. If it is number 2, the answer is no. If the answer is not on the list, you should not answer for 5 minutes. The answer was yes. 1 question remained. Yes for glasses, no for objects. The answer was yes. There were no more questions. Kang Sung-hyun decided that he had basically understood everything. That rascal had brought them here so he could use them as slaves to extract points. If you look at it objectively, and he's the only one who's been able to learn so much, then he's the closest to achieving his goal. What this unknown person does is not our hero's concern, but Kang Seon-hyun must know who he is. Then he can find a way to return to Earth. Kang Sung-hyun asked, is he the god of Azul continent? The guy ran out of questions, but he would have answered this one if he were John Doe. Kang Sung-hyun said if the person he was talking to wanted help, he should show his sincerity. After saying that, our hero noticed that his glasses started to disappear. Kang Sung-hyun got angry and thought that he would destroy this rascal no matter who he was. The guy received a task. It is necessary to gain 5,000 points. The reward will be a skill with a black star. This kind of assignment system has never been done before. Kang Sung-hyun thought that their communication would be difficult for the time being. The protagonist said that he will do what is asked of him this time, but he expects decent rewards. Kang Sung-hyun thought that there were many names he would like to call his opponent now. Roulette demon, slave trader, villainous entity. The guy decided that if his opponent controls the status window, he will refer to him as admin in the future. While eating, Kang Sung-hyun thought that the smell of this grilled rabbit sandwich was disgusting. However, yesterday's harvest was quite plentiful. Our hero learned a new skill, Fricka's crossbow. Kang Sung-hyun thought that the reward was an exclusive skill for the crossbow. It would be good to use it along with the other skills. Fricky's roulette was added to the status window. Our hero was surprised. Is there really a roulette exclusive for the crossbow? The result of the roulette was the acquisition of a new skill, Fatal Pocket Freaky. Even though it only applied to the crossbow, it gave it a characterization boost and a skill. Our hero also got extra points for every soul point he gets. He would like every roulette spin to be the same. Our hero is joined by his old friend. The protagonist tells Mr. Kim Jun-ho to come over to him for a second. There's something he wants to say. After receiving the information, Jun-ho asked in surprise, were they really sent here just to earn points? Kim Jun-ho was outraged after all. They're not some slaves. Kang Sung-hyun said that as his interlocutor had already heard, they needed to hurry up and earn more points. All he needs to do is treat the injuries. Regarding the wounds he inflicted, it's all about hitting, treating, and so on. Kang Sung-hyun remarked that his own wounds didn't count. However, a slightly injured comrade was acceptable. Our hero added that if he cured his comrade at any time, he could earn points quickly. Jun-ho asked what his help was then. Kang Sung-hyun asked for Kim Jun-ho to be his assistant. The protagonist thought they should form an impromptu team. Travelers between dimensions who know about the state window system are suitable to be his assistants. Among all the candidates, Kim Jun-ho is the one he can trust to a certain extent. This guy is the only one who can help him with this right now. Jun-ho smiled and said that he would certainly help Dr. Kang if he asked for it. Our hero basically already knew that he would get exactly that answer. Jun-ho grabbed the knife and said that he was willing to sacrifice his body for such a cause. Kang Sung-hyun wondered what the person he was talking to was doing. Kim Jun-ho decided to stick a knife in his hand and said that he was investing himself in Kang Sung-hyun's earnings. Blood rushed from the wound. Jun-ho shouted for Dr. Kang to heal him immediately. In doing so, he would be able to earn some points. Kang Sung-hyun calmly said that there was no point because the wound was self-inflicted. After the wound was treated and the arm was bandaged, the assistant said that he understood everything. They need to hunt monsters. This should work. While in the vicinity of the Adventurers Guild, our hero said that they should go in there. The assistant asked about our hero's plan. Isn't it too fast? Kang Sung-hyun replied that people should be diligent. The administrator at the Adventurers Guild saw our hero and thought that the quest destroyer had appeared, but it hadn't been that long since he was here. Was it really his agitated face after destroying another quest? The girl thought that she had to keep this destroyer from destroying another assignment for the healer. Junho asked, "What did the doctor do? Why is the administrator looking at him like that?" Kang Sung-hyun went to the task board and decided to see which of these they could accomplish. Kang Sung-hyun said that there are so many quests in the nearby Baloto Ridge. Junho suggested that the number of monsters has increased. The administrator explained that it's peak season for monsters in the Baloto Mountains. The girl added that because of this, they regularly issue a mission to sweep them out. The main camp put up by the Adventurers Guild can be used this season. Kang Sung-hyun thought that the main camp, where there would be many adventurers, makes this place a perfect eyeglass factory. Our hero said that they would take on this task. The receptionist registered the young people and wished them good luck. The young man introduced himself. He said his name was Vasello, and he welcomed the adventurers to camp halfway up the Baloto Ridge. At camp, youngsters will be rewarded based on the number of monsters they catch. The western part through which the adventurers entered here is safe. All other places are full of monsters, so one must be well prepared. Kang Sung-hyun thought that from now on, patients would come regularly. Our hero asked his colleague if he was ready. Junho replied that he was always ready. Kang Sung-hyun said that in that case, it was time to mine gold. It was necessary to get rid of the iron moles. These monsters started following our protagonist as soon as they left the camp. The protagonist used the skill, Freya's Pouch of Fate. The crossbow inventory was checked, and a stone arrow was created. Thanks to the applied skill, our hero doesn't need to carry all the materials for arrows in his inventory. The damage was higher than he expected. Junho shouted for Dr. Kang to be more attentive. Junho took the brunt of the impact and shielded his colleague with his body. Junho told Mr. Kang Sung-hyun to ignore him and continue his hunt. The system reported that using Freya's Pouch of Fate, an arrow with a small potion of strength was created. These arrows were directed at Junho to bring the assistant to order. Junho wondered, had Dr. Kang really just hit him with an arrow? Our hero replied that it was a Zelier arrow. He just showed that it was okay to be hit by such an arrow. Junho asked not to experiment on him again. Our hero, using high-speed crossbow shooting, destroyed the attacking monsters one by one. Vasello, after the hunt, said that these two caught all the monsters and they are steel moles. No wonder Mr. Kim Junho was injured. Vasello said they'll close the account of these hunters right now. Our hero said we could take our time. The other adventurers were surprised that these two hunters were so efficient at destroying monsters. They are at least not ordinary adventurers. Observers said that these two apparently don't have a lot of money and can't afford a healer if this guy's wearing bandages. Junho said that the adventurers don't even know what a great healer Dr. Kang is. We should show them our skills. Kang Sung-hyun said that the time will come and everyone will have the opportunity to see for themselves. Our heroes heard someone walking around the camp looking for a healer. The number of injured people had increased significantly as night fell, and many were looking to get help from a healer. Junho said that Dr. Kang should be scoring points right now. Kang Sung-hyun replied that he was in control of the situation. Our heroes heard the local healer wondering, why did so many patients show up? The healer said he had his own patients who needed him specifically. A local healer heard someone ask him for permission to look at a patient. The local doctor thought he had been approached by those who might not have money for a healer. The doctor thanked and said that he wasn't so incompetent that he needed the help of others. Kang Sung-hyun remarked, I guess that's why the patient is in this condition. Our hero thought they had at least given the patient decent care. The attack seems to have been directed at the arm and shoulder. The protagonist activated the observational gaze skill. The patient was diagnosed with decaying purulent paralysis and wild animal bite marks all over his body. Kang Sung-hyun, after checking the pulse of the patient, said that it appears that he was bitten by wild animals. It is also noticeable that his arm is in a state of paralysis, judging from the stupor. Junho said that the paralysis probably means that the patient was bitten by the Baloto hound. The local healer said that paralyzing poison doesn't make people squirm in pain like that. Kang Sung-hyun remarked that the paralyzing poison of the Baloto hound was truly unique if a few conditions were met. Our hero noticed that the patient's flesh was all rotted. This is the effect of the poison of decomposition. Kang Sung-hyun said that they should do the following. After saying that, he pointed the arrow of his crossbow at the victim. Kang Sung-hyun told his assistant, Kim Junho, to get rid of the intruders. Our hero thought if he wanted to get the potion to the various parts of the patient's body quickly, this was the best method possible. The protagonist, using his air skill, created a potion with the appropriate attribute. Freya's pouch of fate skill was also activated. The air potion arrow was created. Our hero has activated a 5-fold Arrow-Zelius win combo. Those present, watching our healer's actions, turned away in horror and said they could not look at it. How can you just shoot a person with a crossbow like that? Kang Sung-hyun wondered, what are these ignoramuses talking about? You can't call a perfectly healthy person dead. Those watching were surprised after being hit with an arrow. Is this man really okay? The local healer was surprised. Had even the poison been neutralized? How is this possible? The protagonist said that Beloto's hounds are weak against the air attribute. Even the poison that Beloto's hounds use is susceptible to air. So if this man was treated in such a way that air was constantly available, the poison would naturally evaporate. The people present were outraged. Was the patient's condition so serious because this healer had covered his wounds? Kang Sung-hyun said that if the local healer had been a little smarter and hadn't closed the patient's wounds, things would have been different and nothing like this would have happened. The local healer felt hurt and humiliated. The doctor marveled at how this guy had identified a cure at a glance. He was right. This guy should have just been left alone. The local healer turned and ran away. He had nothing to counter. Our hero told the wounded man that his arm would now be fully healed any second now, but he still needed to be careful until his body was fully recovered. Junho said it all seemed very strange. Why did that guy come alone? Where did his group go? There's no way someone would hunt alone at night. Kang Sung-hyun asked the wounded man where the rest of his group was. The patient said that they were suddenly attacked and had to split up. The patient thought and was frightened and said, "It can't be. Is he the only one who survived?" Six said these Beloto hounds just popped up in a pack out of nowhere. Junho said that it looked very strange because Beloto hounds don't usually attack in large groups. Kang Sung-hyun thought that something was definitely wrong in this case. Perhaps the sudden increase in the number of monsters and the disappearance of the group of adventurers were somehow related. Our hero said it must be a rare monster. Only then does this story make sense. It seems they've all been imprisoned in a mini dungeon. Junho asked his coworker, "What if suddenly they're all dead already?" Our hero replied that he wanted to hope that wasn't the case. The young men heard someone cursing and saying that those nasty dogs were to blame for everything. Kang Sung-hyun told his companion to use the lamp. Kim Junho replied that he understood and raised his hand with the lamp to increase the radius of the light. Kang Sung-hyun and his colleagues saw Beloto's hounds pounce on an injured hunter. Our hero immediately activated the skill and created an Arrow-Zelius arrow. The shot was fired instantly. The monsters suffered injuries not comparable to life and were destroyed. Kang Sung-hyun went to the wounded hunter and asked if he was okay. The young man replied that he was fine and thanked him. Kim Junho illuminated the battlefield with a lamp and told Kang Sung-hyun to come over to him. Seeing this picture, our hero said that apparently they had all fallen into a mini-dungeon. Junho asked, "Did they all die?" The bodies of animals and people had already been decomposing for some time. Our hero said that they had not died recently. Junho asked in surprise, "Don't Beloto hounds prefer fresh meat?" He's sure that it's not typical for these monsters to harvest bodies like this. Kang Sung-hyun said that there are those who eat rotten meat too. This rare monster is a decayed Beloto hound. This monster is undead. The undead is a dead creature that moves again due to the effects of black magic. A creature that is looked upon with contempt by all priests. Kang Sung-hyun stated that things had become quite problematic now. Kim Junho asked if they could beat them. Suddenly, our heroes were attacked. They were indeed decomposed monsters. Junho entered the confrontation and said that these monsters would not pass. Kang Sung-hyun shouted for Mr. Kim Junho to duck down. It was a timely warning. In the next instant, a huge undead monster flew over Junho. Kang Sung-hyun, using the appropriate skills, created the necessary arrow, and using his crossbow, struck that monster dead. Junho thanked Dr. Kang for his support. The system reported that the hero's aerial attributes had been improved as a result of the wind potion. Junho asked his colleague to warn him the next time he used his vaccine. One of Beloto's hounds clung to Junho's neck. The young man noticed that there were too many of these dogs. However, this attack was successfully repelled, and Junho continued to destroy the monsters. He said that the enhanced wind potions were amazing. Kang Sung-hyun, watching one of the monsters, thought, "What was this hound up to? It hadn't moved since it gave the signal to attack. It seemed like this monster was waiting for its pack to die." Kang Sung-hyun wondered what this hound's behavior meant. Kang Sung-hyun said that this monster was a necromancer. Junho was surprised. Could a hound really use necromancy? Junho said it's really bad. If things continue like this, there will be no end to this monster. Kang Sung-hyun said that the necromancy skill would be dispelled once they destroyed the rare monster. However, the difficulty was that it was impossible to approach this rare monster because of the other hounds that kept getting tangled up. Junho asked his coworker, "Can they really win if they just get closer to the monster?" Kim Junho stated emphatically that it was time to prove himself. Our hero thought that although his colleague looks like a pathetic wizard from the outside, Kim Junho's real class is the mass aggro skill. Kim Junho is a real high-achieving tank. He said for everyone to pay attention to him. Kim Junho stated that the speed of the monsters attracted is increasing. This means that he will most likely die. Kim Junho developed great speed and said that he believed in Dr. Kang Sung-hyun. The monsters rushed after Junho. Our hero said that now dealing with the rare monster wouldn't be a problem. According to Lafay, the source of the rare monster's power lies in its relic. Lafay said if one were to encounter a particularly troublesome rare monster, one should find its relic and destroy it. Kang Sung-hyun activated the skill Observational Gaze. Our hero has decided that he has found a relic. The relic is on the monster's neck. The throwing skill was activated, and the protagonist made a crossbow shot, knowing that this was his chance. Using the necessary skills in the right sequence, Kang Sung-hyun attacked the monster and proceeded to eliminate the relic. The monster said that the man in front of him was a fool. How dare he touch his relic? The beast pounced on our hero and clawed at his arm. The monster opened its mouth and said it would swallow the man alive. Kang Sung-hyun disagreed with what the monster was suggesting and took out his crossbow and fired a shot, saying that he was actually ambidextrous. With the words that this mongrel would be destroyed, the protagonist fired a control shot, destroying the relic. Our hero thought he had actually succeeded in dealing with it. The beast had been destroyed. The protagonist thought, where did his palm go? The hunter who appeared said he had found the palm of their savior's hand and held it out to his master. Kang Sung-hyun asked the young man, is he a healer? The boy nodded his head affirmatively and said his name was Keitel. He offered healing services. Our hero said he could look after himself and suggested that Keitel look in a different direction. Amidst the destroyed bodies of humans and monsters, someone was asking for help. Our hero said that these victims definitely needed healing more than he did. From underneath the bodies of the destroyed monsters, Junho peeked out. He asked his colleague to help him get out of there. Junho, after getting out, said he thought he was going to be crushed by the pileup. It seems like they both somehow managed to get through it. Kang Sung-hyun suggested we go back to the camp. There were a lot of people to heal. Junho asked how his colleague felt about the cleanup at this place. Kang Sung-hyun said that he was going to summon the Order of Jerev for this purpose, the main camp of the Adventurers Guild. Our hero realized that first he needed to repair his torn wrist. You also need to sew the two parts of the flesh together using stitches. Kang Sung-hyun thought that if he did everything quickly, he could manage with his other hand. After the surgery was performed and the necessary skills were applied, there was a full recovery. Junho noticed that his colleague was really. Kim Junho asked why Kang Sung-hyun didn't let Kittle heal him. Kang Sung-hyun replied that he didn't like to rely on other healers. Our hero was told that the priest had arrived. Kang Sung-hyun announced that he was moving out. Junho said he didn't mind because he wanted to get some sleep himself. One of the priests introduced himself and said he was Carneal Ashlow of Ever Church, Hin Township Parish. Our hero thought that this man's whole body indicated that he was a priest. The protagonist introduced himself. The priests, after learning our hero's name, said they were afraid of this guy. Carneal Ashlow told his subordinates to keep quiet and keep their behavior down. Carneal Ashlow apologized. They heard about Kang Sung-hyun from Priest Hubis. It turns out that they are facing a healer who fooled a priest of the highest rank. Kang Sung-hyun asked how Priest Hubis was doing. Carneal Ashlow asked where the undead monsters came from. The priest saw the battlefield and frightened asked, what was this nightmare? It was scary to believe it happened on the Beloto Ridge. Priest Carneal Ashlow said that the first team should clear the area of Black Mana, the second team should search the area, and the third team should move the bodies to the camp. The fourth team must collect and burn the infected bodies. The sacred flame was activated, and the priests began their basic work. Vasio said this is the first time he's seen the burning of the undead. It's impressive. Kang Sung-hyun said that the undead can rise from the dead if they are not burned. Colonel Ashlow asked if Kang Sung-hyun could take a look at the rare undead monster. It was truly horrible. The smell is incredibly nasty, but it must be talking about black mana. The priest inquired if Kang Sung-hyun could leave the creature to their church. Colonel Ashlow said that he would like to take this body to the church in order to discover the root cause of the undead. Kang Sung-hyun said that he had no intention of just taking it away. The holy water created by Ivor's church is called the Holy Water of the Dawn. The Holy Water of Dawn is holy water created by placing pure water on the altar at dawn. This water has been prayed over for a year. Something like this requires a lot of effort and piety. Even when bottled, it exudes divine power. One bottle can purify thousands of undead. The priest said that if the hunter gave the corpse to them, they would pay for it with holy water. It's not something money can buy. Kang Sung-hyun thought that if he also destroyed the artifact, he might be at a loss. Kang Sung-hyun said that if they wanted the corpse so badly, he would give it to them without delay. Colonel Ashlow reported that he is saying this on behalf of the Hein Settlement Parish of Ivor Church. They thank the hunter for his hard work in finding the corrupted creatures and defeating them in a personal battle. All the priests sincerely thanked our hero. Kang Sung-hyun stated that he was just doing what he had to do. He was doing his civic duty as always. The priest thought that this man could heal even the undead if he was given money. Kang Sung-hyun added that he was the kind of healer who couldn't tolerate that unholy undead. Our hero was woken up. Basio said that Sir Kang Sung-hyun should wake up immediately. The branch leader of the Adventurers Guild showed up here for Mr. Kang Sung-hyun. The branch leader of the Adventurers Guild said that he had heard Kang Sung-hyun's story. He defeated a rare undead monster. That's something to be proud of. Kang Sung-hyun said that he was honored that the guild leader came to visit in person. Kang Sung-hyun knew that while incompetent, Riwin Hersher was just a greedy man born with a silver spoon in his mouth, an upstart flaunting his family's power. There's no way his gaze fell on our hero, who is notorious in the Adventurers Guild. Obviously, he has some sort of plan. Rowan Hersher snapped his fingers and said he was grateful for his service in protecting the peace of the Hein settlement. The branch head said that he had prepared a small gift. It was the extract of the golden endurance mushroom. Vasilo said that when it comes to stamina mushrooms, they are used as ingredients to create stamina potions. Golden stamina mushrooms are the rarest of them all, because it's a rare item that increases your maximum stamina. The system reported that the hero's maximum stamina had increased by 3%. Kang Sung-hyun thanked the dear and respected branch manager for such a valuable gift. Kang Sung-hyun threw the vial of extract on the floor and it shattered. Our hero said that there was no way that Riwin Hersher would visit him just to give him this gift. Kang Sung-hyun added that he's pretty exhausted right now, so he doesn't want to waste a lot of time. The interlocutor needs the holy water of dawn, doesn't he? The branch manager said that he likes that Kang Sung-hyun grasps things quickly. It's not an item that can be easily bought just because there is money. Therefore, he wants to offer a deal with something that the traveler between dimensions, Kang Sung-hyun, won't be able to buy. Riwin Hersher said that Mr. Kang Sung-hyun really came from another world. Kang Sung-hyun wondered how this person knew about travelers. How much did he even know? The head of the guild branch said that it was a nuisance that interdimensional travelers with special abilities were not treated properly just because their origins were unknown. Not only are they unable to reach high positions, even if they prove their abilities, there are healers that have not been officially confirmed. Kang Sung-hyun asked what the person he was talking to meant. Rowan Hersher said that if Kang Sung-hyun hands over the Dawn Holy Water, he promises to receive the healer's mark and sponsorship from the Hersher family. Our hero said that, according to the rules, he could not become an official healer. The branch manager laughed and said that the rules were not a problem for Riwin Hersher. Kang Sung-hyun will have his experience as a healer recognized by a prominent noble family. If he accepts the offer, he will even be able to apply for the position of royal healer. In other words, after rising from the bottom, his life will blossom. Riwin Hersher thought that if he could get his hands on the holy water of dawn, he could move to a place richer than the tiny provincial city of Hind. Our hero pretended to think and said that in that case he would decline the offer. Kang Sung-hyun asked in surprise, did he need to resort to bribes to gain recognition? He already had enough achievements as a healer. Rowan Hersher asked, what about sponsorship? There are not many opportunities for someone to get sponsorship from the Hersher family. Kang Sung-hyun said that according to his information, Mr. Branch Manager's influence in the family is not that significant. The benefits are unclear, so he will decline. Rowan Hersher shook his head. How dare this scoundrel mock him? Kim Jun-ho wondered how they could give out such things as a reward. Kang Sung-hyun wondered what he had gotten. In Jun-ho's hand was a bloodthirsty ruby stone that increased his attack power. Kang Sung-hyun thought that the guild's branch head was also profiting well from the other group's rewards. He said that if he defeated an undead with his partner, he should be given the reward. An alarm has sounded in the camp. An invasion of monsters from the east, as well as from the north and south. All adventurers must join in the defense of the camp. It is necessary to stop the monsters here to secure the settlement. Kang Sung-hyun took out his crossbow and used the appropriate skill to create a stone arrow. Compared to yesterday's problems, today's monster attack makes a big difference. Jun-ho applied the vampire tendency skill. For a certain amount of time, the attack power was increased. Jun-ho, wielding his blade, thought that this was not a very significant achievement. The main monster appeared in front of the adventurers at the edge of the camp. It had glowing eyes and sharp fangs. This monster was the last of the main monsters, so you need to do your best and deal with it. Jun-ho suggested that the stone arrows were ineffective against the main monster. Our hero said that he had a premonition that this might happen, so he prepared something else. Using the appropriate skill, the protagonist created an arrow from the claw of the remaining mole. An arrow was used to pierce the skin of the main monster. There was a command to aim at this hole. Our hero used the skill throwing, and the main monster was destroyed. Everyone shouted that they had won and defended the settlement. The administration said that the adventurers did a good job, and the last attack was awesome. It was a group that defeated a rare undead monster. Kim Jun-ho said that he is experiencing a wonderful feeling. In fact, he has now become a hero. Kang Sung-hyun used the opportunity to spin the roulette wheel a few times, but the result was disappointing. Jun-ho said that he tried to talk his friend out of it. It was a waste of points. Our heroes were caught up with Vasello and told that he had a message. Vasello said they were able to stop a major disaster because of these people. They really did a very good job. Vasello added that they have decided not to dismantle the camp for now until the priests finish their investigation. Vasello handed the young men a tavern voucher and said it was a special reward from their camp. Using the received voucher, our heroes found themselves in a tavern. Kim Jun-ho said that he got the urge to drink to the victory. Kang Sung-hyun remarked that he didn't think they could get something like this. A young man approached the young people and asked if Dr. Healer Kang Sung-hyun was in front of him. Our hero thought, "Is that really Mr. Raz?" Raz said that he could not have thought he would see the doctor here. Kim Jun-ho wondered, does his friend really know this person? Kang Sung-hyun replied that Ras was someone he had cured a few days ago. Ras handed our hero a sack and said it was payment for the treatment he could not provide earlier. Kang Sung-hyun handed the sword he was holding to his interlocutor. Mr. Raz was very happy. Ras hugged his sword and said he missed his favorite partner very much. The young men told each other about how they had spent these few days. Ras asked if he had some free time. Mr. Raz showed the paper. It was a request to assemble a squad. It turned out that a portal to a dungeon had recently appeared near the Hin settlement. They said they were going to enter the portal in 3 days, so his younger cousin asked to join the squad. Ras added that he couldn't go since he had a debt to repay. Jun-ho said that you shouldn't borrow money from the guild even if you die of starvation. Kang Sung-hyun asked his colleague, how should they go about it? After all, the rewards of the dungeon are quite attractive. Kim Jun-ho said that he agreed to go. Ras thanked his companions. He was relieved that he could rely on these people. It was amusing to our hero to watch these people begging to be saved. 3 days passed. Kim Jun-ho asked if Dr. Kang Sung-hyun had prepared well. Our hero confirmed the preparedness and said that his wrist was also fully healed. Kang Sung-hyun stated that he was also willing to receive 100,000 gold pieces. Jun-ho wondered, what are we talking about? Our hero said that he got the skill Return Freya's Arrows. This skill returns one of the used arrows back to the inventory. The received arrow cannot be returned until the sun rises again. Kang Sung-hyun stated that he met Mr. Keitel the day before, and he blessed him. He seems to be a follower of Nakamate. The protagonist said his luck had increased, so he thought maybe it would work out. The meeting took place on Nakard Hill. A girl approached our heroes and said that she was a swordswoman, cousin of Rasa. Her name was Tina Patine. The young men also introduced themselves. Healer Kang Sung-hyun and tank Kim Jun-ho. Also nearby were the fighter Rakramurthy, the mage Shuir, and the priestess Sahita. Magician Shuir asked why the tank was wearing such clothes. Jun-ho said that his clothes were valuable in their own way. Rascal Isle said these people are here to help, so it's worth minding your manners. The expedition came through the portal and found themselves in a dungeon. It was an ancient dungeon. Maid Schwer activated the light and everyone followed her. Looking around, our hero determined that everything here had been destroyed. Usually, the destruction of stone is caused by water and wind. If the dungeon is deep inside the ruins, it shouldn't be windy, and moisture can't be felt here. In such a case, we can assume the presence of black mana. Junyo asked, Mr. Rakramorthy said he is a warrior. He can also apply healing. So he is a physical therapist? Mr. Rakramorthy said he is a monk. The girl thought that people using divine power didn't show much reaction. Suddenly, huge insect monsters appeared in front of the hunters. They were scarabs. Scarabs attacked the travelers and a fierce battle ensued. The monsters, using their aerodynamic abilities, circled above the hunters and tried to attack them from all sides. The monk said it was quite nasty. Rascal Isle said they couldn't fight everyone at the same time. They had to break forward and get out. Kang Sung-hyun asked Miss Schwer if she knew how to use wind magic. The girl replied that she did, but wondered why she would do it. The protagonist crushed a vial of liquid in his hand and applied the distribution skill. After that, the effect of Mint Dean Troll Potion was activated. Kang Sung-hyun tossed the potion up and told Miss Schwer to dispel it. After applying magic, a gust of wind appeared and blew the potion all over the nearby dungeon area. The scarabs were deactivated and destroyed. Rascal Ale wondered how Kang Sung-hyun had done it. Our hero replied that it was a professional secret. Miss Schwer wanted to know what kind of magic was that? Rakramorthy wondered. Did these two really mop up all the monsters without any help? Rascal Isle said, well done everyone, and suggested everyone grab a bottle before continuing on their way. Kang Sung-hyun determined with a professional eye that the bottles contained a large mana potion. Kang Sung-hyun said that mana potions must be quite expensive. Is it normal to share them like this? Ale replied that he knows an apothecary, so he can buy these potions much cheaper than the market value. Kang Sung-hyun said that he understood, and in that case, he would gladly take the bottle. Our hero couldn't believe that there was someone so kind. Kim Jun-ho told everyone to stop. There's a fork in the road in front of them. Monk Rakramorthy became frustrated. He didn't like it when choices had to be made. The monk asked why Sahita was so frightened. Sahita replied that she could feel incredible black mana from the left path. Rascal Isle suggested that it was a trap. The monk said there was no need to even think about it. They would take the right path. Kang Sung-hyun stopped his colleagues and said they should take the left path. Rakramorthy was angry. Hadn't Kang Sung-hyun heard what they had just said? After all, there is black mana that way. Our hero replied that he knew. The monk ran up to the healer and asked, if he knows, why does he want to go there anyway? Does he really want to die? Junho told the monk to calm down and listen to Kang Sung-hyun. Tina Patine told Rakramorthy to calm down and listen. The monk replied that there was nothing to even listen to. How can they listen to someone who can't even sense black mana? That's why they shouldn't have taken people invited by the rookie. Sahita and Schwer said they too do not want to go that way. Rakramorthy said this guy can go to that nauseating place by himself. Kang Sung-hyun decided that if no one was interested in his arguments, he wouldn't say anything. Rakramorthy, Schwer, and Sahita went their own way, in the direction from which the black mana was not felt. Kang Sung-hyun asked Tina Patine, wouldn't she follow her group? Tina Patine replied that she thinks Kang Sung-hyun must have a reason, if that person is someone her brother recommended to her. Kang Sung-hyun expressed his gratitude for the trust. Rascal Ale said that he too would think it was worth trusting Mr. Healer. The young men noticed that there was nothing going on here, not even any monsters. Monk Rakramorthy wondered, what happened to that guy? A bright glow appeared in front of the young men. Sure could understand Tina, but why did Ale also follow those people? The young men heard a strange sound out of nowhere. They found themselves in the center of some kind of glow. Sure shouted that it was a trap and needed to run away. From below, some kind of thorns were rapidly growing out of the ground. Sahita was injured. The thorns pierced her leg. Sahita, bleeding, crawled aside. The thorns were sticking up, peeking out of the ground all over the glowing pattern. Schwer activated the healing light to heal the injured Sahita. Sahita said her leg was hurting and the pain was getting worse. The monk said that Sahitya had received the curse with spears, but only priests are capable of breaking the curse. Kang Sung-hyun recalled that the path that some of the group left was the wrong path. Monk Rakramorthy wondered how Kang Sung-hyun had gotten here. Our hero replied that he knew something was going to happen, so he had prepared himself. Tina Patine said it was a sealed magic circle, but the seal has been broken. The monk thought that the sealed dark spell reacted to the divine power. Is it really a trap for the priests? But how could that guy, Kang Sung-hyun, figure it out? Rakramurthy asked how Kang Sung-hyun was able to anticipate the situation. Kang Sung-hyun replied that it didn't matter right now. Rakramurthy said that Kang Sung-hyun should know how to heal Priestess Sahita if he came here knowing about it beforehand. He should do it now. Kang Sung-hyun wondered, why should he? Our hero said that these three were the ones who overruled the team member's opinion and went ahead. Rakramurthy closed his eyes in shame and said that he had made a mistake. The monk added that if they left the girl like this, she would die. Rakramurthy knelt down and asked for help. Kang Sung-hyun thought that this was the right thing to do. Our hero activated the hemostasis skill. Everyone was wondering how the doctor planned to dispel the curse. Junho said, they don't have anything like a holy spell. They don't have the skill. Our hero said they had powerful holy water. Pure holy water. You can understand it just by picking up the bottle. One drop is enough for a curse like this. Kang Sung-hyun dripped holy water on the girl's leg and waited. The transformation began instantly. Everyone wondered if Kang Sung-hyun could really save Priestess Sahita. Rascal Isle asked those in attendance if it would be too difficult. Rakramurthy said that Mr. Kang Sung-hyun had a low level of divine power, and this was a particularly strong curse. Kang Sung-hyun asked the young people. They had waited a long time, hadn't they? Suddenly, Kim Jun-ho appeared in front of the doubters, with Priestess Sahita sitting on his back. She was awake and sane. The injured leg had stitches in it. The monk confessed that he had never seen such a skillful healer before. What a terrible mistake he had made. The travelers turned back and went to the left passage at the fork. They eventually found themselves in front of the large doors to the boss room. Kim Jun-ho said, "This place has even less monsters around." Shur asked, "Is that compared to the place where they almost died?" Rakramurthy stared at the doors and said they were coming in. Everyone needs to pay attention. After the young men entered the room, the monster said, "Welcome, pathetic victims." A strong air current rushed at the travelers. Our hero prepared his crossbow. The young men saw the main monster of the ancient dungeon in the depths of the room. He was scary and horrible. The monk thought that this main monster had a very overwhelming black mana. The travelers knew they couldn't back down, but could they stand up to something like this? The chief monster of the ancient dungeon said that it was a foolish act to come here. The monster added that these people would be honored to be a sacrifice for the great entity. Tina Patine readied her sword just in case. Monk Rakramurthy clenched his fist tighter. The monster said for people to listen carefully and draw the appropriate conclusions. The monster wanted to say his name but didn't have time. He was suddenly attacked. This attack was unexpected for the travelers as well. Tina Patine and Rakramurthy cried out in surprise. The main monster of the ancient dungeon was injured and partially lost its body part. Kang Sung-hyun was satisfied. He said that the crossbow's efficiency was excellent as promised. Our hero said he used an arrow with the holy water of dawn. The main monster of the dungeon was destroyed and turned to dust. Mage Shura wondered how Kang Sung-hyun was able to obtain so much holy power out of nowhere. Kim Jun-ho quietly asked his colleague why the doctor finished off the final boss in one super move. Kang Sung-hyun said that people who use their trump card at the very end are always weird. Our hero used the skill Freya's arrow return. The arrow came back. Our hero said that since the main monster was dead, the dungeon would soon disintegrate. The monk agreed with this statement. Mage Shura asked if it was necessary to start drawing the magical exit circle. Rascal Isle said if they have some more time, it might make sense to draw that circle after they survey the boss room. After all, supporting a magic circle requires a lot of mana. Shura agreed. It was announced that everyone was responsible for finding their own items in the boss room. However, it is necessary to hurry because the dungeon may disintegrate. Tina Patine turned the attention of everyone present to the bloody altar. The girl was frightened. How many sacrifices had been performed here? Junho said they couldn't take things like the altar. Instead, they had to grab something expensive. Kang Sung-hyun scrutinized the altar and said that there might be something underneath it. Looking where he needed to go, our hero found a box. It was an amazing find. Kang Sung-hyun is not a timid person and looked into this box. There was a horde of zombies in the box. I wish he hadn't looked in there. Monk Rakramurthy shouted for everyone to get ready and clenched his fist again. Rakramurthy delivered a crushing blow with his holy fist to destroy the zombies appearing from the box. Junho said that the physical therapist fights pretty well. The priestess said that zombies should be suppressed by force. Even if it's undead, you should aim for the head. There was a series of consecutive explosions. Our hero applied the skill Freya's Pouch of Destiny. In doing so, the stone arrow was created. It seemed strange after all. The undead shouldn't be able to move when the boss is defeated. What's really going on? After a series of explosions while using the arrows, it was all over. But why did they suddenly appear? Turning his attention to the remains of the main monster, our hero realized that there was no core there. Kang Sung-hyun saw that Kim Jun-ho was losing his balance and couldn't stand on his feet. Looking around, our hero saw his companions lying on the floor. Kang Sung-hyun put Kim Jun-ho next to him. All of them were just sleeping. Our hero realized that what he destroyed then was just a clone, so the monster wasn't dead. Using the necessary skill, our hero created an endurance arrow. The protagonist logically assumed that the real boss was now among them. Kang Sung-hyun started using endurance arrows while trying to hit the target correctly. Kang Sung-hyun apologized for shooting his colleagues out of the blue. However, they should be calm because these are healing arrows. Mr. Isle woke up and rose to his feet, a blade in his hand. Mr. Isle said he thought it was an attack, and it turns out to be restoring arrows because that's not usual. Mr. Isle said he was a knave. Being nimble was his nature. He only defended himself instinctively. It was just a coincidence. Kang Sung-hyun said, "It's strange that everyone but Mr. Isle fell asleep. He's the only one who's still perfectly fine." Mr. Ale said that Kang Sung-hyun is also perfectly fine. Kang Sung-hyun said, he thought about it too. He was the only one who hadn't drank from that bottle. He hadn't tasted that mana potion. Kang Sung-hyun pulled out a hunting knife and attacked Mr. Ale. Our hero said that usually knaves don't use implements endowed with dark mana. Kang Sung-hyun added that this was only possible if the knave was the real main monster of the dungeon. Mr. Isle was surprised at his opponent's insight. The interlocutor told our hero that this time a pretty smart person came here. In front of the protagonist in the guise of Mr. Isle was the boss monster Isle Croa, the apostle of the forgotten god. Kang Sung-hyun thought that he had previously thought he was just a rogue, but it really turned out to be a monster boss. Isle Croa said he can't make any more excuses. Monster said that until now, no one could figure out who he was. But this guy turned out to be pretty good. Isle Croa said he was going to offer the interlocutor as a living offering no matter what, just as he had done so far. The monster stabbed his arm with a dagger, holding it in his other hand. Kang Sung-hyun thought of how many people this rascal could have destroyed in this way. Our hero, seeing his opponent approaching, prepared to repel the attack. Kang Sung-hyun, using the necessary skill, created a stone arrow and prepared to fire the crossbow. Isle Croa tried to dodge the arrows, however. There were so many of them. Dodging the arrows, Isle Croa came dangerously close to his opponent and said that he was a clueless knave until he was made special. Isle Croa wondered how happy he would be when a sacrifice like his allies he had destroyed that day was made. Kang Sung-hyun thought that the person in front of him was now a complete madman. Isle Croa told his opponent to stop and accept his doom. Only now our hero realized that this madman was drawing magic circles with blood. While in the center of the circle, the protagonist saw bloody demonic hands stretching over him. Isle Croa told his opponent to become a sacrifice. Kang Sung-hyun said, "Judging from the way his opponent uses the blade, he's really a real rascal." Isle Croa was surprised. Did the black hands disappear? But that's impossible. Isle Croa said that he had the power of God, which he had bestowed upon him. Our hero replied that he realized that he was facing a real madman. The protagonist said he had one question. It was about that thing that was hidden in the box under the altar. Kang Sung-hyun showed the glowing ball and asked, "Does this belong to the rascal?" Isle Croa saw the object and said that it was Lord Kirkarastal's orb. Kang Sung-hyun recognized that it was indeed a sacred relic of God. The system reported that this item increases magic defense and magic resistance. Kang Sung-hyun said that there was no way that the power that the knave had gotten from God would work on his sacred relic. The protagonist expressed confidence that there was a strong seal on this sphere. Even if this seal is the seal of a dark wizard, it's just black magic. Kang Sung-hyun said that it had definitely disappeared from the divine power of the holy water. Isle Croa said that this guy must be crazy. Does he know what that is? The rascal said that the god he serves may be forgotten now, but will soon be reborn. Isle Croa said he would do so, and thrusting his sword forward, lunged at our hero. The knave shouted for this thief to give him back the orb. Our hero called the opponent a mad cultist, Could he really still apply his knave skills? Kang Sung-hyun, if it was still that important, the knave could catch the sphere, and he tossed it high up. Ale Croa looked up and once more uttered, Lord Kirkrastel's sphere. The protagonist knew that his opponent would do exactly that. Our hero used the thread creation skill. Ale Croa jumped up in order to grab the sphere, but it was tied to the thread, and it was impossible to get it. The protagonist grabbed the sphere again, used the skill, and activated the creation of the stone arrow. A forest of black spikes emerged between the opponents. Kang Sung-hyun thought that it was not only an attack skill, but also a defense skill. It looked like the opponent was going to heal first. He didn't wait for his opponent to recover his strength and use the slash skill. He also activated the creation of a black spike arrow. Our hero came close to his opponent and fired this arrow. Ale Croa, pierced by the arrow, fell to his knees and kept repeating that it was his sphere. Kang Sung-hyun thought that crazy followers don't know how to hold back. Ale Croak said that Lord Kirkrastel had told him, the gaze of an indescribable presence is felt over them. Kang Sung-hyun thought, so God can see the status window administrator after all. Our hero told his opponent that he doesn't believe in God, but he doesn't deny that there are forces he can't explain. Il Kwa said the opponent will one day be hungry for more too. Our hero took a few more test shots and said he's not a crazy follower like this kook. Kang Sung-hyun thought that he had no choice but to cooperate for now, but he had no plans to bow down to the administrator. The protagonist decided it was time for his co-workers to wake up. The monk, priestess, mage, and others woke up, opened their eyes, and pulled themselves up. Kim Jun-ho asked a co-worker, what really happened? Tina Patine saw the motionless knave and was startled. What happened here? Kang Sung-hyun said that there was no reason to be so surprised considering he was the real head boss. Our hero added that everyone present is alive only because of him. Everyone refused to believe that Ale was a traitor. However, the mage said that there wasn't even a shadow of a doubt about the dark mana she sensed from Ale. Junho asked how Dr. Kang guessed that Ale was the bad guy. Our hero replied that people who look too good shouldn't be trusted. These people smile too much, show kindness for no apparent reason, and use polite language. It is better to stay away from such people. Kang Sung-hyun asked Miss Shuer to continue forming the exit magic circle. We need to make it as big as possible. Shuer thought that Kang Sung-hyun had holy power comparable to that possessed by high-ranking priests in determination. Why is he hiding his holy power? The girl was almost certain that the Inquisitor of the Order was in front of her, so she should show her best side. Our hero said he wanted to talk to the priestess. Human deaths are not something to be surprised about on the continent of Azul. However, leaving these bodies like this was a bit questionable. Junho wondered, aren't these guys summoned monsters? Usually summoned en masse by the dungeon, they are identical in appearance. But these bodies have unique traits, though their heads are currently destroyed. They were most likely adventurers sacrificed by Ale. The priestess said that she actually wanted to say the same thing too. As a priestess of the Order of Avera, she can't just turn a blind eye. Kang Sung-hyun thought that this girl was too shy to speak up. The guy added that they should do something to help. The priestess said she would like everyone to pray for the deceased. This wish was granted and a prayer was recited amidst a bright magical glow. The priestess told the great Ivor that she prayed that they would rest in peace. The girl asked to save their souls with her mercy. Junho added, for heaven and another life. Kang Sung-hyun thought that he had already dealt with that lying scoundrel, so these deceased should find peace and rest. The system reported that the achievement had been completed. Rest of the deceased, fulfilled by participating in a ritual prayer of purification. Next was to move the bodies to the magic circle. Our hero said it would be nice if they had a mana barrier that could wrap everyone together. Tina Putin said she could handle it. Our hero thought it was amazing to create such a thin mana barrier. The magician stated that she was done here as well. Kang Sung-hyun shouted for Miss Shuer to run aside. El Croa appeared behind her back. The villain approached the girl and plunged his dagger into her chest. Shuer shrieked and fell to the floor, bleeding. Kim Jun-ho thought that this thing was still alive. Kang Sung-hyun thought that there shouldn't have been anyone left here who could use necromancy. However, there is still one villain left. The entity that empowered Ayla is the forgotten god Kirkrastel. Kang Sung-hyun told his colleagues to get busy moving the bodies in Miss Shuri. Our hero suggested to the priestess that the two of them take out the trash. The protagonist's crossbow reappeared in his hand. The monster in Ale's body shouted something loudly and lunged at our hero. Swinging his sword, the villain struck the protagonist, but the guy managed to defend himself by setting up a crossbow. The villain's knife stabbed into the body of the crossbow and stuck. Kang Sung-hyun held the crossbow and the opponent in that position. Kang Sung-hyun told Priestess Sahita to activate the undead exorcism. The girl immediately began the necessary process. Our hero knocked the knife out of his opponent's hands and plunged his crossbow into the villain's throat. He shouted for the priestess to continue the exorcism process. Sahita was covered in sweat from exhaustion, but did not stop and continued to perform the necessary manipulations. The villain was taking damage. Anticipating his loss, Ale stabbed his hands into his chest, blood rushing in all directions. Ale Croa pulled a glowing orb from his chest and said, "Great Karkarastal." The villain crushed this balloon and said it was the last sacrifice he was giving. Kang Sung-hyun realized the implications of this event, for the villain had the core of the main monster in his hand. Everything around him shook and the walls began to crumble. Our hero shouted that now the dungeon would be destroyed. It is necessary to run away from here right now. Ale Croa said everything here is for the great Lord Kirkrastal. Avoiding falling rocks and wall debris, our heroes began to gather in the magic circle. The protagonist asked Mr. Kakramari about Shure's condition. The monk replied that they were finished with the healing. Shure said her magic power is not coming out. Our hero realized what it is. The girl is traumatized and has lost her magical power. Kang Sung-hyun realized what that rascal meant when he talked about sacrifice. Kakramari said that Shure is the only one who can control the magic circle. The girl tearfully said that it was over. They didn't even have a teleportation scroll. Shure said they needed a little more time. Kang Sung-hyun asked, "The magic circle is complete, right?" Shure said that it was complete, but it wasn't working because there was no fuel in it. Kang Sung-hyun stated that nothing is impossible in such a case. Our hero turned to Miss Tina Putan. The girl wondered how she could help. Kang Sung-hyun knew that the girl knew enough about magic to recognize the type of magic circle at a glance. Tina said that it was a sealed magic circle with a seal in a free state. Our hero also knew that Tina has advanced skill in creating magical barriers. In that case, she is closer to being a mage rather than a swordswoman. Tina said with consternation that she couldn't do that. Kang Sung-hyun told the girl that now was not the time to procrastinate. She has to answer. Can she help now? Tina Putin replied that although she may make a mistake, she will. The girl thought that what Shure had drawn was a triple magic circle, requiring 2 or more people's magical power to be channeled. If it had been Sheer, she would have used a cloning spell, but that was impossible right now. The walls around them continued to crumble. Our hero applied the skills of distribution and absorption. He distributed a large mana potion. Only he could do that. Everything around them was collapsing, and the dungeon was undergoing destruction. The group of hunters tried their best. The relocation process was set in motion. Our heroes came to their senses and found themselves in a safe place. However, what is this place? Shure shouted that it was a success. They had succeeded. Kang Sung-hyun asked the girl where they ended up. The girl said it was the western part of the Azul continent she was connected to. It was the Vermilion Tower. Junho said if this is Vermilion Tower, then they are in Kamara. Kamar is a city by the lake. It is the safest city in the western part of the continent, due to the presence of the magical Tower of Vermilion. Rich nobles and wizards are gathered here. It is easy to get rare research materials and books in this city. Our hero thought he was in this magical tower for the first time. Footsteps of approaching people were heard. Who has come here at this hour? The doors to the room opened, and unknown people appeared on the threshold. They were surprised to see Shure in front of them. The girl told the professor that it was indeed Shure. Shure was attacked and told that she was a rascal. How dare she arrogantly show her face here? Shure asked the professor to calm down. The professor, continuing to beat the girl, said that he was absolutely calm. The professor asked, had they really just escaped from the ancient ruined dungeon? It was Tansel Realus, the head of Block A of the Vermilion Magic Tower. The professor said that he had heard that these men had done something significant. Our hero replied that he had done what he had to do. The people who came in said it was a good job, and they would take care of the rest. These people will be given guest rooms so they can stay here overnight. Our hero, tossing and turning in bed, thought he would not be able to sleep. Kang Sung-hyun got dressed, left the room, and decided to take a little walk. A young man saw Tina Putain on the balcony and asked what she was doing here so late. The girl said that it had been a long time since she had been to the tower, and she felt a kind of nostalgia. Kang Sung-hyun asked if she was from the tower. The girl apologized for what had happened. It was an emergency, and she couldn't make up her mind. Kang Sung-hyun said that Tina doesn't need to apologize. It's because of her that they all survived. The girl said that she was once one of the residents of the Golden Tower. She showed a talent for magic at an early age, so she was forced to go to the tower. Tina admitted that she liked swinging the sword better. She'd always missed dueling with Russ. However, it turned out that her talent wasn't particularly outstanding. Kang Sung-hyun asked, was that why she left the tower? Tina stated that she remained clueless in both magic and fencing. Kang Sung-hyun thought that the girl had unrealized potential. However, our hero didn't know much because he had never studied either. Kang Sung-hyun said he thinks it's important to do what he enjoys. If it suddenly turned out later that the person was less talented than the others, one trick could be applied. Tina wondered what kind of trick she was talking about. Kang Sung-hyun said that one should pursue this by any means necessary. Even if you have to cheat. Kang Sung-hyun and Jun-ho noticed that all the members of this group are now splitting up. Mr. Rakramathi is keen to train, and Ms. Sahitha is going to complete her work. This is the best option to disband the team.
Our hero asked what Miss Tina's plans were. Jun-ho said that if the girl wasn't sure, she could go with them.
Tina stated that she wanted to become a magical swordsman. The girl added that people may laugh at her, but she chose her path. Kang Sung-hyun said that he knew she could do it. Our hero told the girl that if she was going to become a magical swordsman, she should visit this place. He handed Tina an envelope. This is the village of Lejan Pharaoh, the coldest part of the northern Narain. It's where that crazy, most powerful magical swordsman our hero knows is located. Kang Sung-hyun can vouch for his abilities, so it will be useful to even just observe him. Tina Putin thanked the young man for this recommendation. Jun-ho said it was time for them to move out. Shuir appeared on the horizon and asked her to wait. The young men wondered what else could be bothering the girl. The Scarlet Tower, Professor Tansel's room. The host apologized to our hero for the delay. Kang Sung-hyun asked the professor who the young man next to him was. The young man said it was nice to meet you and introduced himself. His name is Si-sun. He is a professor from the Dark Tower. The Dark Tower is better known as the Tower of Dark Wizards. Their main goal is to find proper methods of using dark magic and dark mana. Our hero thought that using dark magic was partially legal with permission, even though the church hates it. Professor Tansel said that a colleague begged to meet Kang Sung-hyun when he heard about the incident. Si-sung noticed that the head boss was an incredible dark mage. Professor Si-sun asked if there were any of this dark magician's old personal items among the loot. He would love to buy them for experimentation. Kang Sung-hyun said that he had the Kirkarastal sphere, but he didn't want to give it away. Professor Si-sung asked if there was anything else. Kang Sung-hyun began to think back to the confrontation scene with the dark magician. What kind of things could have caught his eye? Our hero remembered the blade that was in El Croa's hands. He didn't even think of it at first. Kang Sung-hyun placed the item on the table and said, "How about the magic knife that the dark magician used?" Professor Si-sun said that there was a huge amount of dark mana in this blade. He was anticipating how awesome everything would be when he took care of this weapon. Si-sun laid his treasure on the table in front of his interlocutor and said that he was ready to give anything the young man wanted in return for this knife. These were things of interest to wizards. Our hero was interested in a strange music box. Professor Si-sun snatched this toy out of his interlocutor's hands and said that it was a music box of energy. How did a toy given by friends get here? This toy absorbed mana from the air and turned it into stamina. Kang Sung-hyun thought, did this toy also restore my stamina? As a result of an equal exchange, the protagonist received a scroll and a pile of books in return for the blade. Kang Sung-hyun was very interested in the scroll. What information does it contain? The scroll contained a recipe for a freezing potion. The guy needed potions and ingredients, and this scroll was just what he needed. Kang Sung-hyun suggested to his co-worker, Kim Jun-ho, to stay in the place a little longer. Our hero said that Professor Tansel gave him permission to do so. Professor Tansel said it was his thanks for saving the student. Why don't the young people look around the Scarlet Tower for a while? Jun-ho said that he was in favor of the proposal. He heard that the tower has a lot of goods and high-quality potions. That is his real goal. The young men visited the potion store in the Scarlet Tower. Kang Sung-hyun said that he bought 1 box each of mana and health potions and 3 boxes of stamina potions. Kang Sung-hyun turned his attention to the white liquid that was bubbling in the bowl. He turned to the young man who was about to dip a sprig of leaves into this liquid. Our hero said it would be best not to put it there. The stranger decided that this shopkeeper obviously didn't know how to use mana. The guy said to stay out of his business and did his own way, throwing the leaves into the bubbling liquid. Junho suggested that these wizards here are the real jerks. Kang Sung-hyun suggested that they should just get out of here. When the young men left the shop, Junho asked his companion why they shouldn't have put those leaves in the liquid. After that, there was a huge explosion. It was in the room our heroes had just come out of. Kang Sung-hyun replied to his interlocutor that this was why he should not have put the leaves in the liquid. Kang Sung-hyun turned around and ran back to that potion store. The mages inside the store couldn't figure out who initiated the explosion. One of the people present said that a poison cloud might have appeared. It was necessary to block it with a magic shield. The magic shield was initiated and created at the same moment. The mage, applying his unique abilities, held a shield around the huge vat. The young man couldn't handle the task at hand. He said that the shield was melting. The magic shield really wasn't working. It was very hot. The young man turned around and headed for the exit. He said he couldn't hold the shield any longer. He needed to get out of here. Kang Sung-hyun and Kim Jun-ho appeared in front of the magicians. The protagonist asked where they were going. Our hero added that none of them would take a single step outside. That's why he said not to put it there. The mages were outraged. What is this guy doing here? He should get out of the way immediately. Kang Sung-hyun said that fragrant grass is not poisonous. There is nothing to worry about. Our hero added that the smoke itself was not dangerous. The magicians wondered if they were all right. Kang Sung-hyun noticed that when mages inhaled these vapors, the mana in their bodies would melt. The wizards present began coughing, spitting, some vomited. The magicians were terrified. Would they no longer be able to use their magic? They urgently needed to get out of here.
The protagonist pulled out his crossbow and activated it. He told everyone to stay where they were. Had they forgotten where they were?
Kang Sung-hyun asked if the mages thought they could handle what would happen after the door opened. The Mage Tower is an institute built for wizards to study magic and accumulate power. This place is full of all kinds of magical sciences and mana devices. If that smoke leaks out, all the devices in the Mage Tower will malfunction. Kang Sung-hyun said that even if the people present were poisoned by the fragrant herb, there was hope. If they take the medicine in time, they will recover quickly. Our hero said he knows how to prepare this medicine because he is a healer. Kang Sung-hyun said that eliminating the smoke is more urgent and important than healing them. Not that they died without mana, but a wizard unable to use mana is no different than a wizard who died. Kang Sung-hyun thought that in the end, he didn't care about it. The magicians have fallen on their knees before our hero and asked him to make a cure. They are willing to do anything. They are even willing to breathe in all the smoke to eliminate it, if that's what it takes. Kang Sung-hyun thought that was why he liked being a healer. Junho asked Dr. Kang if these guys really need to inhale all the smoke to eliminate it. Kang Sung-hyun replied that it would be fun, but it would take too long. Luckily, this place is a potion store. The ingredients he was about to name must be delivered. The magicians prepared to carry out this task. Silica powder and dried sandvine root was delivered. Kang Sung-hyun realized that this smoke had to be dealt with inside the store. But since you can't grab the smoke with your hands, it's hard to eliminate it. So you just have to convert that smoke into a form that's easier to clean up. Junho changed his complexion and started coughing. Kang Sung-hyun thought that even his colleague was beginning to show symptoms. We should hurry. Our hero placed the prepared solution into the appropriate bottle. After that, he applied the skills of absorption and distribution. Kang Sung-hyun couldn't afford to make his old friend become useless. After applying the skills, white small orbs appeared in the air. Junho asked his colleague what it was. Our hero replied that it is a dissolving potion that turns smoke or gas into a gel-like form. Kang Sung-hyun told the people present not to wait and start packing everything up immediately. The magicians decided that it was necessary to collect everything and sweep it into the garbage cans. Do it quickly so Mr. Healer wouldn't get angry. Our hero eventually cleared the smoke and cured the people. The antidote for the fragrant weed was applied. Looking at the potion shop after the incident, our hero said that it was a mess. It is necessary to apologize to the shopkeeper and start cleaning up. The perpetrator of the incident said he was sure he dipped coastal grass, not fragrant grass, into the liquid. Kang Sung-hyun said that fragrant grass refers to coastal herbs that have changed due to the excessive presence of mana. It's usually an herb that helps to mix medical ingredients, but when it becomes fragrant, it melts mana. The girl said it was very strange. Why are they growing something so dangerous in the Mage Tower? Most of the ingredients come from the greenhouse in the Mage Tower. Kang Sung-hyun thought, Could the normal cultivation environment have changed? Probably not, since the greenhouse is controlled by a mana-fueled system. He would need a detailed explanation. Kang Sung-hyun turned around and headed in an unknown direction. Jun-ho, barely keeping up with his colleague, asked where Dr. Kang was rushing off to again. Kang Sung-hyun replied that he needed to find Professor Tansel urgently. Kang Sung-hyun said on the fly, this situation was probably much worse than he thought. The professor said he'd heard about the commotion at the potion store too. The professor added that he would really like to head there, but can't go because of the meeting. The professor approved our hero's access to the greenhouse. Kang Sung-hyun and his companions continued toward the greenhouse without slowing down. Kang Sung-hyun expressed approval at the fact that they had met Ms. Schwer on their way to the greenhouse. The girl said that she was looking for Kang Sung-hyun to give a tour of the Mage Tower. The young men arrived at the greenhouse. Our hero looked around and said it didn't look safe at all. He summoned Freya's crossbow. Kang Sung-hyun said that the magic circle that controls humidity, climate, and temperature, all the magic circles of support are broken. Schwer noticed that the mana inside was also surprisingly high. She thinks there's a problem with the main magic circle. Kang Sung-hyun tried to look for the circle, but given the structure, it's most likely inside. Our hero grabbed his colleague by the collar and pulled him back sharply. At the same moment, an attack was made on Jun-ho, which was unsuccessful. Jun-ho asked fearfully, "What is it?" Kang Sung-hyun replied that it was a monster obtained by absorbing mana. It was Martin's Ivy, the monster plant. It was the one that made the insidious attack. Schwer used her magic and activated the cutting wind. The girl acted vigorously and decisively, channeling her magical powers to neutralize this monster. Jun-ho wasn't confused either, and took out his sword and decided to chop this monster into small pieces. After certain actions of the humans, the monster calmed down. Schwer said that it was easier than she expected. Jun-ho said that we shouldn't draw premature conclusions. The monster appeared to be alive, and its various parts that had been shredded earlier began to regenerate. Kang Sung-hyun realized that the severed branches were regenerating. Our hero activated the skill and created a stone arrow. The monster was recovering the lost parts with great speed. Jun-ho was surprised and asked what was even going on. Kang Sung-hyun said that this monster's regeneration speed was different. The regeneration was much faster when Miss Schwer cut it than when they did. This was probably done because it was a mana attack. Here are herbs that grew quickly due to the excessive amount of mana. Kang Sung-hyun added that this monster seemed to have the ability to absorb mana. To destroy this monster, the option -Firebird was activated. There was a powerful explosion. The monster continued to regenerate. Schwer said that trying to burn the plant wasn't working either. Maybe it makes sense to retreat. The greenhouse is currently overflowing with mana. Our hero wondered why they would retreat. Kang Sung-hyun added that they have someone who can eliminate mana right here. Using Freya's Pouch of Destiny, our hero created arrows with fragrant herb concentrate. These arrows were aimed straight into the monster's mouth, into the heart of that flower. The monster began to emit an acrid, toxic mist. Jun-ho started coughing and choking. He said they couldn't apply the skills. Kang Sung-hyun said that everything would be fine and put away Freya's crossbow. The emission of toxic mist stopped. The healer said they should just destroy this thing with normal attacks until it died. A hunting knife appeared in our hero's hand. Kang Sung-hyun engaged in battle with the monster and began to cut it apart again. The monster began to emit piercing screams. Our hero's attack was effective. Regeneration slowed down considerably. Kang Sung-hyun shouted for Mr. Kim Jun-ho to pay attention to the roots of this monster. Jun-ho proceeded to carry out this order and thought he was the only person who didn't care about his mom melting down. Jun-ho approached the base of the plant and intensely wielded his sword to destroy the roots. He said that the final blow would still be his. After concerted action and application of various skills, the monster was deactivated and destroyed. Kang Sung-hyun said to have Miss Schwer take them to the main magic circle. Seeing the state of the main magic circle, the girl cried out fearfully. The healer said that the magic circle was completely destroyed. What was the reason? Schwer suggested that the mana was injected above the limit and he couldn't handle it. It has also been observed that there is a reverse flow of mana. This could no longer continue. Everyone present realized that if nothing was done, there would soon be an explosion of mana. Jun-ho got scared and said that everything was gone. Kang Sung-hyun asked Miss Schwer if there was any way to stop the introduction of mana. The girl replied firmly that there was no such method. A low-ranked mage wouldn't even be able to see the mana connection diagram. In that case, if it is exposed, it will immediately explode. There was a suggestion to leave it as it was and run away. Our hero said it wouldn't matter anymore. If it's such a powerful spell, its destructive power will be enormous. Not only them, but even the people outside will be hit. The protagonist has activated the skill Observational Gaze. It is necessary to find a mana connection scheme no matter what. The diagram did not escape our hero's gaze, and he said that he could see it. With a determined step, Kang Sung-hyun walked towards the main magic circle. Our hero realized that it was an accumulation of pure mana turned into a large bomb. Normal attacks wouldn't work. However, the healer had an item with high mana resistance. It was a Kirkarassel sphere, an item with the power of a god. This orb had increased magical defense and magical resistance. Tension rose. The point of no return and the time to explosion was catastrophically approaching. Shwer squeezed her eyes shut and said she couldn't look at it. Junho shouted fearfully for Dr. Kang not to do that, because it was very dangerous. However, the healer knew for sure that he had to hit the connection point of the chain, and he would only have one throw, meaning there was no margin for error. Our hero activated the throwing skill and accelerating decisively through the sphere in the desired direction. Kang Sung-hyun noticed that the mana in the circuit was beginning to block. The sphere hovered in the air in close proximity to the magic circle. The sphere sank into the grass. Everyone noticed that the rampage had stopped. Was it victory? Junho asked his coworker, "What just happened?" Kim Junho and Ms. Shwer rushed over to our hero and said that he really is the best. Kang Sung-hyun replied without false modesty that he knew that, but asked them to move away from him. The healer thought it was a good idea to test the sacred orb's abilities beforehand. The professor on the tower's intercom told our heroes that there was a problem with the power system. He was almost certain of it. Shwer said that even the mage tower would not be able to stand if such incidents continued. Shwer added that if the tower fell, the protective barrier guarding the city would collapse. Permission is needed to explore the mana center. The professor said that the mana center is the source of the mage tower. It's beyond his power. Kim Junho thought that even the professor couldn't get there. It would be all the more difficult for them. Our hero asked who was the administrator of the mana center. The professor replied that it was one of the masters of the Scarlet Tower, Mr. Hive. Our heroes met with the administrator of the mana center. Mr. Hive asked what business Kang Sung-hyun had with him. The healer told his interlocutor about what had happened today in the mage tower. The master of the Scarlet Tower inquired, "Did these people now wish to head to the mana center?" Kang Sung-hyun thought that he hadn't planned to go there. Mr. Hive should handle it himself after he was told everything. Mr. Hive, interrupting our hero, said he was amused to hear it. How dare this healer claim and tell such unverified facts? The devices in the mana center were created using the best technology from the Tower of Mages. This place will remain intact even if it falls. Hive asked what problems could even arise in such a place. Our hero didn't understand what these false statements were about. Shwer asked, "Doesn't Professor Hive know what condition the greenhouse is in?" Junho confirmed that they were dealing with a terrible monster. The magic circles were completely destroyed. Professor Hive shouted for them to shut up immediately. How could Ferna even say anything? After all, not only did she escape, she's also going to mock the mage tower. The professor added that he would never let these people into the mana center. Kang Sung-hyun told Mr. Haiwoo that he wanted to give a little advice. It is necessary to evacuate people and take action immediately. That would be the best thing the professor could do. Hive replied that he didn't want to hear that, and that he had wasted his time with these people. Professor Hive told him to get out of his office immediately. The young men left the professor's office. Kang Sung-hyun noted that this professor was strangely worried. Shwer said that all wizards are so brainless and self-righteous. Kang Sung-hyun thought that it didn't matter to him. Before leaving the professor's office, our hero activated the skill Observational Gaze. Kang Sung-hyun noticed how the professor was worried about danger and foresaw an imminent tragedy. Professor Hive left alone in his office, worried about how much these ignoramuses might know. Perhaps they know that the mana energy power system has broken down? The professor was in a panic, for he had overlooked the mana center while he was preparing everything for the next master ceremony. If the others found out, he would be excluded from the list of candidates. Hive thought he should hide it at least until the ceremony. Then he could fix it discreetly. However, the professor had no time left. A powerful explosion sounded, and a huge hole formed in the wall. The professor found himself under the rubble of collapsed walls. He said he had to remove all the evidence first. However, the resulting mana backflow was very intense, and the professor screamed in pain. Unable to get out from under the rubble, Professor Hive began calling for help. Our hero entered the professor's office again and said he had warned him. Hive recognized the young man's timing and was ashamed of recent events. The professor told the healer to hurry up and help him. The healer was in no hurry and asked why the professor did not listen to other people's advice. The tower's mana system was now releasing too much power. All the places where the circuit loop runs were probably in the same condition. Kang Sung-hyun thought that this professor didn't even try to listen when he was warned. This man has only changed because he is now near death. Professor Hive pounded his fist on the floor and demanded that he be rescued immediately, while using foul language. Kang Sung-hyun said that he was too busy to waste his precious time here. The healer replied that he might change his behavior if the professor had something of value for him. The professor yelled for the healer to stop. He had something the young man could use. Hive pulled out a key from his pocket and said that it was the key to the mana center. If he was saved, he would give this key back. The professor said it would be necessary to take control of the raging mana at the center to save people. The protagonist wondered, does the professor really take other people hostage? Kang Sung-hyun wondered, is this person really a strong candidate for the Masters? The Scarlet Tower was indeed in decline right now. Kang Sung-hyun apologized for forgetting to warn the professor. That explosion had just destroyed all the seals in the center, so he didn't need that precious key. Our hero turned around and said goodbye to Professor Hive blocked under the rubble. The professor shouted for the healer not to leave. He would offer something else better. Our hero said that in that case, he would come back a little later after saving the rest of the people. After looking around the rooms in the tower, the protagonist thought he should take a look at the situation outside. The children standing not far away did not escape the attentive gaze of our hero. Had they not been able to evacuate? The girl pointed her finger at the ruined building and said that her friend had stayed there. The baby cried continuously and Kang Sung-hyun couldn't make out her words. He tried applying the corresponding skill. Kang Sung-hyun activated the soothing voice skill. This skill healed the target's mental state and eliminated the abnormal state. Our hero thought, has soothing prayer changed? Apparently prayer skills require divine power. He doesn't need such skills. Using the soothing voice skill, the protagonist told the children to calm down and tell him everything again. The children said the three of them were doing homework when the ceiling and walls suddenly exploded. Lee Jae made a barrier for them to get out, but the bookcases were falling down as they ran and the friends stayed inside. Kang Sung-hyun saw Lee Jae and hoped that he wasn't too late. The girl was lying on the floor, pinned down by a bookcase. Mana's electric shocks appeared everywhere around her. Kang Sung-hyun asked Lee Jae if she was okay. The girl opened her eyes and asked who was in front of her. Our hero said that he was here to save her. Lee Jae replied that this man is not wearing a uniform, so he is just a passerby. Lee Jae said she was done and asked her to take her friends to safety. Kang Sung-hyun wondered why the girl was acting so mature. Is this really her second life? The system warned of the child's abnormal condition. She's bleeding and mana flowing backwards. The girl also had a broken ankle. Kang Sung-hyun wondered, was this child in such a state trying to save her friends? Kang Sung-hyun thought that Lee Jae looked more like a determined person than someone who was close to death. Lee Jae said that a passerby shouldn't do it. If he touched it, his mana might fly away too. The healer lifted the cabinet lying on the girl and freed her. The skill hemostasis was applied. Our hero said he can't do anything about the pain, but he is able to stop the bleeding. Lee Jae wondered how this passerby could ignore the backflow and apply skills. Our hero replied that he was a defective healer and couldn't let such a talented person die here. The protagonist placed the girl on his back and began an accelerated retreat to a safe zone. Lee Jae, observing the situation, said that they should be careful. The explosions are getting stronger. Kang Sung-hyun said it was dangerous and the girl should duck down. Kang Sung-hyun realized that they were now on the 12th floor. They should at least get to the 9th floor. Kang Sung-hyun stopped in front of the ruined staircase. This was something he hadn't expected. The healer asked, is there really no other way but this? Our hero looked to the side and saw a hole in the wall. He said that he had a question for Lee Jae. The healer asked, the girl isn't afraid of heights, is she? Lee Jae asked Mr. Healer, is this really the only way left? Kang Sung-hyun said for Lee Jae not to worry. You just have to close your eyes. Our hero added that he would definitely save the girl. Kang Sung-hyun looked out of the hole in the wall and prepared to jump. Lee Jae said that she trusted and was ready. Kang Sung-hyun said, "Let's go," and waved his hand. Overcoming the resistance of the air current, the young people were rapidly carried downward. Lee Jae, clasping her eyes, clung tightly to the healer. Our hero thought that a normal child would have already passed out while screaming. A child like this shouldn't die. Kang Sung-hyun summoned Freya's crossbow and took aim. Freya's pouch of destiny was activated, and a cat arrow was created from bandages. The cat arrow slammed into the wall, and the young men hung from the bandage. Kang Sung-hyun, holding onto his crossbow, prayed that the bandage would hold and not break off. Our hero was hoping for a makeshift cat hook made from a bent metal pin and a temporary rope made from bandages. This structure was able to support the weight of the young men. The wizards watching from below didn't understand what was going on here. Everything should be in order. It was the Scarlet Tower of Mages. Members of the public thanked our hero for saving the children. Kang Sung-hyun said that there was no need for gratitude. He only gave Lee Jae's leg first aid, so a healer should be invited. The girl asked Mr. Healer, "Now he will manage to the Mana Center?" Our hero replied that he had to go there and save people. The girl handed the protagonist a scroll and told him to take it with him. She doesn't know if it might help in some way, since it was for homework. Our hero unrolled the scroll and said, "That's what it is. Lee Jae is good." Lee Jae told her friends that healer saved her and cured her leg. Lee Jae told her friends not to cry, because she's fine. If they start crying when she's fine, she'll cry too. Lee Jae told her rescuer that she was actually very scared. Our hero thought that no matter how mature the girl behaved, she was still a child. Kang Sung-hyun decided that he needed to advance to the Mana Center again. In the Mana Center, almost everyone present was unconscious. The elements were raging. Holding his crossbow at the ready, our hero wondered what had happened here. Was it the mana feeding system? Had the mana chain case sucked on them? Miss Shear and Jun-ho had been caught. Professor Tansel was in an exhausted state trying to make his way to the center. The professor said that their mana was absorbed in an instant. The professor added that it wasn't something they could at least deal with in any way. Kang Sung-hyun should run away from here immediately. Healer Kang Sung-hyun replied that he was fine. Our hero prepared his crossbow for firing. The protagonist said it wouldn't work on him. The creation of a stone arrow was activated. The stone arrows flew straight towards the crystal, the center of mana. However, the mana protector was triggered, and the arrows did not reach the target. What to do now? The professor was discouraged. Was this thing also using skills now? Kang Sung-hyun said that his assumptions were confirmed. It had completely turned into a monster. In that case, we should use an arrow with fragrant herb concentrate. Fortunately, it worked. Our hero thought that if he could melt the defender, he could think of something. Looking closely, the healer realized that it had absorbed the molten stream. There was a mana shot and a crushing explosion. It was quite unexpected for our hero. The protagonist suffered a wound to his right forearm. The professor inquired if Healer Kang was okay. Healer Kang became angry and took out a glowing orb from the dungeon. Our hero thought if it wasn't for this orb, his body would have been torn into small pieces. If this thing continued to absorb mana like this, it would never end. It was clear that it was using the recycled mana to restore its body. The professor said that arrows with fragrant herb concentrate wouldn't work in this case. Kang Sung-hyun thought that fortunately this was still part of his plan. He was prepared for this kind of resistance. A multi-shot occurred. However, the protagonist effectively dodged this attack. Our hero prepared to deliver a decisive contour strike. The professor logically thought that the mana remaining after the shot would be absorbed by the mana circuit outline. This would only strengthen the structure of the mana crystal. Confused by what was happening, the professor asked what Healer Kang was going to do now. Kang Sung-hyun tossed the crossbow aside. He thought that the mass forming the crystal was the remaining mana. The healer prepared Kirkrystel's orb again. It increases magic defense and magic resistance. Swinging as hard as he could, our hero produced a Kirkrystel strike with the sphere. Professor Tansel said it was insane. Is a healer really hitting a mana shield with his bare hands? The bombardment of the mana shield continued with increasing intensity. As a result, the shield was destroyed. The protagonist said that was it. Huge hands appeared from the center of the mana. The professor said that a body transformation was taking place. Our hero realized that the monster was on the rampage. It was impossible to believe that the tower had created such a monster. The healer thought he was trying to keep anyone from getting close. Here in the epicenter, it was as if there was an earthquake. But our hero is almost over it. A gap must be created. At this moment, he remembered the scroll that Lee Jae had given him. That's what he needed. If this monster is so crazy with mana, we should take advantage of it. Freya's crossbow was used again, and an arrow made of large mana potions was created. Kang Sung-hyun put his crossbow forward, preparing to shoot, and said that there was no defense against this monster. At the right moment, he tore the scroll in two and fixed a blob of energy between the halves. He said the monster was caught. Kang Sung-hyun noted that Lee Jae's cursed mana scroll worked magnificently. Stone arrows were created again. As a result, the monster was destroyed. After the calamity had passed and things had calmed down, the elder said that they were in great danger today due to an error in the mana system. He, Master Roker, expresses his deepest gratitude. Gratitude is expressed on behalf of the Scarlet Tower to healer Kanu for saving them. The master said if there is something the young man would like, he should voice it. The healer said that he was interested in the mental restoration carpet that is made in the Scarlet Mage Tower. He is willing to accept it as a reward. The master said it's a valuable item. It is something that can only be obtained by reaching the heights as an archmage. Only members of the tower can be awarded this item. He added that he could not give such a thing to a stranger, even if he had done something incredible. The Magister added that on behalf of the Scarlet Tower, he would bestow the title of honorary member of the Scarlet Tower upon Healer Khan. He added if they don't accept him as one of them, who else will help them in the future? Our hero thought he was a defective healer who didn't know how to heal, and now he's also a wizard who doesn't know how to use magic. The healer thanked Master Roker. Our hero thought it might help him in his treatment. The rest was unimportant. Junho collapsed on the floor and said that he was tired. It's cool that his colleague became an honorary member. They even presented him a room for free. Kang Sung-hyun remarked that it would have been nice to have some furniture in that room too. Kang Sung-hyun said that he would make a vault out of the place and suggested that they break down the inventory and move out. The healer activated the status window. He needed to deal with that as well. The protagonist noticed that he scored a lot of points for treating the wounded in the tower. There was also one award with an asterisk. Kang Sung-hyun recalled Alcroa's words that he can't deny that he has unnatural strength and will eventually desire more. He thought that there was nothing good about messing with gods. Direct interaction should be avoided until he learns more about the admin. However, he will do that later. The protagonist had an achievement reward item slot. He wondered what the slot was. Now he could use the slot system in the status window. It was possible to put an item in a slot and get its effect without equipping it. Kang Sung-hyun wondered, wouldn't there be an achievement for obtaining a tower membership? Junho wondered if Dr. Kang had been given a robe. Why not wear it? Our hero remarked that he would stop looking like a healer if he wore the robe. The healer looks best in white clothing. Kang Sung-hyun has activated the Scarlet Crest skill. The crest and robe confirm his membership. The achievement has been obtained. Our hero is now the Wizard of the Scarlet Tower. Satisfied with himself, the protagonist said it was something that needed to be done. The young man asked, didn't he say he came here while watching TV at home? Junho confirmed, I just poured boiling water on the noodles and immediately found myself in a cave. Kang Sung-hyun said that unlike him, Junho brought something with him, even if it's some useless thing. Junho said it's a pillow and it's a useful thing. Junho added that this pillow was with him when he slept on the cold and dirty floor. Kang Sung-hyun says he doesn't need such a pillow. It smells like an old man. Our hero decided to put a picture of his loved ones on the nightstand next to him. Our heroes bid farewell to the mages and wished each other good luck. The young men arrived at Kamar. This town was definitely bigger than the Hein settlement. There are rich people living in this town. It was decided to find a crew. The staff apologized and said they could not harness the crew at this time. Kang Sung-hyun asked if there was something wrong with the stables. The staff member replied that they were fine. Our hero noticed restless young men who needed to create a bridge faster to get to the town of Karan urgently. They demanded to leave in a carriage. The guards replied that because of the problems in the barrier tower, leaving was forbidden. It was now dangerous to leave Kamar. The people still demanded that a bridge be built. Waving his rod, the young man said that he could wait no longer. It had to be done right now. With a wave of his wand, the man activated the ice path. However, this was a strategic mistake. Using the ice path on land, monsters began to appear, and now it was necessary to prepare for battle. Someone shouted that they were Pitsada mermaids, very dangerous and bloodthirsty monsters. The guards shouted that these monsters were trying to get into the city and must be stopped. Using their weapons, the guards set about their duty of protecting the city from the mermaid monsters of Pizat. The monsters were very strong and could gnaw even metal spears with their teeth. Suddenly, arrows appeared in the air, effectively destroying these monsters. With crossbow in hand, our hero appeared and engaged in unequal combat and began to repel the attack on the city. Kang Sung-hyun told his colleague that they shouldn't give monsters a chance to get into the city. The skill Vampire Tendencies was activated. Junho swung his sword and proceeded to destroy the bloodthirsty mermaids. After some time had passed, the attack was repulsed and the mermaids that came to land were destroyed. Our hero said that they quickly dealt with the situation that had been created. Kang Sung-hyun said that the real difficulties will start now. One of the wounded guards was holding his arm. A colleague asked if he was okay, but blood continued to ooze from his wound. Scales began to appear at the wound site where the bite marks were. Kang Seon-hyun said that the mutation is beginning. The young man screamed in pain and fear. The mutation process continued. Everyone screamed that it was a mermaid mutation. It's a mutation that transforms the human body into a mermaid. It is caused by contamination of human blood by contact with mermaid blood. After that, the mermaids that were once humans look for new prey and reproduce. Kang Sung-hyun said that healing would not help in such a case. The infection in the wound will not vaporize after healing. The guards asked, "Will the victims have to cut off the infected body parts?" Our hero said that the contaminated area was too vast and the infection was spreading quickly. The injured young man said he was sorry, but realized there was nothing more he could do. The wounded man said he was becoming one of those mermaids. If it wasn't stopped, at least he would die as a human. The boy drew his sword. Kang Sung-hyun grabbed the victim's arm and prevented the harmful actions. Our hero looked the young man in the eyes and suggested that he relax. There was confidence and calmness in his voice. Kang Sung-hyun said, although he had said earlier that there was nothing that could be done, he didn't say that the medicine didn't exist. Even if it doesn't exist now, he can prepare it. Sprawled out, the protagonist dove into the sea and began to sink to the bottom. The cure for mermaid infections is the liver of a mermaid. Mermaids that died on land decompose too quickly, so you need to find one underwater and cover its liver with mana. Our protagonist activated the absorption skill, and the effect of the air potion was increased. Now the protagonist could not worry about the oxygen supply thanks to the potion and skills. Kang Sung-hyun knew that entering an underwater battle with his current skills would be too difficult. So our hero decided to take advantage of the roulette results. He decided to spin until he got a good skill. The result was achieved. The protagonist gained the water cannon skill. He didn't know what it was yet, but it was definitely related to water. When he reached the right depth, Kang Sung-hyun saw a grouping of mermaids who immediately set their eyes on him. Our hero thought, "It's great that all of you are here today." Kang Sung-hyun thought that he was too lazy to get anywhere else to these mermaids. A crossbow shot was fired. The arrow hook skill was applied. One of the mermaids was injured and ended up on the hook. Pulling the mermaid up to him, our hero thought it was a great catch. However, other monsters began to approach the protagonist from different directions. There was a need for defense. Using a hunting knife, our hero entered the confrontation and methodically engaged in destroying the monsters attacking him. Kang Sung-hyun thought it was too easy. He wouldn't even have to use the new star skill he had gotten. The only thing that bothered our hero was why were there so many of these mermaids here? A huge monster was approaching Kang Sung-hyun from behind. Turning around, the young man saw that there was a rare Pitsada mermaid in front of him. She was of incredible size. The rare mermaid Pitsada applied a pulse wave to our hero, and the young man flew far back. Coming to his senses after this attack, our hero thought that all the mermaids had gathered here precisely because they had a leader. Kang Sung-hyun realized that he didn't have much time left. The effect of the air potion was still enough for another 5 minutes. The monster used a water cannon against our hero. The young man flew far back again. Kang Sung-hyun thought that this mermaid only uses water cannon and shockwave. They are annoying, but they can be avoided. Kang Sung-hyun realized that his opponent was stalling. There was less than 2 minutes of air left. The protagonist said he had something in that case and fired a crossbow shot directly at the bloodthirsty monster. The arrow hit its target, and the system reported that the failed cure for the mermaid mutation had been destroyed. The rare mermaid, Pitsada, asked how dare this man use poison against him. Kang Sung-hyun thought that he wouldn't be able to make excuses right now since they were underwater. The protagonist thought that the failed medicine was made from the rotten liver of a mermaid. Kang Seung-hyun suggested that this medicine wouldn't destroy the monster, but it would hurt. Our hero applied a new skill with a star and fired a shot in the direction of the monster. A harpoon arrow flew into the enemy. Our hero said that he needed a rare artifact and this monster could fail. The people on the shore of the lake at the southern gate of Kamar thought that a very long time had passed. Where is the healer? Had something gone wrong down there? After a while, our hero came out of the water. Junho wondered if it had worked. Is Mr. Healer all right? The protagonist came completely out on dry land and said that humans should definitely live in something other than water. The wounded guard treated his wound with a healing potion. After that, his arm was completely healed. The guard thanked the healer and said that one day he would definitely repay this debt. Everyone said that the healer had saved the man. Kang Seung-hyun said to the guard to go protect Kamar faster. The captain of the guards was informed that they were in trouble. The warrior asked what was wrong. It was reported to the captain that there were still people who had also been attacked by the Pizat mermaids. There was madness in the Kamara hospital. Many were screaming that their bodies were being changed. Our hero burst into the hospital and activated the creation of arrows with the cure for the mermaid infection. A shoot to kill was initiated. Kang Seung-hyun shot at all the mutants and mermaids. Junho says that it's too late for some of them. Kang Seung-hyun remarked that with those who are fully mutated, they have no choice. Our heroes tried to defend themselves from the monsters with improvised means. In this case, the bed was also suitable. Junho was not afraid and swinging his sword prepared to repel the mermaid's attack. However, the bloodthirsty monster grabbed the sword with its teeth and gnawed it. It was unbelievable. Kang Seung-hyun used the harpoon arrow skill again. The monsters continued to attack and approached our hero. Junho shouted that he would take the hit and rush to his colleague's defense. Kang Seung-hyun, using his harpoon arrows, destroyed all the monsters. The danger is over. Junho regretted that his sword had broken at the worst possible moment. Kang Seung-hyun remarked that his colleague must have wielded it roughly. The guards burst into the hospital and saw a terrible picture. There were monster bodies everywhere. Kang Seung-hyun said they saved everyone they could, but for some it was too late. The captain of the guards became sad and said it was his fault. The captain thanked our hero for this healer had stopped the disaster. Kang Seung-hyun expressed his confidence that he will receive a worthy award. Our hero was approached by restless people who wanted to move to another town before the mermaid invasion. They demanded medicine. The captain of the guards said they were citizens of Kamara. The protagonist has activated the skill Observational Gaze. It was found that there were no abnormal effects in these individuals. Kang Seung-hyun said that the people present are healthy. He doesn't see any injuries. The disgruntled citizens said they were at the site where the battle with the mermaids took place. They need a cure in case they start turning into mermaids. These people said that the healer should prioritize the peaceful citizens over the guards. Kang Seung-hyun thought if these people hadn't originally created a bridge on the water, the south gate might have remained safe. Kang Seung-hyun said that he would definitely give out the medicine if necessary. The young man stated that he had enough medicine for everyone. Kang Seung-hyun said that he wanted 400,000 gold coins for one spoonful of the most valuable medicine. The restless citizens were outraged. Kang Seung-hyun said that in that case, he wanted 500,000 gold pieces for one spoonful. While citizens were outraged, the price rose to 700,000. One woman stated that the brash man was trying to make money during a terrible crisis. Our hero asked everyone to calm down. The healer said he was willing to give the medicine away for free to symptomatic patients. Everyone present began to hold out their hands and say they had symptoms. It is necessary to hurry because they are turning into mermaids. Our hero said he could not speak confidently on such an examination. The healer said he would give the cure to whoever drank this liquid. It's fresh mermaid blood. Kang Seung-hyun said that if someone present drinks it, he will definitely turn into a mermaid. That means he'll get the medicine for free. There was no one willing to drink the blood of mermaids. Our hero inquired as to who would be first. The anxious citizens were even more worried. What if the cure didn't work? What if the healer doesn't give them the medicine at all? People turned around and went away. No one took advantage of our hero's offer. The captain of the guards thought that this man had made these stubborn people go away. He said that the healer was incredible. Kang Seung-hyun said that he just knows how to communicate with difficult clients. In any case, our hero was going to leave Kwamar today. Kang Seung-hyun asked the guard if there was really no transportation left to get out. The captain apologized and said that was the case at the moment. Kim Jun-ho asked frustratedly, "So what should they do now?" Kang Seung-hyun replied that in that case, they would stay in this city for the night. It would be a good time to replenish the potions. By the way, it would be a good idea to eat somewhere. Kang Sung-hyun thought that he needed to deal with the artifact since he had defeated a rare monster. Our hero has arrived at the Kamara artifact evaluation point. The young man in this shop said hello to the visitor and asked how he could help today. Kang Sung-hyun thought that he had definitely seen this person somewhere. Could this be a fraud? Kang Sung-hyun said that he needed to get the artifact appraised and place the item on the table. The appraiser looked at the item and thought it was a rare artifact and very expensive. The shopkeeper decided that he must deceive this visitor. Our hero thought that his opponent's thoughts were quite obvious. The appraiser said it was a very mediocre and ordinary item. At that moment, a girl entered the shop. Our hero thought he would break this appraiser's arm before he talked more. The girl approached our hero's interlocutor and deactivated him with a punch to the jaw. She asked, "Is this scoundrel deceiving people again?" The girl grabbed the guy by the neck and apologized to the visitors. She said she was ashamed of it. The guy had tried to deceive them. The girl pushed the trickster aside and said she wanted to take a look at the artifact. An artifact glowed in the girl's hands. It was the mermaid cuffs of Pizzata. It improves vision underwater and increases movement speed. The girl congratulated the visitors and said it was a great item. You can get a bonus effect if you wear them together. Junho asked the interviewer what a cuff is. Kang Sung-hyun replied that they are like earrings, except you don't have to make ear piercings. The girl said that their store was willing to buy it for a good price. Our hero replied that he would use them himself. Kang Sung-hyun decided that these were items specifically for underwater combat. It was always a good idea to keep such things in reserve. Kang Sung-hyun said he had enough of one and gave the other to his colleague. After all, this thing would come in handy for Junho to fight effectively underwater. Junho was flattered that his colleague cared about him. Our hero said that he couldn't do everything alone. Kang Sung-hyun pointed out to his colleague that they can share other achievements with each other. Junho said he's bringing the rug back. The young men noticed that it was getting late and they needed to find a place to sleep. Junho wondered, couldn't they just go back to the tower? In that case, they would use the swanky room that had been given to them. The professor in the tower thanked him for his help, even though not much time had passed. Sure said that they would definitely see each other again in the future. Kang Sung-hyun asked his co-worker how they could go back if they had recently said goodbye to the tower and not even one day had passed yet. Junho said that in that case they would sleep outside. However, the young men were called out. Our hero turned around. The girl from the appraisal shop with a bag on her shoulder approached the house. The girl opened the front door and said she was already home. Inside, there were guests waiting for her, besides the household. They were our heroes. The girl recognized them. They were today's customers. She asked her brother what he was doing here. Had he been fired? The brother replied that he had taken sick leave. Kang Sung-hyun said that this girl seemed familiar to him. He didn't know she was Cyril's sister. The woman said that this guy is her brother's savior. He will stay here until the gate is open. Our hero thought that the Catalier family seemed ordinary, but in fact they are the oldest and most revered family of the Guardians of Kamar. The young man said that the guests had saved many guards and he could not let them sleep outside. They were Cyril Catalier and his sister Ciel Catalier. The girl wondered, was this really the famous healer from that incident? She gave her name and said they could stay here as long as they wanted. Her brother would sleep on the couch in the living room. Junho smiled and said that the two were indeed brother and sister. Kang Sung-hyun couldn't sleep. He wondered what time it was. Our hero went to the window and noticed that something was wrong. The protagonist's concern was caused by the fog that was over the city. It looked like this fog was gathering in one place rather than flowing everywhere. There was an observation tower not far from where the fog was located. Our hero decided to take a look from there. It was impossible to leave the room. Suddenly, there was a knight who crept up from behind and put his sword on our hero's shoulder. The knight asked who the young man was. Our hero was surprised. This man threatens him with a sword and wants to know who he is. Without turning his head, the protagonist activated Freya's crossbow. Suddenly, the door to the hallway opened and Cyril appeared on the threshold. He told his uncle that it was Healer Khan. The knight wondered, was this really the same one who had asked Cyril? The knight said he was extremely ashamed of his behavior. He had almost hurt their benefactor. Kang Sung-hyun replied that there was no need to worry. At the moment, he was the one who was the stranger in this house. The knight was the retired guard, Hikaru Catalier. Hikaru said that he usually starts the day with a short observation of the lake, but the others said it was in vain, for they are protected by a magical barrier. Hikaru said that he still wanted to protect his hometown in any way he could. Our hero suggested that's why the observation tower was there. Our hero said he did not think Mr. Hikaru's watch was in vain. Now he saw it too. The protagonist used the skill Harpoon Arrow. Monster fish were approaching the coast. It was now clear that the fog was only for diversion. It looked like the monsters were going to invade Kamar. The guards shouted that they are under attack and monsters are trying to enter the city. It is necessary to take up arms and fight. Everyone who could hold a weapon grabbed swords and came to the coast to deal with the monster fish. The battle was fierce. Junho said as everyone came out to battle. Our hero added as expected from a family of hereditary guards. Ciel Cataleur gave our heroes weapons and told them to arm themselves and do battle with the monsters. The young men could not stay away. In Kim Junho's hands, the Kamara Golden Glory artifact appeared. Kang Sung-hyun said that in that case, they couldn't just stand there and watch. In our hero's hands, the Silver Glory of Kamara artifact appeared. Junho shouted that the fish should stay in the water and, putting his shovel forward, moved to attack. After a series of successful attacks, Junho said that this weapon was amazing. The physical damage bonus was 250%. The guards said there are too many of these monsters and they keep climbing out of the water. Kang Sung-hyun thought that these monsters usually couldn't come out of the water on their own. Was there really a breathing spell used on the ground? The reason the fish must have ended up on land must be the sorcerer mermaids. Using Kamar's Silver Glory, our hero gained an amplification of moonlight. By applying this enhancement, the protagonist doubled the power of the sudden strike. The additional moonlight enhancement could be returned 10 seconds after the cast. Kang Sung-hyun thought that if he dealt with the sorcerers, the rest of the monsters would go away. Hekaru said that the monsters were already weakened and we need to step up the attack and throw the monsters back into the water. Suddenly, a new monster emerged from the water, a giant pisata crab. Junho, after estimating the size of this crab, told his colleagues that there was a lot of delicious meat inside. Our hero agreed. He had heard that this meat was very tasty. The guard was surprised. Is it really that important right now? The crab came to land and everyone saw how huge its claws were. The guards shouted that this monster is coming. It is targeting the building. It must be stopped. Junho said it was a dirty crab and struck it with his golden shovel. Applying the observational eye skill, Kang Sung-hyun noticed that the monster had an outstanding scarlet exoskeleton and powerful torso defense. He told his colleague that the monster was using the defense skill. Our hero added that it was necessary to find the weak point of this monster. Cyril was knocked to the ground by the monster and said he couldn't move. His sister screamed for her brother to get out of there immediately. The girl grabbed the crab by the paw and said she would not let the monster invade Kamar. The crab tossed the girl aside and raised his paw, preparing to deliver a staggering blow. At the same moment, the owners of the valuable artifacts, Kang Sung-hyun and Junho, pounced on the monster and chopped its attacking paw into pieces. The young men said what they had found. It was announced to all the guards to aim for the limbs. Those were the monster's weak spots. Ciel Catalier jumped to her feet, thrusting her sword forward, and lunged at the monster. She said again, not allowing the monster to go any further. They are the guards of Kamar. Using the data, the crab had all of its limbs severed and was deactivated. The guardians saved their city. When dawn came, everyone saw that the monsters had been destroyed and were lying on the shore. Cyril and his colleagues shouted loudly that they had won. Hikaru thanked the young people for their invaluable support. Together, they were able to protect the city and his family. Kang Sung-hyun said he did his civic duty as always and did what he had to do. Junho said that they were asleep when the attack started, so they still feel sleep-deprived. Kang Sung-hyun added that they don't have much stamina left. The young men were advised to rest. At the end of the day, a party with delicacy crab meat awaited them. When our hero opened his eyes, Cyril was in front of him. Kang Sung-hyun asked how long he had slept. Cyril replied that Mr. Healer had slept for a full 24 hours. Our hero woke up 25 hours after the battle on the lake. The first thing he thought of was, what had he heard about the crab party? Cyril replied that they didn't start the feast until the guests were awake. The crab meat turned out to be very tasty and literally melted in the mouth. The party was a great success. Junho said that it was a very good shovel. It did its job splendidly. Catalier replied that it was not an ordinary shovel. These shovels are awarded annually to the most outstanding warriors of Kamar. They are items of rare rank. Seal said that Junho could keep this shovel. They have 11 of them in their family. Kang Sung-hyun wondered, Why is this crab only sparkling in some places? He decided to look into the matter. Using special vision, our hero isolated fragments of a prominent scarlet exoskeleton. A secondary item was discovered. Kang Sung-hyun retrieved the item. He had a rare trophy in his hands. Our hero was rewarded with a new skill, trophy collecting hands. Kang Sung-hyun thought that he had gotten the achievement, so no one would mind if he took it away. Hekaro said as he brought news to Healer Kang. The captain appeared nearby and said he was glad to meet Mr. Healer again. The captain reported that Lord Chimera had invited the young men to his house as a token of his gratitude for what had happened. The young men rode up to Lord Chimera's castle. Lord Chimera ran up to our heroes and shouted, "Are they really the ones who saved the city?" Hekaro said it was an honor to be invited by the Lord of the city himself. Lord Chimera is supposed to be the most brilliant mage of the Scarlet Tower. However, despite his astounding talent, he is not arrogant like those wizards and works hard. Lord Chimera said that the monsters had almost destroyed the castle and cried loudly. Hikaru asked Lord Gawain de Altagars to calm down and stop crying because the guests were watching. Our heroes thought that this lord was a super crybaby and a coward. The lord said he had always thought the city relied too heavily on the Mage Tower barrier. It was necessary to prepare in case there was a problem with the barrier. However, everyone said it didn't make sense. The current security force was too small and not enough to protect the entire city. The Lord said he was considering the idea of creating the first knightly lineage of Chimera. Gawain de Altagars added that he will pass on the responsibility of creating the knighthood to the Catalera family. Hekaro said his family is honored. Junho said that the status of the Catalera family was rising very much. Hekaro thought that his family's longtime wish would come true in his generation. Kang Sung-hyun said that the title of knight should be the reward for saving Kamara. So the adventurers who helped in the rescue of Kamar will also be rewarded accordingly. The Lord said that it was very humble of the young man. After all, they are the two heroes who also saved the city. The Lord showed the treasures and said that there were items of the highest quality here, worth millions. Young people can take whatever they want. Plus, the Lord can guarantee them future employment with the Altagars family and further support. Kang Sung-hyun thanked and said he didn't need it. Our hero thought he needed to get something he couldn't handle on his own. Something really expensive. He said he and his colleague live in Hine Settlement. It is a small settlement, yet its importance cannot be denied. Due to the terrain, travelers have to pass through this settlement, and since there are many monsters nearby, adventurers also frequent there. Therefore, the guys from the Adventurers Guild quickly built a branch there. The members of Ivor's Church are also expanding their influence. The fact that such an important settlement only houses an Adventurers Guild and a church seems wrong. Kang Sung-hyun asked the Lord to build a branch of the Magicians Association in Hin Settlement. The Magicians Association is an establishment exclusively for magicians, where magical items are bought and sold, appropriate tasks are given out, and lodging is rented. If the Hine Settlement were to have a mage association, it wouldn't be as easy for the Adventurer Guilds and the Church of Ivor to walk around freely as it is now. Kang Sung-hyun added that if the Lord agreed to it, he would provide support for the Scarlet Mage Tower. The Lord agreed and said, "So be it." Junho reported that his colleague received the building as a reward. Kang Sung-hyun added that he would appreciate it if the Lord would cover their travel expenses and pay for items for the time they return to Hin Settlement. Expenses for food and a potion kit, and you need to provide a boat and a guide to cross the lake. Now, Lake Posada is literally a monster's lair, so you need to cast a spell on the boat to make it survive the journey. You also need to cast a spell against seasickness. The Lord objected. Weren't the awards supposed to end at the Mages Association? Kang Sung-hyun said that the Magician Association was for him. Everything else was for his colleague. After all, Kim Junho is not a magician. Junho remarked that the establishment of a branch of the Magicians Association didn't concern him in any way. Lord Chimera was surprised at the immodesty of these young men and fainted. Kang Sung-hyun asked the young man in front of him, "Was he the guide who would ferry them over? Then it's a pleasure to meet him." The young man replied that he was honored. The Lord and members of the Catholier family wished our heroes a successful voyage. The boat with our heroes and other passengers set out to cross the lake. Our hero said that there was a great view of the Scarlet Mage Tower from this spot. Kang Sung-hyun didn't understand why the next terrifying event happened. An hour before the event, while studying the map, our hero said that they would rent transportation to the Trikoti settlement on the other side of the lake. They would need to go through the Red Forest to reach the settlement. Kang Sung-hyun remarked that this forest was known for strangers getting lost in it quickly. Our hero asked the guide, "Did he come from Trikoti?" It was Barlik, indeed a resident of Trikoti. Barlik said that his daughter Rudy had fallen ill, so they had gone to Kamar to cure her. Also aboard that boat were Daisy, Barlik's wife, and Rudy, his daughter. Barlik added that they were unable to return early because all the crossings were closed. They still have children waiting for them at home. Lord Kamara found a guide through the Red Forest at the perfect time. He was a generous fellow. Junho said he was not nauseous at all. The seasickness charms worked well. The young men decided to rest until they reached the shore. Kang Sung-hyun decided to activate the membership list to be able to directly control Scarlet Tower's spells. The membership list improved his characteristics depending on the number of organizations he was a member of. The achievement was gained, and our hero secured the title of Scarlet Tower Wizard. It was the second award after the Scarlet Tower. Our hero and his colleague were accepted into the ranks of the Knights of Catalera. Kang Sung-hyun recognized that they were not part of this family, but they fought together in the same battle. Somehow, our hero got the title of Knight. The sixth rule in the survival manual stated that you should use everything you can. Kang Sung-hyun turned his attention to the fact that he had gotten a new quest. The reward for this quest was a star. 10,000 points were needed. Now the system required much more. It didn't matter if it was a skill with a star or not. Our hero just wanted to put his hands down. Barlik told Mr. Healer that the redwood forest was already visible. Kang Sung-hyun thought that the forest is so red that it lives up to its name. Junho added that it was eerie. Junho heaved a sigh of relief and said that the good thing was that there were no monsters. Now our hero realizes that he shouldn't have said that. Junho jinxed everything with those words. Bloodthirsty monster fish with glowing eyes began to leap out of the water. It was scary, and Barlik and his family members screamed loudly. Kang Sung-hyun told Barlik not to worry and to keep rowing. Barlik's wife hugged the child and turned Khan's healer's attention to what was happening in the water. Judging by the huge shadow in the water, something big was approaching the boat. A huge monster with glowing eyes appeared out of the water. Kang Sung-hyun immediately summoned Freya's crossbow. He said it was a kamafan fish. But what was she doing here? Our hero fired a shot, and arrows flew towards the monster. The monster dived to the bottom. Is that fish really running away? Our hero said that this fish was not running away. It was going to flip the boat over. Kamathan hit the boat with force and it flew upwards. All the passengers of the boat flew in different directions. Junho shouted as they descended, flying straight into the jaws of that monster. Without letting go of the crossbow, our hero thought that this Kamathan fish had really thought of everything. Our hero created arrows from ice potions and activated a series of shots. The shots were successful and the target was achieved. Kim Junho shouted that the Kamafan fish was frozen. Kang Sung-hyun shouted for Mr. Kim to break the ice. Junho prepared his shovel and began to carry out the order. A lightning strike was applied. The frozen mouth of a fish was sticking out of the water. Our heroes swam on the ice floes. Rudy said she was fine, just a little frozen. Barlik wondered how these travelers don't get tired. While looking at the frozen monster, our hero said that something was bothering him. Junho asked what it was. Kamathan fish usually live in deep water because they avoid sunlight. They never show themselves so close to the surface of the water. The protagonist added that this fish appeared here, even though the sun had not yet set. Our hero applied the observant eye. It has been reported that the Kamafan fish is partially frozen. The head is crushed and the fish has been dead for 3 days. Upon receiving this information, the protagonist pulled out his hunting knife at the same moment. Long ribbon-like creatures emerged from the fish, spreading out in different directions. Junho was surprised and asked what was going on. Our hero said that it is a plant monster parasite. This parasite controls the Kamafan fish. It is a wavy calliopesis that has mutated due to exposure to excessive amounts of mana. The system reported that the monster's functions cease when the host dies. Kang Sung-hyun knew that something like this had to happen. The final boss remained. The protagonist saw the tentacles of this monster reaching for Barlik and his family stranded on the ice floe. Barlik's family fell into the monster's tentacles and were captured. Our hero was not confused and used the skill Harpoon Arrow, fired a shot at the final boss monster. Kang Sung-hyun saw Rudy, who was in the monster's tentacle, screaming and calling for help. Junho rushed to the child's aid and hugged the girl with his arms. Junho, along with Rudy, fell into the cold water. Everyone was waiting for them to come to the surface. Our hero realized that something had to be done. The parents were terribly frightened. Some more time passed, but Junho and Rudy did not show themselves from under the water. The protagonist activated the soothing voice skill and attempted to calm the woman. Kang Sung-hyun told the young people that he would definitely save their daughter. Our hero didn't think Mr. Kim would go down with the child. If left alone, he might die saving the girl. Jun-ho, without letting go of the child and the shovel from his hands, sank to the bottom with the monster. Jun-ho goes underwater with the child and thinks this monster is very strong. Even when it loses its tentacles, it continues to hold its victims tightly. This monster keeps regenerating over and over again. Jun-ho thought that if he was alone, he would be able to get out without much difficulty. However, in this case, it was impossible because he was with child. Rudy said she was running out of air and needed to get to the surface right away. Jun-ho looked up and saw that some glowing spots had appeared. What could it be? Kang Sung-hyun activated the creation of air arrows and sent them down to rescue Jun-ho and the girl. They each received an arrow and the air problem was solved. Jun-ho saw Kang Sung-hyun approaching him with a dagger in his hand. Help was at hand. With a steady hand motion, our hero severed the monster's tentacle that was restraining the captives. Jun-ho and Rudy were on the loose, and the boy thanked his savior with a look. Kang Sung-hyun asked Jun-ho, how does he keep getting into these things? Our hero cut off the limbs of the monster's tentacles so that it could not resist and attack people. But the monster was actively regenerating. Jun-ho warned his colleague to be cautious. This creature endlessly regenerates its limbs. However, regeneration stopped and icing began to appear on the limbs. Kim Jun-ho wondered, did Kang Sung-hyun really freeze them? Our hero said that he was holding an unusual sashimi knife. The protagonist said he just carved this knife out of ice, and he got lucky. Reported that the achievement has been obtained, Miraculous Hands. This achievement is given out with a very low probability when creating an item with your own hands. Kang Sung-hyun told his friend not to worry and pulled the baby out of the water. Jun-ho began to rise to the surface and told Kang Sung-hyun to be careful. Random enchantments cast 2 random enchantments on an item. A freeze enchantment has been applied. Our hero thought, is this monster trying to use everything around it? The protagonist activated Freya's crossbow and created arrows from ice potions. A sequoia squid appeared in front of our hero, the host of the wavy Calliopesis. Kang Sung-hyun thought, here comes the monster's head. Their gazes crossed. The squid roared loudly under the water and began to approach our hero. Smaller monsters began to approach the sequoia squid from different directions. Kang Sung-hyun thought that all these creatures were infected. This monster is trying to use them as a shield. Our hero activated the arrows of the holy water of dawn. The host is usually unable to think properly because of the parasite, but still remains true to his instincts. A peculiarity of the sequoia squid is its attraction to light. Smaller monsters are drawn upward toward the light. Our hero activated the creation of arrows from potions and ice and said that he could see this monster clearly now. Kang Sung-hyun gave his ice blade a powerful blow and said that he didn't want to see that monster anymore. The monster was finished. Our hero decided that it was necessary to go upstairs as soon as he had collected the arrows of holy water. Kang Sung-hyun started getting points for destroying monsters, and at that time he saw that all the parasites were fleeing as their hosts had died. The system counted the achievement as for curing the parasites. The achievement was obtained, Liquid Incarnation. Kang Sung-hyun thought it was worth it. Kang Sung-hyun swam out of the water and approached Jun-ho. Our hero asked how the Barlick family was doing. Jun-ho said he is very happy that his colleague is alive and well. The Barlick family was in full force and they rejoiced at the healer's return. The woman told the healer to help her daughter. The girl was shivering from the cold. Our hero thought, was he too late? Kang Sung-hyun said that the girl had hypothermia and needed to be warmed up first. He will start a fire, wrap the girl in a blanket, and change her wet clothes.
Jun-ho said to healer Kang to look up at the sky.
Kang Sung-hyun looked at the sky and saw dark clouds, which meant it would rain soon. Our hero asked Barlick how far Trikoti was from here. Barlick replied that even the shortest journey takes about 2 hours. Kang Sung-hyun realized that they would not be able to reach the settlement before the rain and suggested that they take shelter from it in the forest. The travelers moved along the forest road, looking around for a place to shelter from the rain. Jun-ho said that this is really a red forest. Everything here is red. The grass, the leaves, and even the ground. Barlick noticed that the animals were also red. Even the people living nearby were affected by it. Everyone in Trikoti is born with red hair. The woman told the young men to keep up. Strangers get lost in this forest all the time. Jun-ho wondered if it was because of the confusing paths. The woman said they tried putting up signs and direct routes to the settlement, but nothing worked. The wizard said that strange forces were present in the Red Forest. Kang Sung-hyun said for everyone to stop and no one to move. Our hero activated the summoning of the silver azure dagger from his inventory. Kang Sung-hyun thrust his dagger forward and told the unknown person to stop hiding and come out. People with red hair came out of the red bushes and said, "Have they been spotted?" Mr. Barlick was frightened and said it was the Red Road Gang. They are bandits who steal items and bags of travelers in this forest. The gang members are all red-haired, and they exclusively rob people with a different hair color. The bandit, thrusting his dagger forward, said that he knew there was a healer among these people. All he needs is a healer. Kang Sung-hyun said that if the robbers want to take the healer, it means one of them is hurt. The villain said for that person to shut up and do as he is ordered. Kang Sung-hyun thought that they had very little time and these people wouldn't help them. It was necessary to quickly get rid of the bandits and find a safe place, and that's when it hit him. The protagonist apologized and politely addressed the Red Road bandits. He said that one of them was sick at the moment. Our hero added that they would like to use their shelter for one night. The bandits clearly did not expect this. How dare this man say such a thing? Our hero pointed his finger at the sky and said it would rain soon. The bandits said they had no in. Kang Sung-hyun made a lucrative offer. If they were allowed to stay the night, they wouldn't report the bandits to the Adventurers Guild. The bandits were angry at such words and decided to attack this insolent man. How dare he threaten them? The girl, swinging her daggers, told him to try and hand them over if he could survive. Kang Sung-hyun successfully dodged the attack and the attacker flew past. Attacking effectively our hero didn't work. The red-haired bandits thought, why is he so fast? He's definitely using some kind of skill. The attacker tore open the scroll and activated the spell. He said there was no escape for this guy from his chains now. Kang Sung-hyun thought that these chains were restricting his mana. Is this a way of restraining his movements? The villain put his dagger forward and said that his opponent was nothing without his skills. Kang Sung-hyun calmly broke the chains and said that the bandits were mistaken because he doesn't use mana. As he approached his opponent, Kang Sung-hyun struck him with a fist strike to the jaw. Our hero said that no scoundrel had yet escaped from this fist. After the fistfight was over, the bandits apologized. They said that they would bring the men safely to their hideout. Kang Sung-hyun remarked that he had no doubt about it. The young men following the bandits approached the rock. The criminals said that this was their hideout. Pushing aside a huge rock, the bandit revealed the entrance to the cave. In the cave, our heroes saw a horrifying picture. There were people lying on the ground and moaning loudly in pain. Their stomachs and heads ached. Junho looked at these people and said that they looked sickly. Kang Sung-hyun asked, "Is that why they needed a healer?" The villain said everything was fine, but suddenly they all started having pains. He doesn't know why. He was hoping the healer could cure them. Kang Sung-hyun inquired who all these people were. A man came around the corner and introduced himself as Mr. Rosent. Our hero assumed that he was the leader of the Red Road Gang. Rosent turned to his colleagues. They said they'd just find a healer. Rosen added that he was seeing too many extra people. What happened? The girl was confused. She didn't know how she was going to admit that they had been beaten and had to bring these people here. Kang Sung-hyun said that he had beaten those brigands and those had to shelter the travelers. Rosen said they were wanted in Chimera, so they could not receive anyone in this cave. Our hero said they would not denounce them. Kang Sung-hyun raised his hand up and said, "He is also a healer. He can heal all these people." The protagonist added that in return, he wants them to be allowed to spend one night here. Rosen thought he had a very strong traveler in front of him if he had come to the knave's hideout himself. Rosen asked that he be promised that the guests would not cause any problems. Kang Sung-hyun pledged generously and thought that such a person couldn't be a real gang leader. Kang Sung-hyun wondered where the real leader of this gang was hiding. Rudy was tucked under a blanket by the fire. The girl was warm and fell asleep. After checking the condition of the patients, our hero determined that they had no fever, nor did they show signs of physical injury. Kang Sung-hyun decided to apply his observational eye. An abnormal state, panic, clouded mind, and phantom pain were revealed. The phantom pain was caused by excessive mental deterioration due to severe headaches. Junho asked his colleague what he had discovered. Kang Sung-hyun explained that it was phantom pain caused by mental damage. Phantom pain means pain from a lost limb, as if it were still there. Novazul is the word for painful sensations, even when there is nothing wrong with the body. Phantom pains do not damage your stamina, but they do damage your mind. Over time, the pain increases in intensity and causes more damage to the mind. Phantom pains have no defined boundaries, so they are even more difficult to treat. Rosanne asked, "So there are no methods of healing them?" Kang Sung-hyun replied that they needed to get rid of the cause of the phantom pain. They are currently suffering from excessive mental damage, so they will need mental and calming potions. The healer said he could make them, but it's hard to find the right ingredients. Junho showed the plant cabinet and said there were ingredients for potions in here. The healer suggested that there are herbs growing in the redwood forest, and they are all red. Our hero listed all the plants on those shelves. Kang Sung-hyun said that he could use all of these plants in making mental potions. Kang Sung-hyun asked Mr. Rosen how many of his men could move now. Mr. Rosen said that, including him, there were about 17 people. The healer said to gather all the people and find as many herbs from the list in the forest as they could. It was raining outside and lightning was flashing, but Mr. Rosen had no choice. The bandits were outraged. How dare a healer tell their ringleader what to do? There was nothing to do, however, and everyone set about gathering healing herbs in the pouring rain. Junho asked his colleague how he knew so much about herbs. The protagonist replied that it's all his experience. He keeps a record of patients cured and new facts he finds. Kang Sung-hyun asked a colleague to hand over what he had in his hand. However, the jar of medicinal plants fell and rolled on the floor. Picking up the jar from the ground, Junho found a huge beetle nearby. He told Kang Sung-hyun to look at it. Kang Sung-hyun immediately recognized it as a scarab. Junho remembered, weren't these the bugs they had encountered in the ancient dungeon? That place was horrible. Junho said that there were a lot of those bugs in the corner. Someone destroyed them all on purpose. They look like they're just sculptures. By applying the skill of observational gaze, our hero determined that this scarab Tavala is in deep hibernation. It can wake up under certain conditions. Kang Sung-hyun said it was a petrified monster. Junho got scared and immediately threw the bug away. Kang Sung-hyun said that if someone collects these scarabs, they wouldn't leave them lying on the floor like that. It's also impossible that scarabs live around here somewhere. Our hero said for Junho to dig up the ground. Kim Junho stuck his golden shovel into the ground and started digging a huge number of scarabs out of the ground. Kang Sung-hyun said he knew it. Junho asked in disgust where they came from and why there were so many of them. Kang Sung-hyun speculated that this entire cave might be made up of these bugs. Our hero said he had a few questions. Kang Sung-hyun praised the bandits. They found fresh ingredients. Taking potions consistently is the most important part of the cure. Rosanne apologized. He at first thought he had some fake healer in front of him when he said he was going to heal people with potions. The bandits said they would make sure the sick drank potions every day. Patients will be cared for until they are completely cured. Kang Sung-hyun suggested that even heartless knaves who exploit others for money see value in their comrades. Rosen said that they are like family to each other. The healer said that phantom pain is a rare, abnormal condition. It is at the highest level among mental states and can only be experienced inside the most dangerous dungeons or in the most infested parts of Azul. How could this happen to so many people in a simple rascal's hideout? It doesn't make any sense. Kang Sung-hyun said he was sure. These guys are definitely hiding something. Kang Sung-hyun told Mr. Rosen that he began to suspect them from the beginning. They found a rare cursed chain scroll, and they used it like it was some small thing. Our hero added that greedy thieves wouldn't do that. Kang Sung-hyun added that it is the earth that forms the insides of the shelter. The soil of the redwood forest is moist and soft, but here it is full of sand and gravel, as if this cave moved here from another place. Our hero told his interlocutor that he wanted to hear the truth. Who are they? Rosen said he'll tell you everything, but he wants a favor after hearing everything. The healer said he would make a decision when he knew what was going on. Rosen said there was nothing in this place before, but 3 months ago, a cave suddenly appeared here. Inside the cave were monsters they had never seen before. There were also many expensive items in this cave. Junho couldn't believe what monsters and expensive things we were talking about. Rosen said that this cave is a type of dungeon. He had heard that such caves were called wandering dungeons. Our hero had heard that before too. Normal dungeons exist solely in other dimensions and cannot be entered without a portal. However, there is one exception. For some reason, an entire dungeon once appeared in the middle of the continent. This is the Wandering Dungeon. Kang Sung-hyun thought that the last time such a thing was seen was several hundred years ago. Our hero assumed that the scroll must be one of the items found here. Rosen confirmed this assumption. He had never seen such items before, so he was very excited. However, things took a nasty turn when their youth found an anti-magic scroll. The youths got into a fight with the wizards in Kamara. Usually they can't defeat the wizards on their own, but that day was different. The anti-magic scroll was used that day. In that battle, the wizards lost. Kang Sung-hyun was surprised. Had they completely wiped out the mages? After all, it was impossible to use spells in an anti-magic area. Rosen said it was a historic day for them. They had a lot of grudges against the mages. The problem was that they started searching the caves for items even harder. The girl drew the attention of her colleagues to the fact that she had found something incredible. If they use it, the wizards will be finished. Rosen covered his face with his hands. He doesn't know what the youths found, but they were already out of their minds. The Red Road Gang is going to terrorize Kamar. Rosen requested that his interlocutors stop the Red Road Gang. Junho asked his co-worker what they would do. Kang Sung-hyun said that he didn't like mages either. However, to see the fall of the city he just saved, he doesn't want to see it fall. Kang Sung-hyun asked his interlocutor where the real commander of the Red Road Gang was now. Junho looked around, wanting to find the secret room they had been told about. Kang Sung-hyun thought that Rosen had warned that they had to defeat the hidden officers and the commander first. Our hero told a co-worker that the secret room wasn't that hard to find. Kang Sung-hyun activated the skill Observational Gaze. Through the use of this skill, our hero discovered the location of the secret room. A magic circle was glowing on the wall. After getting the exact coordinates, Junho started banging on the wall at that very spot with a shovel. Scarab bodies also appeared at the site of the wall collapse. After clearing the wall, Junho said that indeed there should be an entrance here. However, how to get there? Kang Sung-hyun said that he knew a way and took out a Kirkrystal orb. This orb had a strong resistance to magic. In the hidden hideout of the Red Road Gang, the young men noticed that there was a noise somewhere behind the wall. The bandits saw that cracks had appeared on the wall at the location of the magic circle. What's wrong with this wall? The next moment, the wall was destroyed and our heroes entered the room. Kang Sung-hyun said hello to everyone present. The bandits wondered why this rascal was being polite as if nothing had happened. The bandits, surprised to be discovered, decided to capture these uninvited guests. Kang Sung-hyun and Junho actively resisted and deactivated many criminals. Our hero approached one of the bandits, still holding on, and asked where their commander was now. The silhouette of a man appeared out of the darkness, and the bandit asked, "Was this guy really here to see him?" It was the boss of the Red Road Gang, Lafani Demouchet. Lafani said he didn't recognize these people. Kang Sung-hyun thought that this was indeed the real leader. Our hero said that he had information that these guys had found something dangerous in this cave. Lafani wondered, what dangerous thing are we talking about? Lafani Demouche assumed that it was Rosan who had blabbed everything. The old man was really scared. Lafani asked, hadn't Rosan told these people that they could die if they acted so brave? Lafani decided to show who was the boss of the cave and rushed at our hero, putting his fist forward. However, Kang Sung-hyun dodged, and the opponent flew away. Under the effect of the acceleration he had gained, Lafani hit the pillar of the cave and knocked it down. Junho thought, who fights like that? Kang Sung-hyun counterattacked his opponent and stabbed him with his dagger. Lafani, covering himself with his arm, was wounded, his arm bleeding. Kang Sung-hyun decided that he would keep his distance and used Freya's crossbow. Lafani pulled his opponent's dagger out of his hand and rushed forward again. Kang Sung-hyun put his crossbow forward and was ready to fire. Kang Sung-hyun thought that his opponent had gone for the kill and pulled the trigger of the crossbow. The arrow flew into the target. Kang Sung-hyun fired shots into the wall, the debris of which fell on his opponent. Lafani dodged it nicely. Kang Sung-hyun thought that this opponent was very fast. However, Junho was nearby with his shovel and prepared to strike. The blow was aimed, and Junho brought his shovel down on his opponent's head. However, Junho's shovel immediately bounced off his opponent's head. Kang Sung-hyun said that a reverse mana flow had been activated. Lafani stepped on the chest of Junho lying next to him and told our hero to drop his weapon and surrender immediately. Lafani added that otherwise he would break the guy's neck. Kang Sung-hyun said that his opponent would regret it and created an arrow from a small mana potion. The arrow from the crossbow reached its target. Lafani reprimanded. The opposing mana is unable to use mana. Born with strong mana resistance, takes half as much damage from normal skills that require mana and completely cancel skills. Kang Sung-hyun realized this person was in opposition to the mages. Lafani asked what the man had just done. He wasn't in any pain at all. Kang Sung-hyun asked, "Didn't the opponent understand? After all, it was a magic arrow." Our hero showed a magic item and said he was a wizard. Lafani saw his opponent's Scarlet Tower emblem. Had he been tricked? The gang leader cursed and pounced on his assailant with his fists again. Kang Sung-hyun dodged the punch again, and Lafani hit the wall with his fist. At that, the wall cracked. Our hero thought that the opponent was mad. This is even easier if the opponent behaves like a rabbit. Apparently, he really hates mages. Lafani shouted for the rascal to shut up immediately. Jun-ho approached again and swung his shovel. While still in the air, Jun-ho performed an aerobatics move and hit his opponent in the head with a shovel. Lafani, as if nothing had happened, turned around and asked if this guy was really calling that punch an attack. Jun-ho said it wasn't an attack. The skill Shell Break has been activated. It reduces the opponent's defense by 20%. Jun-ho said that Lafani had just fallen into a trap. The effectiveness of the skill was halved due to magic resistance. The target's defense was reduced. Kang Sung-hyun approached his opponent and delivered a series of powerful punches to his chest. It was quite unexpected and painful for Lafani. Kang Sung-hyun said that the next strike would be perfect for the last one. He said for the traveler of the snowy path to accept the curse of the permafrost from his hands. Lafani told his opponent that it was pointless since magic doesn't work on him. Kang Sung-hyun had a different opinion and activated a chilling blow. The opponents ran into each other's fists. However, our hero activated an abnormal state and freezing Lafani dealt critical damage to him. Lafani, taken aback, said with surprise that magic shouldn't work on him, right? Jun-ho was surprised. What kind of a chilling blow? After all, Kang Sung-hyun just poured ice potion on his hand. Our hero said that he just came up with that title himself. Suddenly, strange, mysterious, frightening sounds came from somewhere. Kang Sung-hyun remembered Rosen's account of the youth saying, "If they awaken this, they can destroy Kamar." Our hero kept thinking, what were they talking about when they talked about awakening? This is the secret weapon of Kamar's destruction. It was a symbiote. A symbiote is a type of parasite monster. Anyone can become stronger if this thing attaches itself to them. It will definitely allow them to attack the city. Kang Sung-hyun said that this symbiote would wake up soon. It was the cocoon of a Gordius larva. It had a strong mind control ability. Jun-ho logically asked, why don't they take advantage of it? Kang Sung-hyun said that he wouldn't stop his colleague. Kang Sung-hyun said that this symbiote would feed on health, life energy, memory, and everything like that. Symbiotes take whatever they want, so it's worth thinking hard about. Jun-ho said to make sure his colleague stops him next time. However, judging from the movement of the ground and the shaking of the walls, everyone realized that this monster had already woken up. Lafani said that with this power, he could defeat wizards like the ones in front of him now. The leader of the Red Road gang tore the scroll and said not to try to stop him. Symbiote and Lafani were our heroes at the moment, who found themselves inside the magic circle. Jun-ho said with fear that he was beginning to disappear. What is it? Kang Sung-hyun realized that a teleportation scroll had been applied. Lafani found himself alone with the symbiote in the cave. Our heroes were vaporized. In the red forest outside the cave, a magic circle appeared. In the next instant, Kang Sung-hyun and Kim Jun-ho were in that circle. Watching from outside the cave, our hero said that Lafani is trying to stall until the symbiote is fully grown. Jun-ho traditionally asked, what will they do now? Kang Sung-hyun replied that it will be difficult when they merge, but they can always take them down. Jun-ho stated that annihilation is too inhumane. Is there really no other option? Our hero forgot that his colleague tries to avoid unnecessary destruction. Kang Sung-hyun entered the cave again and said that in that case they would just wait. The healer added that things would be resolved peacefully soon enough. Lafani slowly began to approach the symbiote. The bandit saw a vial of mana potion under his feet. Where did it come from? Lafani picked up the vial and thought that it was possible to speed up the birth process by energizing it with mana. It was necessary to awaken him as soon as possible. The bandit splashed a mana potion on the symbiote. He would do anything to destroy Kamar. The symbiote began moving vigorously and making loud noises. Lafani thought he could hear his men screaming. What had happened out there? Breaking out into the room, Lafani saw his men lying on the ground again. They were screaming and holding their heads. Lafani decided it was all Kang Sung-hyun's fault and pounced on him with his fists again. Our hero blocked the attack and said it was Lafani's own fault. He did it all. Kang Sung-hyun inquired, wasn't it Lafani who had just used the mana potion? In doing so, he enhanced the symbiote's mind control abilities. A mana-opposed human like Lafani would be fine. Kang Sung-hyun added that everyone else would be in trouble. They could easily die. The gang leader was upset. Is it really because of him? Our hero admitted that he was the one who left the mana potion behind. Kang Sung-hyun told his opponent that he can heal everyone, but only if Lafani forgets about destroying Kamara. Lefany said his opponent knew what was coming after all. Kang Sung-hyun stated that they didn't have much time. According to our hero's guess, the symbiote is the main boss of this dungeon. If the monster that had taken over the body was released, not only the city, but the entire Azul continent would perish. Kang Sung-hyun told his opponent that the lives of his men were not worth it. Lafani replied that he understood and asked that his men be cured. Junho said that it was actually extortion. Kang Sung-hyun remarked that no one had been killed. Our hero said that it was necessary to deal with the symbiote first. The dungeon would probably disappear if they got rid of that monster. He'd like to deal with the symbiote right now, but they have patients unable to move. It's raining outside. Kang Sung-hyun said to Lafani to set up a barrier. Everything should be fine for now, as long as no one does anything stupid. The fire was quickly extinguished, and the patients were given a healing potion. Our hero said the pressing problems are over. Lafani said it was his fault. Kang Sung-hyun admitted that it was Lafani's fault. Rosen told his colleague that the healer didn't do it on purpose. Rosen also thanked Khan for his service. Kang Sung-hyun and Junho approached the Barlick family. The young people said that they were already starting to worry. Our hero asked how Rudy was feeling. Barlick replied as the girl stopped shaking and fell asleep. Junho was glad that the baby was okay. Rudy is a precious treasure to her parents. Kang Sung-hyun said he had something for Mr. Kim. Our hero showed the shard and said that he got it after defeating the Pazat crab. It was a shard of a prominent scarlet exoskeleton. Junho was thrilled and asked if Kang Sung-hyun is sure he doesn't want to keep it. Kang Sung-hyun replies that he's planting himself on the front lines. Kang Sung-hyun added that he wants his colleague to take more hits. Next, our hero wanted to sort out his belongings. On the way to the cave, Kang Sung-hyun got a few achievements at Pitsada Lake. The most important of these achievements was the vending machine for spending points. Now the hero can use the vending machine from the status window. One of the rewards is the new skill, Ignore Orders. The protagonist was upset. Is it really a reward for difficult content? Thousands of points every day is pretty weighty, but the investment in good skills is worth it. Kang Sung-hyun received a few more achievement awards. There were also rewards for passing the Wandering Dungeon. A wise traveler between dimensions ends his day by checking the achievements received while the other traveler sleeps. Suddenly, the whole place shook. Was it an earthquake? Kang Sung-hyun said it's not just an earthquake. The only thing that can make that much noise is scarabs. They're burrowing somewhere deeper inside. The scarabs were moving somewhere in the direction of the secret room, but there's a symbiote in there. Kang Sung-hyun and Lafani rushed after the scarabs. However, people had to stop. The bugs blocked the entrance. Our hero immediately activated Freya's crossbow and created a harpoon arrow. After the crossbow went off, Lafani noticed that the passage had opened up again. A huge monster insect appeared in front of the people. Lafani stopped and asked what it was. Our hero replied that it was a rare monster. The monster turned out to be a rare scarab that applied the superiority skill. A scarab core was created, a spherical monster formed from many scarabs. Kang Sung-hyun took out his crossbow and prepared to attack the monster. Our hero thought to seize the moment right after the attack and counterattack this monster. Kang Sung-hyun took advantage of the moment and did just that, using the harpoon arrow skill. There was a huge hole gaping in the middle of the scarab core. However, our heroes have noticed that the monster is healing itself by consuming other scarabs. Kang Sung-hyun noticed that this monster had a talent for healing. Junho wondered what his colleague was excited about. Lafani asked how they were going to handle that monster. It's so huge. Our hero said there was one method. This monster is put together by mana. It can be defeated by getting close and using the cancel skill. An opposing mana, like Lafani, is capable of this. Lafani noted that in that case, he would have to take at least one hit to get close. Kang Sung-hyun replied that he doesn't see it as a big deal. After that, he will heal Lafani. Lafani didn't want to take the hit, but apparently there was no other option. As agreed, the Red Road gang leader gathered his wits and rushed towards the monster. Kang Sung-hyun had his crossbow at the ready. Lefany approached at a sufficient distance and struck with all his might into the monster's hull. There was an explosion, and Lafani flew far back. After the scarab core flew apart, a real monster appeared. The monster, glaring with its eyes aimed at Lafani, our hero did not hesitate and aimed his crossbow at the monster. Kang Seung-hyun said Mr. Lafani did a great job and fired an arrow from the crossbow. The harpoon arrow hit exactly on target, and the monster was pierced through. The body parts of the destroyed monster fell to the ground beside Mr. Lafani. At our hero's feet lay a shattered core. Kang Seung-hyun said that he didn't want to smash the artifact together with the bug, but it was a pity. Kang Seung-hyun and Lafani approached the remains of the symbiote. The contents of the core were leaking out. After making a superficial visual analysis, our hero said that it appeared that the monster had successfully hatched. The protagonist had Gordius Tear in his hand. It completely restores mental state, and when used, it imposes an abnormal state of deep hallucination. Kang Seung-hyun said that this monster had left them something useful. Lafani was approached by one of the gang members. The leader asked what Bill wanted. Kang Seung-hyun thought it must be one of the officers. Our hero told Mr. Lafani not to go near that man. Kang Seung-hyun added that Bill was already affected by the symbiote. The man had an abnormal condition and was infected with the Gordius larva. Bill said not to worry, he's perfectly fine. When the monster pounced on him, he felt like his head was about to burst, but he endured its effect on his mind. Lafani said that was good, or he was starting to worry. Kang Seung-hyun said that even if Bill is fine, it doesn't change the fact that he is now infected. Our hero tells Mr. Lafani that it's best to get rid of this man as soon as possible. Bill said we shouldn't make any rash decisions, and we should listen to him. After that, Bill's eyes glistened, and the demonic sword of the symbiote appeared in his hand. Bill tried to attack the healer, but our hero dodged the attack and prepared his crossbow again. Kang Seung-hyun thought it was unbelievable. Bill was thrilled and said that with this power, they could wipe Kamar off the face of the earth. Bill told his commanding officer that they had dreamed all their lives of destroying these wizards. Bill asked why Lafani was procrastinating. After all, they were going to do this a long time ago. Lafani thought that if Gordius didn't control him, this was his chance. At this moment, Kang Seung-hyun took an aim shot with his crossbow and hit the target. Kang Seung-hyun said so now, he was absolutely sure it wasn't Bill in front of him. The young man was wounded in the hand and had to drop his sword because of it. The boy wondered how the healer knew so much about the symbiote. Kang Seung-hyun said that no one knows that the name of this symbiote is Gordius. Bill stood with a drooping head. Lafani looked at his subordinate in disbelief. "Bill," said the whole thing tiringly. He had the symbiote's sword in his hands again, and wings grew on his back. The boy said the healer was getting on his nerves. The young man swung his sword at our hero and said he would finish him off right there. The villain activated the glow of the full moon. The impact was so powerful that the ground cracked under his feet. Kang Seung-hyun managed to bounce to the side. Lafani pounced on the monster and screamed at it to let Bill go immediately. The monster turned around and delivered a series of crushing blows to Lafani. The bandit commander flew aside. Kang Seung-hyun, without letting go of the crossbow from his hands, said that this was technically the dungeon boss. Kang Seung-hyun thought that the opponent had stopped the activation of the skill right before hitting Lafani. He knew that Lafani was the opposing mana. He couldn't be defeated in a head-on battle. Our hero decided to retreat and told Lafani not to make a hero of herself by following him. The monster swung his sword and shouted that it was useless. The villain struck the wall with his sword, and the wall, collapsing, began to fall on the retreating men. Kang Seung-hyun and Lafani managed to slip away from the monster under a hail of rocks. Lafani asked what their next plan was. "That monster is too fast." Kang Seung-hyun suggested praying and hoping for the best. Lafani asked with hope in his voice if that would help. Kang Seung-hyun replied that he was joking. Our hero pulled a disposable syringe and needle from his pocket and asked, "Mr. Lafani, have you ever given blood before?" Bill moved around the cave looking for his opponents. Lafani hid around the corner and watched the monster. Lafani thought, it's a good thing he hasn't been spotted yet. Should he attack from cover? However, Lafani was discovered and the monster appeared right in front of him. Bill said he found him. Lafani was attacked by the monster and flew backwards, hitting his back against the wall. In pain, the bandit commander screamed loudly. Lafani shouted, "Take that!" and threw a vial of red liquid at his opponent. The monster saw the syringe mark on Lafani's arm. Did the vial contain the blood of an opposing mana? Bill stopped and called for scarabs to help. The scarab hit a flying vial of blood. The vial shattered and the blood flew in different directions. The monster, smiling, asked, "Did Lafani really think he could seal his skills?" The villain added, "What bad luck, his plan had failed." Bill said he was sorry and swung his demonic sword at the commander. From around the corner, our hero came out with a crossbow in his hand and asked if the monster thought their plan had failed. The protagonist released an arrow from his crossbow, and it sank into his opponent's neck. Kang Sung-hyun said that the vial the monster broke was only filled with the blood of a defective healer. The monster received a few more arrows into its body. Lefany said that these arrows do indeed contain his blood. Kang Sung-hyun said that the monster had lost to his great joy. Kang Sung-hyun said that there was nothing like mana potions for a guy who had absorbed the blood of an opposing mana. The monster squirmed and wriggled in pain. Kang Sung-hyun thought that if he tried to squeeze the symbiote out of Bill, he might die. The protagonist has decided to resort to extraction. In this case, if a foreign substance is found in the body, it can be extracted. Our hero familiarized himself with how this skill could be used. Next, when the symbiote was extracted, Kang Sung-hyun swung his knife to deliver a staggering blow to the monster. The symbiote told the man to stop. If the healer spared him, it would make that person stronger. Kang Sung-hyun thought the symbiote was using telepathy. Our hero replied that he didn't need to, because he was a healer. The symbiote announced that it had information about the wandering dungeons. Doesn't a person have any questions about this dungeon? Kang Sung-hyun thought that he definitely needed information about this dungeon. The protagonist said he was at least willing to listen to this monster. The monster announced that power is needed to create a dungeon. Monsters need head boss level power, and humans need sword master or archmage level abilities. In other words, anyone can create a dungeon if they have enough mana. Lafani, watching the healer, didn't realize what he was doing. Symbiote said it's different with the wandering dungeon. A power that transcends dimensions is the only entity capable of moving entire spaces. It's a deity. Kang Sung-hyun thought, are the gods involved in this? Why have they been silent for several hundred years? Why now? The symbiote replied that he didn't know. When he noticed the change, he was already here. But moving one dimension to another in this way does a certain amount of damage to the dimension. The symbiote added that he didn't know which god did it, but it certainly wasn't any of the do-gooders. Kang Sung-hyun thought, if the wandering dungeons continued to appear, Azul might not be able to withstand the collision of dimensions. In that case, the mainland might disappear, which means that the evil god wishes to destroy Azul. Kang Sung-hyun didn't understand how such important information could go missing. Our hero didn't expect anything special from the symbiote, but this information proved valuable. The symbiote jumped to its paws and, opening its jaws, tried to attack our hero. He said that the man had let his guard down. Kang Sung-hyun found himself attacked by a monster. Lafani was afraid for his comrade in arms and shouted loudly. Kang Sung-hyun couldn't move. Lafani shouted for the healer to wake up. Our hero heard the symbiote ordering him to obey. The symbiote said he likes this mighty body. He will destroy the world with this body. Kang Sung-hyun replied that this monster was indeed incorrigible. Our hero used the skill, extraction, again. Kang Sung-hyun used this inhumane method and attacked the monster. The symbiote was pinned against the wall by a huge brush. It screamed in pain and questioned how the human had done it. After all, the healer must be under his control. Kang Sung-hyun activated the Ignore Orders skill. This skill increased mental power by 500% and granted immunity to mind control abilities. Kang Sung-hyun said that he extremely dislikes obeying orders. The protagonist said goodbye to the monster and gave it a slashing blow with his dagger. The monster was cut in two. Having dealt with the monster, the healer asked if Mr. Lafani was okay. Lefany tried to come to his senses and asked who was in front of him. Our hero replied that he was a healer who would fix Lafani. Lafani thought he was a real crook. First he was a wizard, and now he was a healer. Kang Sung-hyun applied special vision and determined the abnormal condition of the person he was talking to. He was bleeding profusely and had bruises all over his body. Kang Sung-hyun thought that things were much worse than originally thought. He had taken a lot of blood from this man when he was already injured. Now he needed blood. Our hero wondered where he could get the blood of the opposing mana right now. Kang Sung-hyun decided he had only one option left. Our hero knew that the admin was watching him. Kang Sung-hyun turned to the admin. He needed a skill that would come in handy at this moment. The quest was completed. The roulette stopped. The protagonist has received a skill with an asterisk. Recycle. This skill returns the item to its original state. Kang Sung-hyun activated the summoning of the arrow from the blood of the opposing mana. Our hero thought that with this cycle skill, he could turn those arrows into blood again. Kang Sung-hyun used their cycle skill and reversed the process. He obtained the blood of the opposing mana. The members of the Red Road gang rejoiced that their boss Lafani had come to his senses. Lafani opened his eyes and wondered why he was lying on the ground. Kang Sung-hyun said that it was better for the patient not to move and lie still, because he almost died. Lafani looked at the blood drips and thought that he would definitely be owed a debt now. Colleagues wondered what was wrong with Bill. Is he okay? The healer said this guy would have to be a patient for a while too. Rosen thanked Mr. Healer and remarked that he thanks him often. Our hero noted that he does a lot of good. Kang Sung-hyun thought that too many things had happened today. As soon as he talked to the admin, incidents started happening around him. Everything in the cave shook and cracks appeared underfoot. People were frightened and screamed. Was it another earthquake? Our hero thought that the death of the boss would only entail the removal of the dungeon, but the entire hideout disappears. The healer shouted the dungeon was going away. It was falling through a crack between dimensions. The red-haired bandits were frightened. The crack between dimensions was, after all, a place they would never be able to escape from. Kang Sung-hyun, without losing his cool, resolutely slashed the hull of the destroyed monster. Rosant wondered what Healer Kang was doing. The protagonist pulled the main boss core from the monster's body and said that they could use the item to create an exit portal. Kang Sung-hyun tossed the core to the interlocutor and told Mr. Rosant to fill it with his mana. A magic circle appeared in the middle of the cave, with Rosant standing in the center with the monster core in his hand. The whole place shook, and rocks fell from all sides. People continued to feel fear. Kang Sung-hyun said that the monster's core was the lowest level, so they didn't have much time. They need to hurry up. Lefany said he wanted to ask just in case. The portal wouldn't break if an opposing main like him went through that portal, would it? Lefany added that he could stay if needed. Our hero thought this guy ended up being a good leader. He said that Lefany could take it easy. Mana was used to split the core, so it's not in the portal itself. Approaching the magic circle, our hero could not escape the thought that he had forgotten something. Kang Sung-hyun broke out in a cold sweat. He remembered. Our hero remembers that he forgot the sleeping Kim Jun-ho and the Barlick family. Kang Sung-hyun took these people away and said that it was necessary to hurry to the magic circle. There was hardly any time left. Jun-ho wondered how he could have been forgotten. Kang Sung-hyun explained that he was busy with the decisive battle. Our hero's companions asked why they were going into the cave and not to the entrance. Kang Sung-hyun replied that the entrance was blocked, so they couldn't get out. Our hero added that the portal is still going strong. Kang Sung-hyun, Jun-ho, and the Barlick family were approaching the magic circle. Kang Sung-hyun heard the portal being shouted to him as it closed. The healer thought that the bug had dropped the core. The protagonist managed to put his hand on the magic circle. The skill recycle was applied. Kang Sung-hyun thought that he would have to reuse the core. Our hero thought his stamina was running out faster than he expected. The core of the main boss is much harder. The system reported that the hero's stamina was depleted, abnormal condition, fainting. Kang Sung-hyun fell to his knees and began to lose consciousness. Jun-ho rushed over to his colleague. The Red Road gang was outside the cave and couldn't understand why those remaining inside were taking so long. Lefany watched the portal and worried. Had something gone wrong? However, everyone managed to escape, and after moving through the portal, our heroes found themselves outside the cave. Before the frostbite state, Kang Sung-hyun managed to activate the item in the slot, the core of the boss monster. This item was a life force brooch. It absorbs reinforcement and activates an additional buff. The protagonist's stamina was restored to 45%. Kang Sung-hyun said that they got out of the cave thanks to a colleague's crystal amplification card. Jun-ho said he is always happy to help the common cause. Jun-ho asked Rosen if they were related to Lefany. Rosen replied that he was his uncle. After his sister left this world, he raised Lefany. Rosen noticed that his sister was a simple girl from Trakocha. She was able to marry a nobleman from Kamar because of her outstanding mana. However, in this noble family, Lefany was born opposing mana. Jun-ho noticed that Lefany is the young master of this family. Kang Sung-hyun said that Lefany's character had become badly damaged because he was bullied by his family. Lefany said that after he was born, there was a stupid rumor that if he had Trikoti blood in him, then he was a resisting mana. It discredited the people of Trikoti. He wanted to correct the people's opinion. Now, however, the plan is completely ruined and the refuge has disappeared. Lafani said it's all pointless now. He's going to be executed for his actions as part of the gang anyway. The young men were indignant. What is the commander talking about now? Lafani reminded his colleagues that they were wanted criminals. Their capture was only a matter of time if the dungeon was missing. The moment they are caught, all the officers will be executed and the rest will rot in the casemates. Rosen said he had one option. The man added that he would buy some time. The young men would have to run away somewhere far away. Lefany said he is the son of a noble family. He can't be executed. His colleagues may not worry about the nobleman. They should take care of themselves. Junho told a colleague that Lafani was probably not telling the truth. Lafani was abandoned by his family, as was all of Kamar. His family will do whatever it takes to finish him off to preserve their honor. Junho remarked that Lafani had certainly acted badly, but not to the point of going to the scaffold. Kang Sung-hyun asked Junho, did he really think they should help? Lafani said that he had no other option but to turn himself in. Kang Sung-hyun objected and said that there was another way out. Our hero added that there was an option to save both Lafani and his men. The young men were immediately interested in what kind of exit we were talking about. Kang Sung-hyun said that the Red Road passes under Kamar. Kang Sung-hyun said to let these people do as he says, and they will have happiness. He will give the opportunity to deal with the wizards legally. Kang Sung-hyun and Junho said they are members of the Knightly Order of Cavaliers. Lafani remarked that there had never been an order of knights in Kamara. Kang Sung-hyun replied that it had only been a day since the order had been established. Lafani clarified, isn't the Cavaliers that weird family? Kang Sung-hyun said. So they know that family. Kang Sung-hyun pointed out that catalysts have a strange way of pursuing justice, and they have never discriminated against anyone. Lafani remarked that they have no conflicts with this family. Kang Sung-hyun said that the main goal of the Catalyst Order is to bring peace to Pitsat Lake. When innocent people suffer, it doesn't matter if it's a monster or a criminal. Even aristocrats and wizards can be punished. Rosen wondered, does the person he's talking to mean that they'll really be able to beat the wizards? Kang Sung-hyun replied that they would only be able to beat bad wizards, but not everyone. You can't just beat up a random magician. Kang Sung-hyun said that a criminal gang like these people are not suitable for such a job, but they still haven't crossed the last line. Kang Sung-hyun remarked that if he wrote a letter of recommendation, these guys would be accepted. Lefany told the healer to start writing right away. Lafani added that he wouldn't have to worry about execution. One of the young men said he had dreamed of being a knight since he was a child. Lafani thanked the healer. Our hero was interested to watch how the wizards would be clamped. Kang Sung-hyun, Kim Junho, and the Barlick family continued on the forest road to Trikoti. The system informed me that I needed to complete a quest and gain 12,500 points. This was supposed to be an additional reward. Skills, throwing, harpoon arrow, recycling. Our hero wondered what would happen after he collected all 4 skills. What are the prerequisites for a skill with a star at all? Not necessarily it should be all about the difficulty. Kang Sung-hyun decided that he would make the admin pay for overtime anyway. Rudy in her father's arms woke up and opened her eyes. The girl was very excited when she saw that they had come to the settlement of Trikoti. Barlick said they would have stayed in Kamara if they had known ahead of time that all of this was going to happen to them. Kang Sung-hyun told the girl that their village was very beautiful. Junho drew everyone's attention to a very strange thing. Out of nowhere, a huge monster appeared in the settlement. The girl asked her co-worker where the golem had come from. Kang Sung-hyun and Junho were not confused and attacked this monster. After a brief but very intense battle, the golem was destroyed. Kang Sung-hyun asked the young men if they were okay. The girl said her partner had a leg injury. Kang Sung-hyun said that it was very strange. Usually golems hit the torso. The girl replied that Wilson hurt himself when he was protecting her. The girl was very frustrated, for it is not easy to find a healer in Trikoti. Junho said that they don't need to worry about that. The famous healer is standing in front of them. Our hero decided to introduce himself. He is a healer, Kang Sung-hyun. Kang Sung-hyun spread out the mental state recovery carpet and told the patient to lay down on that carpet. The patient was found to have an abnormal condition. Profuse bleeding, soft tissues of the leg were torn, and the left tibia was denuded. Kang Sung-hyun thought that the skin on his leg was completely peeled off. There was no way to stitch it up yet. He had to try another way. The average mana potion has been absorbed. The skill distribution was applied. Kang Sung-hyun activated the illusory flesh skill, which recreates lost skin or flesh using special consumables. Using this skill, our hero decided to bring back some meat so that he could stitch up the wound on the patient's leg. Watching his leg recover, the protagonist thought to himself that he hadn't used the skill in a long time. Junho said that it's practically a healing skill. Kang Sung-hyun remarked that this skill only creates fake flesh. His body would likely react badly, as this flesh is unnatural. In such a case, the wound could fester, leading to considerable pain. The skill fabric creation was applied. Our hero thought if he applied a weakening potion to lower the patient's characteristics, the chances of an unwanted reaction would be greatly reduced. It is then safe to sew the wound with a cape stitch. The victim's companion had no idea what was going on, but the healer looked amazing and did his job professionally. Having finished performing his professional duty, our hero said that that was the end of it. The girl thanked the healer and asked how she could repay the favor. Kang Sung-hyun said he didn't need money, but if there were any potions left, that would be enough for him. Taking off her hood, our hero saw that she had red hair. Kang Sung-hyun realized that this girl was from Trikoti, and he had originally read that she was an adventurer. The girl thanked again and said she would give all the potions she had left. Junho inquired about the few healers in Trikoti. The girl replied that the tower and the church are always fighting with each other. The church prioritizes following the will of God. The tower prioritizes the study of magic. Two groups with radically opposite views are distrustful of each other. This area is under the influence of Kamar in the Mage Tower, so the church can't afford much. Juno realized why there weren't any priests here. He asked if there were any adventurer healers here. Kang Sung-hyun said that there was no need for them to stay here. They were staying in Kamara City. The girl told them that she was very lucky to meet these people. The girl added once more that she would be sure to thank the healer for his kindness. The Barlick family said goodbye to our heroes and said they were leaving on their own business. Junho wondered when he would be able to get back home. Kang Sung-hyun wondered if there was some reason why he needed to go back. Junho said he didn't need a reason to go home, but he still had some things to do back home. Kang Sung-hyun said he had the same thing. The young men decided not to be sad and to find a place to stay for the night. The inn said there are no rooms available right now. Other places had similar responses. All the places were taken. Someone suggested staying in the bathing room. The young men wondered why all the hotel rooms were occupied. Kang Sung-hyun suggested that if the road to Kamar is blocked, everyone stops here. Kang Sung-hyun took a co-worker to an establishment and said that this place was their last hope. The young men found themselves in the reception area of the Adventurers Guild. Kang Sung-hyun approached the administration and said that they would like to rent a room. You can find a room in the Adventurers Guild, but there is an important nuance: the housing per quest system. Excluding S-class apartments for significant others, to rent a room, you have to take an assignment of the same rank. Kang Sung-hyun thought it was a cheap ploy to use adventurers. Not far away at a table were some young men who were laughing the whole time. They were surprised. Did these two really want to stay here? The young man said that guests will not be able to rent A and B classrooms today. They are being used as storage for belongings. Junho wondered, did these two really do the task just to put their stuff there? Kang Sung-hyun remarked that it wasn't a bad idea, and he would try to remember it in the future. Another young man has joined the Adventurers Guild. There were still a few C-class rooms left, so you might as well take it. A young man asked if he could rent a D-class room. He was told that the rooms in this class were now occupied. Our hero was surprised, for D-class rooms rarely run out. There are always plenty of them. The young men at the table laughed again. The girl at the table said it's because they took the D-class rooms as well. They need a lot of space. Junho asked the administration if this was even possible. The girl replied that it was not against the rules. The receptionist said there are still C-class rooms left, so it's okay to take the assignment for them, as long as they're not newbies who can't even do that. Junho said that this is too much. After all, these two don't even get paid for the housing assignment. Why are they doing this? The two kept laughing and said it was just a joke. They were amused. Kang Sung-hyun said that in that case, he too would make a joke now. The protagonist clarified, S-class rooms are for the most important people, so they can rent anything but these rooms? The receptionist said it's in the rules. Kang Sung-hyun stated that in that case, he would like to rent the entire building. Our hero clarified, all premises except S-class apartments. Kang Sung-hyun said that he wished the two would remove themselves from the Adventurers Guild since it would be his residence. Young people wondered, how would they earn a living then? Kang Sung-hyun said he was only joking. I mean, it's funny. The young men jumped up from their seats and said it wasn't funny. Not letting other adventurers take the mission is against the rules. A woman who appeared on the premises responded that this was not the case in this instance. It was the branch leader of the Tricati Adventurers Guild branch, Marcin Quaid. She said that it was considered a fulfillment of the right to lodging, not a hindrance to completing quests. However, to do as one wishes, delicately circumventing the rules, is an insult to the Adventurers Guild. Our hero replied that in a way, the woman was right. Marcin Quaid said that in that case she would leave them, delicately circumventing the rule. Kang Sung-hyun told the manageress that he was interested in her. Kang Sung-hyun inquired, what kind of assignment was he planning to be given? Northwestern part of the Redwoods. Our hero said that taking this assignment was solely his decision. Kang Sung-hyun added that Junho could have stayed and rested. Junho replied that it was okay because his colleague did the right thing. Kang Sung-hyun said if you visit Tricoti, you can get an enhancement that will help you find your way in the Red Forest. This reinforcement lasts for 1 hour. It is necessary to deal with these flying monsters before the reinforcement runs out. It was the Shinaba Thunderbird, a monstrous bird that used skills related to wind, thunder, and lightning. However, the difficulty of the task is only B+, although the bird is very fast. However, these birds have become much stronger due to the mana spilling out of Kamara. Junho said that with these birds, he's afraid for his limbs all the time. Kang Sung-hyun said that it will definitely pay for their housing. Kang Sung-hyun thought that losing limbs in Tricoti, where there were no healers, was most critical. Now our hero understands why the head of the branch gave them this particular assignment. Junho raised his hand up and said that he would drag the bird's attention to himself. He activated the mass aggro skill. The speed power of the Shaban Thunderbirds had been increased. Junho, while defending against the birds, activated the effect of the Cloak of Shadows. The elemental damage was halved from the attributes of electricity and wind. Kang Sung-hyun said that as expected, the effect of the Shadow Cloak is quite good. Junho said to his colleague not to hesitate. The protagonist has applied the skill Observational Gaze. It is impossible to follow birds with normal eyes. Kang Sung-hyun thought that he was now using the speed of the thunderbolt bearing down on him. Kang Sung-hyun used the throwing skill and threw his hunting knife directly at the monster's head. Our hero was forced to face the air swirls caused by the exceptional flights of these monsters. The Thunderbird spread its wings and began to dive at the people, increasing its flight speed all the time. Junho dodged the bird and put his golden shovel in front of it. The collision with the shovel was painful for the monster. Kang Sung-hyun said that it was great. Kang Sung-hyun attacked another bird, striking it in the neck with his fist. Having disposed of this monster, our hero said there was one more bird left. Kang Sung-hyun added that this monster needs to be dealt with quickly. The bird shrieked loudly, and a huge burning ball appeared in the air. Junho said that the bird is trying to release all its energy at once. Kang Sung-hyun added that the situation could get more complicated. Kang Sung-hyun noticed that he had prepared in time. An arrow from the Great Isolation Potion was created. Our hero fired the shot. The arrow from the crossbow collided with the bird's energy fireball. It was the effect of an electric cannon. Immediately afterward, the protagonist threw his hunting knife at the bird. The throw was successful, and the knife cut off the bird's wing, causing irreparable damage. Kang Sung-hyun said he realized not too long ago that there was no point in pulling out his trump cards too early. After that shot, Kang Sung-hyun said they were done with that bird and asked if Junho was okay. His colleague replied that his ears were ringing, but he felt fine overall. Recovering his strength, our hero thought that these birds were proving to be quite dangerous. Kim Junho said that he could certainly take their attacks, but it still hurt a lot. Kang Sung-hyun took those words to heart. Suddenly, some young men came out of the red bushes. They said with surprise that the two of them had actually made it. The girl added that she had originally doubted it very much. No one thought that these two would turn out to be so strong. Junho recognized the two of them since they were from the Adventurers Guild. Kang Sung-hyun asked what they were doing here. The young man said that they would have nowhere to live if the two of them returned to the guild after completing the task. The guy reached forward and said he was interested in the carcasses of the Thunderbirds. Kang Sung-hyun thought that without trophies to prove completion, the assignment wouldn't be credited. Our hero said he realized the two would try to work something out, but he didn't expect such insolence. The young men drew their swords. The boy said that these two were wounded and now was the best time to attack them. The young man pounced on Kang Sung-hyun, but our hero was able to easily dodge this attack. Kang Sung-hyun counterattacked his opponent, and knocked him to the ground with a fist punch to the nose. The girl was surprised how this wounded guy was able to overpower her partner with one punch. Kang Sung-hyun said that the two of them were proving to be very annoying. At this time, he was stitching up the skin on his arm using a needle and thread. Having finished this, the protagonist grabbed the girl's head and asked her what he should do to them now. The girl was frightened and screamed that they should not be mistreated. They would not do it again. Junho asked his co-worker if he really wanted to destroy those two. Kang Sung-hyun replied that he is not like that. He doesn't just destroy people. Kang Sung-hyun thought that they might be in trouble if he destroyed someone here. Our hero remembered how those two behaved in the Adventurers Guild and said that they should be charged for it. Kang Sung-hyun said that he would let those two go because he's an innocent healer. The girl thanked and wondered, was this really a real healer in front of her? Our hero suggested that the two were most likely injured. The girl confirmed his guesses and said that it was all thanks to her opponent. Kang Sung-hyun said that unfortunately for him, there are no healers in the city. The protagonist added that in that case, he would personally heal them and douse the young men with the appropriate liquid. Kang Sung-hyun applied the illusory flesh skill. Illusory flesh is a skill that uses a mana potion to create new flesh, but you can also use a stamina potion. The reason why the mana potion is recommended is because the process of forming flesh using a stamina potion is quite painful. The young men began squirming in pain. Our hero said he forgot to warn them that it would indeed hurt. However, they would still heal, so they could take it easy. The protagonist said he would take the keys to the rooms as payment. Junho said that, as always, he is glad that he and his colleague are not enemies of each other. The ability to move freely through the Red Forest was disappearing, with only 11 minutes left. Kang Sung-hyun told his friend that it was time to leave. Kang Sung-hyun added that he wanted to take back the weapon that was metal. Where did it go? Kang Sung-hyun used the skill Observation Gaze. It seemed to him that there was something in the bushes. Kang Sung-hyun told his co-worker that he was looking for his daggers. Junho showed the daggers and said he picked them up. Kang Sung-hyun was surprised. Looking behind the bushes, our hero saw an unusual object. What was it? The guild branch head couldn't believe her eyes. Could it really be the heads of Thunderbirds? The woman added that she didn't expect the two of them to do well. Kang Sung-hyun apologized for not living up to her expectations. The head of the guild branch said that the two of them had won. The woman added that she would allow them to lease the Adventurers Guild building in its entirety. The protagonist's Adventurer Guild manager's key appeared in the palm of his hand. This means that the adventurer Kang Sung-hyun has the same privileges as the branch manager. Our hero did not expect to be given this key. The woman recalled that those were the terms of the deal. Kang Sung-hyun shook hands with the person he was talking to and said that he would accept the key with gratitude. Kang Sung-hyun thought that they kicked those two rascals out of the guild and gave the D-class rooms to the newcomers. In fact, Kang Sung-hyun had become the branch manager. Kang Sung-hyun was resting on the bed in the A-class room. Our hero thought that today had been a very productive day. Kang Sung-hyun thought about what kind of box he had gotten. The object seemed familiar to our hero. Since Mr. Kim was resting after a day of work, the protagonist decided to go to the artifact appraiser alone. In the shop, the girl was startled by this artifact. Why is it emitting some kind of light? Kang Sung-hyun wondered what the girl was up to. The appraiser apologized she had failed to print the artifact. Kang Sung-hyun thought, did the artifact appraiser fail at unsealing? Usually their abilities could be trusted. The guy asked the girl what the reason was. The appraiser replied that the box was sealed with a very interesting method. The girl explained that this is what they call a scan seal. The process becomes even more confusing if you try to get the seal wrong. Plus, the seal appears to have been applied hundreds of years ago. The method used here is very different from the modern method. Now our hero is even more curious. Are there really no other options? The protagonist applied the skill Observational Gaze. The first seal was destroyed, but the second seal was present. The secret clue was at the bottom of the box. Kang Sung-hyun told the girl to apply the evaluation skill to the bottom of the box. The appraiser turned the box over and held her hand up to it. The box glowed. The girl said it's the order of the seals. That's different. As a result of the necessary manipulations, the box was unsealed. The young men opened the box and were very surprised. It contained a hand lying on red leaves. The girl said it didn't look like a human hand. Our hero tried to get information from the system, but there were only scrappy phrases. The guy thought it was the same as when he got Freya's crossbow. However, this time our hero saw only one letter. "What is this box?" The girl said it looked like a relic. Kang Sung-hyun wondered what kind of relic they were talking about. The girl said that she didn't know the details because she wasn't a priest. The name of this relic is Witsmel's left hand. The appraiser expressed her belief that this relic is filled with divine power. The girl added that because of the church, there are constant difficulties with the discovery of relics. The appraiser remarked that if the young man agreed, she would be willing to buy the relic at a high price. Kang Sung-hyun wondered why the box was just lying around in the forest. Usually relics are found in churches or ruins, and the redwoods aren't even close to being within the church's sphere of influence. Our hero accepted the reward, and the system reported that Witsmel's left arm was now his. A new skill, Witsmel's left hand, has been obtained. When activated, summons or recalls Witsmel's left hand. The hero's left hand will be filled with her power. Kang Sung-hyun had gotten the bound skill in roulette again. Our hero decided to apply the scroll coupon. The roulette roll resulted in the new skill, Bone of the Earth. Kang Sung-hyun thought that this was probably another attack skill. After studying more information about this skill, the protagonist wondered, had he really been given this? At the Adventurers Guild, the branch head wondered, did the young man really want to use them in this capacity? Kang Sung-hyun said he plans to use the space as his personal treatment facility. The woman remarked that she did not know that her interlocutor was a healer. The healer noticed that his interlocutor was inattentive. Kang Sung-hyun added that otherwise, how would he be able to return from the battle with the Thunderbirds without a scratch? After all, he had healed himself. The branch head asked if her interlocutor had a healer's mark. Kang Sung-hyun replied that he did not have a healer's badge, but he would use his authority as the acting branch head. The branch chief said she could not allow the interviewer to treat patients unless they had the appropriate badge. The girl said she could give a guarantee. This man had healed her comrade. Kang Sung-hyun remarked that he even had witnesses to his healing activities now. Kang Sung-hyun said that he is ready to prove if there are those here who don't trust him. Kang Sung-hyun asked if anyone present had any serious injuries. If they applied now, the healing would be free. The people present hesitated since this guy didn't even have a sign from a healer. The young man with the bandaged arm said he was working for the guild. They would be able to heal him, right? After examining the wound, our hero said this guy's arm was crushed completely. Kang Sung-hyun asked the patient how long ago the injury happened. The young man replied that it happened 2 days ago. He might be fired if he didn't get better. Seeing the stare of the branch head, the young man corrected himself. He wanted to say that he wouldn't do the job properly. Kang Sung-hyun thought that a broken bone was the kind of injury that healers could react to in very different ways. This is easy to fix if only part of the bone is broken, but if there is nothing to work with, the task becomes a bit more difficult. The healer said that this patient has an open fracture and most of the bone is missing. The branch head thought that was why there was no hope of recovery. Kang Sung-hyun said that it was the perfect situation to prove himself. The woman asked if the healer was going to give this guy a prosthetic arm. Kang Sung-hyun said that he had other plans. Kang Sung-hyun said that he would cure the patient with this. Our hero had earth in his hands. The girl was frightened. Maybe she had supported this healer for nothing? The patient cried out in surprise. He saw his bones begin to regenerate with the help of this earth. Kang Sung-hyun thought that there weren't many skills in the Azul continent that could create bones. Bones created with skill are easily broken or damaged. However, our hero used the skill Earth Bone. With this skill, a bone of earth is created. The bigger the bone, the more earth is needed. This skill was quite different. The protagonist was creating the right hand of a grown man. 8 wrist bones, 5 metacarpals, 14 phalanges. Medium mana potion distribution skills were used, and the illusory flesh skill was applied. Our hero could create everything from veins, nerves, muscles to skin, one by one. Kang Sung-hyun thought he knew the structure of the brush in its entirety. The patient looked at his restored arm and was very pleased with the treatment process. Our hero thought it looked pretty good for the first time. Everyone present who needed treatment immediately shouted for the healer to cure them too. Branch manager Marson said she now had no choice but to give the young man permission. Kang Sung-hyun said that gentlemen who are sick can approach him on a first-come, first-served basis. The next day, our hero thought it was much more tiring than he had imagined. But he earned a lot of points. Junho woke up and asked if his co-worker was okay. What was Kang Sung-hyun doing while he was resting? Kang Sung-hyun suggested that Mr. Kim go out. The young people left the guild building, and our hero told the interlocutor that this time they would have a guide. A red-haired girl stood on the threshold of the house, The girl inquired where the young people were going. The companion apologized, for she still hadn't introduced herself. Her name is Rebecca. Kang Seung-hyun thought that in trying to hide her hair under the hood, the girl was pursuing some sort of meaning. Jun-ho wondered, wasn't she a resident of this region? Is there any reason to hide her hair? Rebecca said she was from Trikoti. The girl added that her family can't stand the fact that she has become adventurous. Rebecca noticed that she only hid her hair in the settlement, just in case she crossed paths with her family. Rebecca admitted that she has difficulties with her family, but Trikoti is a nice community. It has nice people, views, and food. That is why she would like to give a tour of Trikoti for young people. Jun-ho wondered if Kang Seung-hyun really wanted to walk around this settlement. The settlement wasn't too big, so it wouldn't take long to walk around. Jun-ho saw a lot of pottery around. Trikoti is a settlement of pottery making. Here you can find high-quality clay products. There are workshops here, and you can buy local creations. The most popular of these are clay dolls. Skilled artisans are called puppeteers, and they are able to create golems from special clay. Even Kamar respects Trikoti's puppet workshops. Jun-ho wanted a clay talisman as a souvenir. Kang Seung-hyun remarked that he didn't mind either. Kang Seung-hyun thought of workshops that worked with clay. Witsmel's left hand is also related to clay. Kang Seung-hyun asked his companion if she knew the name Witsmel. Rebecca said she was hearing the name for the first time. Kang Seung-hyun was surprised. Even the people in the settlement didn't know it. If Witsmel is the god of the redwoods, where he found the relic hand, someone from Trikoti must know of him. Kang Seung-hyun asked Rebecca if she knew where the history museum was. Is there any archival data about the relics? The girl replied that there was nothing like that in this backwater village. Jun-ho ordered 2 clay talismans from the shop. Kang Seung-hyun thought that there was a museum in the Hein settlement. Rebecca wondered if it was something important. The girl noticed that the place where the old data is stored is the town hall. The archivist at the town hall asked if the young men were here on an assignment. Kang Seung-hyun replied that they were here on personal business. The young man replied that he couldn't help in that case. Rebecca said that it was very important. Jun-ho remarked that they only need to watch. The archivist said he needed the papers from the Adventurers Guild. Kang Seung-hyun looked at the young man and thought that he was beginning to get annoyed. Kang Seung-hyun showed him the guild branch head's key and asked if he should also provide him with a dismissal note. The young man began apologizing and demanding to be dealt with right away. In the archive of the town hall, our heroes began to look for the information they needed. Jun-ho wondered if they could find something here. Kang Seung-hyun replied that they would definitely find something if they kept looking. Jun-ho wondered why there were so many damaged books in the archive. One of the books Jun-ho showed to a colleague. Our hero said it looked pretty old. That's what he was looking for. This book looks to be at least 1,000 years old. There were no words in this book, only pictures. Rebecca wondered what the drawings were. One of the pages in the book seemed very tight to our hero. 2 pages must have stuck together. When our hero opened these pages, he saw a strange drawing with dancing men. The red-headed little men resembled Trikoti people. What do they do? The drawing had the same symbol as the one on Witsmel's left hand. This orb is Witsmel, the god worshipped by the people of Trikoti. Rebecca was surprised. She had never known that Trikoti had its own god. The entire book was covered in sloppy drawings. It was probably done on purpose to avoid unnecessary attention, to pass this information on to future generations. Also, ancient books with damaged pages from this archive. Kang Seung-hyun said that someone intentionally hid the existence of this god. Suddenly, a scream was heard. The archivist in the next room was screaming and coughing up blood. Rebecca yelled that it was someone outside and ran out of the archives. The girl saw the archivist lying on the floor. There was a pool of blood beside him. Who had done this? Jun-ho shouted, "Had someone destroyed the archivist?" On the other side, an unknown man in a red cloak with a dagger in his hand ran up to the guy. The man in the red cloak threw a dagger towards Jun-ho. However, Kang Seung-hyun appeared nearby and managed to fend off this attack. The protagonist told the unknowns that they might show up. The men in red standing in front of the heroes told them to hand over the book. Jun-ho asked the pertinent question, did they know about Vizmir? Rebecca assumed that these people were watching them. Our hero used the skill Observe an Eye. The archivist had an abnormal condition, a severe stab wound in the neck area. Fortunately, the young man was still alive. Kang Seung-hyun used the skill Hemostasis without paying attention to anyone. The unknown men in red cloaks repeated that they wanted the book. Kang Seung-hyun, distracted by the attackers, said he had one question. Why did these men attack the archivist? They didn't succeed in their attack, not enough to destroy him. The man in red said this guy was blocking their entrance and obstructing them. They need that book. The villain said that otherwise his interlocutor might end up near this archivist. In the next moment, our hero used the throwing skill. The hunting knife flew straight at the villain. The villain was destroyed. Kang Sung-hyun, after showing the book, said that he didn't expect to get a good response. The surviving villain called our hero a villain and prepared to attack. Rebecca said that these villains attacked the innocent and intervened in this confrontation. Kang Sung-hyun activated Freya's crossbow and fired a shot. The skill Harpoon Arrow was used. The villain said it wasn't worth trying to attack him and used his magical abilities. His palm began to emit concentrated energy. Suddenly, a wall formed in front of the villain, which protected him from the attacks of our heroes. Kang Sung-hyun thought that his opponent was using Earth attribute magic. The villain wondered, where did this upstart come from? He continued to actively use his magic. The attacker activated the spear in his hand with magic and said he would pierce his opponent through. Kang Sung-hyun put out his palm towards the spear. Our hero knew what he was doing. The protagonist applied the Earthbone skill. The villain's spear turned into bones. The attack was failed. The attacker cried out in bewilderment. What happened to my spear? How is this possible? Kang Sung-hyun fired his crossbow. The arrow hit the target, and the villain screamed in pain. Kang Sung-hyun walked up to his opponent and said that it would be more fun without the ground. Jun-ho reported to Dr. Kang that all the criminals were captured and tied up. Our hero thought it was time to turn these captives over to those who would be able to interrogate them. The captives found themselves in the dungeon of the Adventurers Guild, bound hand and foot. Kang Sung-hyun asked the branch head if the villains had said anything. The woman replied that they kept their mouths shut. The branch head repeated, Witsmel, god of Trikati. Our hero said that Mrs. Mason quickly accepted his story. The head of the guild's branch said that there has been an unusual mood among residents recently. Kang Sung-hyun remembered that this was what Lafani had talked about when they said goodbye. Mason added that at one point there were people claiming they should stay away from Kamar. These men were convinced that they were apostles sent by God. They argued that Trikoti must become independent. It was necessary to break free from the shadow of Kamara. Most of the people of Trikoti took it as a blurb. No one listened to them. That was until the Scarlet Tower collapsed a few days ago. The livelihoods of most Trikoti residents depend on Kamara for their livelihoods. However, as the apostles had predicted, there was a crisis in Kamara. In such a situation, it was impossible to stop provocations. Our hero said fear paralyzed their minds. Mason thought it was just a group of cruel con artists. Turns out the forgotten old god might actually exist. The branch head said they were in big trouble. One of the prisoners began to twist and turn into clay. Mason rushed to the grate and saw that all that was left of the man was a red cloak and a pile of clay. Mason asked the deputy what had happened to him. She was sure there was strict surveillance in place. The deputy said they used truth serum for the interrogation, and it happened just as one of them was about to say something. Kang Sung-hyun thought that a curse that prevents secrets from being revealed had been used. Looking at these prisoners, our hero thought they were even crazier than he thought. Rebecca and Jun-ho appeared in the room. The young people inquired what had happened here. Kang Sung-hyun said that a curse of silence had been placed on these people. It wasn't worth torturing them. Jun-ho asked if the Arrow of Dawn would help against this curse. Kang Sung-hyun replied that it wasn't a curse using black magic. Rebecca thought about something, looking at the remains of the prisoner. The girl reached out and touched that soil. Kang Sung-hyun asked what Rebecca was doing. The girl said that she was a little concerned about the land. Rebecca said it was the highest grade of clay that is used to make precious dolls in Trikoti. Why were they cursed with such expensive earth? Kang Sung-hyun wondered, is this really doll-making clay? Our hero became agitated. Why hadn't he thought of that himself? Jun-ho asked what was going on. Kang Sung-hyun checked with Rebecca. The doll workshop is an ancient community, isn't it? The girl replied that it has a long history that has been passed down for hundreds of years. Kang Sung-hyun thought if he was a follower of Witsmel, he would hide the records in a place where they would be preserved for centuries. The tradition of puppet workshops has been around for hundreds of years, and there are definitely old books there, her peers. The only one who can, as if nothing happened, waste expensive land is the puppet shop. There can be no other options. Kang Sung-hyun looked at the prisoners and said that their faces spoke without words about the rightness of the statement. Saizen wondered, is the puppet shop really involved in this? That's a headache. Many of the workshop members are nobles of Trikoti. The woman added that if they disturbed the nobles for nothing, the government would foam at the mouth. Junho wondered if the Adventurers Guild could do anything. Kang Sung-hyun suggested entrusting the research of the Kang Sung-hyun workshops to him. Mason said, there have been several people missing in the Redwoods lately. Kang Sung-hyun noticed that the Red Forest had always been home to all sorts of strangers. The head of the branch said that now the people of Trikoti themselves were also disappearing. Mason added that Rebecca was responsible for finding the missing people. It seems to her that the fact that they were tracked down had something to do with these disappearances. Kang Sung-hyun asked the branch head to handle the case while he investigated the puppeteer's workshop. Our heroes came to the building of a puppet workshop in Trikoti. Rebecca looked into the workshop and said that there was hardly anyone inside. That's very strange. It's usually very crowded. Upon seeing the people, the girl said that they seemed to be adventurers on an errand. The young man asked what brought the young men here. Our hero replied that he had heard that a horse golem wagon could be rented here. The boy remembered that this was the original purpose of coming to Trikoti. The young man said that in order to do so, he had to get permission from the master to rent a wagon. A man entered the room and said that he was the master. The man introduced himself. He is Harvey Sarwan, owner of a puppet shop in Trikoti. Puppet Master. Our hero wanted to introduce himself, but Harvey Sarwan said he wasn't interested in a name since they had just seen each other. Rebecca said that Mr. Harvey has a very bad temper. Kang Sung-hyun replied that he had already realized that. The workshop owner told the young men to get straight to the point. Kang Sung-hyun asked how much it cost to rent a horse golem. The man replied that one day's rent was worth 500,000 gold coins. Rebecca wondered, didn't renting a mounted golem cost 40 times less? Harvey Sarwan said that used to be the case, but now the demand has increased, the price has gone up a lot. Looks like this golem was too cheap for a long time. Junho suggested to his companion that he rent a wagon elsewhere. The assistant master said that the only person who can create an equestrian golem in Trikoti is Mr. Harvey Sarwan. The young men said that if the master was willing to wait patiently, they could repay in barter. Junho thought that the two men also wanted to rent transportation. Mr. Harvey said if visitors don't like it, they can just leave, but they know how dangerous it is in the Redwoods right now. Kang Sung-hyun thought that because of this, the workshop owner had plenty of money now. He is a typical scoundrel who cheats the residents. Kang Sung-hyun looked at his opponent and wondered, what was wrong with his complexion? Our hero used the skill, Observant Eye. Kang Sung-hyun told Mr. Harvey that one day even such an elderly gentleman would have to kneel down and beg someone. Wouldn't he be angry if he was threatened to switch places? Harvey replied that the interviewer may not know, but he is a puppeteer of the highest category with the title of Master. Kang Sung-hyun said that it turns out Mr. Harvey doesn't know people. He might end up being the one to apologize to right now. Harvey grabbed a shovel and told these men to get out of his workshop immediately. Harvey said that he would never regret his behavior, and from now on, these people are forever banned from entering his workshop. However, in the next moment, the workshop master grabbed his chest and knelt down. The assistant asked what had happened to the mentor. Kang Sung-hyun thought that this person should have taken care of his heart. He worries a lot. Mr. Harvey was diagnosed with an abnormal condition. He was dependent on leukocothecene. He had symptoms of late-stage poisoning, the poison spreading rapidly through his body. The master told his assistant to call a healer immediately. The deputy thought that there were no healers in Trikoti right now. Our hero said that now he could finally introduce himself. The protagonist said that he is the only healer in Trikoti at the moment. His name is Kang Sung-hyun. Harvey wondered, was this brash man really a healer? The master told the assistant to bring another healer immediately. This guy could not be trusted with his health. The assistant replied that there was no one else in the village. Mr. Harvey said in that case a carriage should be prepared. He was going to another settlement for treatment. Kang Sung-hyun said it's leukocothecene. It's a dangerous poison that destroys in no hurry. If poisoned by this poison, the lungs and respiratory system will be damaged and the person will cough up blood and suffocate. Eventually, the person dies of respiratory failure. The peculiarity of the poison is that at the beginning of poisoning, there are no symptoms at all. But as time goes on and addiction reaches its final stage, the condition deteriorates rapidly. The deputy thought it was similar to his foreman's symptoms. Harvey asked apprehensively what this guy meant by that. Kang Sung-hyun said that now that the symptoms have manifested, he is the last healer Mr. Harvey sees. Kang Sung-hyun said that he wasn't going to treat that person for nothing. Harvey told his assistant to bring the gold here immediately. The master threw the bag of money and said that this is all such a hitman wants, he must treat immediately. Kang Sung-hyun recalled that not long ago, he had said that even such an elderly gentleman would have to kneel down and beg for help. The guy kicked the money bag with his foot with force. Kang Sung-hyun said that it was necessary to collect all those coins and clean them. He wouldn't touch the dirty ones. Kang Sung-hyun said if Mr. Harvey is not comfortable with such an activity, then don't do it. Our hero added, for Mr. Harvey knew the perilous situation in which his health was now. The master thought that if he were to die now, his shop would be finished. Kang Sung-hyun inquired what they would do now. Mr. Harvey said he understood. It was all his fault. Harvey stated that he will no longer exploit adventurers. It will not happen again. The man cleaned all the coins and, holding them out to our hero, asked him to save him. He said he was ready for anything. Kang Sung-hyun said that the interlocutor has great pity. His heart trembled. Kang Sung-hyun took a vial of the necessary liquid out of his pocket. Mr. Harvey did not avert his gaze. The workshop owner thought if he had the cure, he would immediately repay this humiliation threefold once he was cured. The healer drew liquid from the vial into a disposable syringe. The fellow told the sick man that it was not yet a cure. Mr. Harvey was very much surprised. The healer stuck the needle into the patient's neck and injected the medicine inside. Our hero thought he couldn't create an antidote to lekakatsin in a flash. However, he has a Rostine potion with respiratory protection and stabilizing effects. It will be a temporary solution. Mr. Harvey felt his breathing stabilize. Kang Sung-hyun left the sick man alone, and he collapsed on his back. Mr. Harvey was breathing steadily. Kang Sung-hyun said he may be gambling with patients' lives, but he is not a fraud. When the young people left the puppet shop, Rebecca said it was the first time anyone had ever been able to defeat that old man. Rebecca said that they don't say that to patients, but she would file a complaint against him. Kang Sung-hyun thought that this girl had a lot on her plate. Junho remarked that in the end, they were unable to conduct a full-scale investigation into the attack. Kang Sung-hyun said that they would be able to do so tomorrow. Kang Sung-hyun told his colleague that he was concerned about three things. The first was the Trickety Doll's workshop. It was empty, as if on the verge of ruin. Junho suggested that maybe everyone left her because of the owner's bad character. Kang Sung-hyun remarked that Harvey's personality has always been bad, so there must be another explanation here. The second is trivial, Rebecca's relationship. Kang Sung-hyun assumed that this girl had something to do with the doll shop. When Rebecca entered the workshop, she became taciturn and tried to hide her identity. It's like she's a person who can't show her face. Thanks to Rebecca, our hero also learned that the clay used in the curse was used to make dolls. Kang Sung-hyun assumed that this girl was working in the workshop. The third is Mr. Harvey's addiction. The young men decided that it was time for them to rest. A red-haired young man stood in front of the guild building. The next day in the puppet shop, Mr. Harvey was tearing metal. He wondered why this healer had come here again. Wasn't the abuse of yesterday enough for him? Kang Sung-hyun wondered, would Mr. Harvey really talk to him like that? In order to be fully cured, Mr. Harvey must take a growth potion every 3 hours. Our hero said he had kindly come to check on the patient's condition. The owner of the puppet shop thought that this healer was a real con artist. The day before, this guy had only given him medicine for 1 day and said he would give him one every time he was begged on his knees. Harvey thought that the fact that the guy didn't wait for him and came to the workshop himself meant that the healer had something else to charge him. Harvey inquired why the guy actually came here. Kang Sung-hyun noticed that he actually had a question. The protagonist showed pictures of people in red cloaks and asked if the faces were familiar. Mr. Harvey said he doesn't know them, and their clothes are strange. Kang Sung-hyun remarked that these people were presumably followers of an unknown religion that had spread among the people of Trikoti in recent weeks. Harvey said he didn't care what the peasants lived or did. Kang Sung-hyun asked his interlocutor what he could say about Witsmo. Judging from the reaction of the owner of this workshop, our heroes realized that he had heard about it. Harvey said uncertainly, sort of hearing the name for the first time. Kang Sung-hyun noticed that he didn't say it was a name. Kang Sung-hyun showed the medicine bottle and said he wanted to hear all about it. I'll tell you all about it in order. Harvey said that in their minds, Witsmil is the name of a creature erased from their history. All information about the name or its existence has been destroyed. Harvey showed the secret room and said that a small amount of this information was still stored here. Kang Sung-hyun thought that all high-ranking people create secret rooms. In the hands of our hero appeared a document that looked like the diary of a resident of Trikoti. The author of the diary thanked the spirit of Vitsmel for the bountiful harvest this summer. He called him the benevolent god of the earth who protects the village. The author wrote that the next day he had to visit the temple of Vitsmel in the Red Forest. Thanks to Vitsmel's power, they were able to defeat a group of thieves who had invaded the village. Kang Sung-hyun read the entire diary carefully. Our hero said that's what he thought, that Vitsmel was the guardian deity of the Red Forest. Rebecca noted that there was also a record that Vitsmel taught the people of Trikoti how to make clay dolls. Rebecca wondered, how can that be? The girl said that others may not know, but certainly the doll shop should not hide the existence of Vitsmel. Jun-ho asked Rebecca to calm down. Harvey noticed that there was a situation there. Kang Sung-hyun asked what it was about. Harvey replied that he didn't know all the details, but that Vitsmel had disappeared for reasons that were unclear. Harvey added that the disappearance of the goddess meant she was dead. That was about 700 years ago. The priests were unable to use their power, and the divine barrier that protected Trikoti disappeared. It was clear to the people of Trikoti that the settlement would be destroyed overnight. Everything they needed to sustain it depended on the power of Vitsmel. And then the wizards of Kamar came to Trikoti. The wizards said they would help the locals. They would protect Trikoti and provide everything they needed. Kang Sung-hyun asked, did the people of Kamara do a good deed without a reason? But that's impossible. Harvey said they asked for payment. They were interested in the jewel given by the goddess Mercy Vitsmel. It is recorded that the inhabitants of Trikoti equated it with Vitsmel herself and considered it sacred. Wizards sought to get their hands on the immense magic and divine power it contained. The puppeteers, observing the decline of the village, stole the jewel and made a bargain. Jun-ho wondered how the temple of Vitsmel must have reacted violently. Kang Sung-hyun remarked that the priests who had lost their strength wouldn't have been able to handle the puppet workshop. Harvey replied that it worked out that way. The temple rebelled and the puppeteers dealt with it easily. They searched the entire settlement, erased Vitsmel's name, and attributed her achievements to the wizards of Kamar. Rebecca asked why this was done. Harvey replied that they were afraid it might return, and if it did, it would bring heavenly punishment. But if the divine being was forgotten by men, it would never appear again. Harvey said they didn't get rid of everything, and the records are passed down from owner to owner of the workshop. Even if others have forgotten, they should know the truth. Harvey asked how the healer knew Vitsmel. Kang Sung-hyun replied that it was top secret and disclosure would cause a storm of resentment. They thought the puppet shop was trying to revive the temple of Vitsmel. Harvey wondered, why would he do such a thing? If Vitsmel came back to life, their workshop would be punished. Kang Sung-hyun was already thinking that the puppeteers were behind this. Jun-ho said that masters are human too and can make mistakes. Rebecca inquired about Vitsmel Church in general and its purpose. Harvey asked what his guests were whispering about. Rebecca asked, doesn't the master know? These days the whole town is in an uproar over the Vitsmel Church. They don't use her name openly though. Harvey wondered, are there really people who are trying to revitalize the church? Kang Sung-hyun wondered if something was wrong at the workshop. Rebecca said that the atmosphere here was a little strange and there were no customers. Harvey said there's nothing going on in his workshop. The protagonist thought that this master could not be so foolishly deceitful. The door to the workshop was ajar, and someone told the master that he should speak clearly. Kang Sung-hyun wondered who it could be. A young man appeared on the doorstep and asked if Trikoti Doll Workshop was planning to close its business anytime soon. Everyone present looked at the red-haired young man in surprise. Guest repeated the question, isn't the workshop subject to closure in the near future? Mr. Harvey became furious and swore at this visitor. The owner of the workshop grabbed a hammer and threw it at the young man, saying that he had warned him not to come here again. The young man went up to Mr. Harvey and said he had heard that the master's health was failing. How was he going to do business in that condition? When the guest looked around, he saw our heroes and wondered if there were any other guests here. Jun-ho waved his hand and said to ignore them. The man apologized, he thought. No one else comes to visit the master. The visitor said he was interrupting, so he was leaving the workshop. The man said that the foreman should serve these visitors properly. Our hero thought that this type could use a lesson in politeness when making a first acquaintance. He's definitely not a nice guy. Jun-ho asked his co-worker if it would be too silly to ask out loud what was going on. Kang Sung-hyun replied that it would be exactly that. Kang Sung-hyun inquired, what's going on with Rebecca? The girl pulled her hood deep over her head. Rebecca looked frightened, however she said that nothing had happened. In the dining room of the puppet shop, our heroes ask the assistant master about a long-haired man dressed like an aristocrat. The young man said that meant they had met him. Master Harvey's assistant was Jix, the puppet master. Kang Sung-hyun suggested that they start eating and talking. He remarked that refusal was not accepted. Jix said the long-haired man's name was Fengrel Spencer. He had once been the master's apprentice and fellow student. Jix noticed that even though they were fellow students, Spencer's skills were far superior. Kang Sung-hyun inquired, was this some elite level? Jix noticed that among the students in the workshop, there was no one who could compare to him. It takes 6 puppeteers working together to create a magic golem. Spencer was able to determine the cause of a puppet's breakage simply by looking at it. As a result, even though he was a rookie, there was no one else besides him to become the next master of the workshop. However, even someone like Fengrel couldn't please the master. Jix said that Master Harvey was the most talented person in the history of the workshop. Junho wondered, is Harvey really that outstanding? His character is at odds with his talent. The master never once praised Fengrel, let alone treated him in a special way. However, the proud Fengrel did not give up and fought him. When their emotions peaked about 3 months ago, Fengrel disappeared without saying anything to anyone. A month later, Fengrel showed up again and made a huge doll. He created a golem that moved without magical power. Our heroes looked at each other. Junho wondered, without other power sources? Jix said that it had caused chaos in their workshop. The problems came after. 2 months ago in the workshop, employees were saying that this was a technology that would revolutionize the industry. Many people said it was great and congratulated Fengrel. Harvey thought he hadn't seen this student in a while, but it turned out that Fengrel was researching something similar. Harvey thought, though it's certainly below average, he has no one to bequeath to the workshop but this guy. The rest of the apprentices aren't worthy of consideration at all. Harvey figured it wouldn't tarnish his name. When it was time for him to retire, he would pass the position on to the next shopkeeper, this guy. Fengrel told Master to hand over the position right now. Hadn't he achieved what even the Master couldn't? Fengrel said he has talent, enough experience and success. There's no reason for him to stay under Harvey anymore. Master Harvey, in his usual manner, yelled at the apprentice, telling the fellow to get the hell out of the workshop. Harvey said he wouldn't want to lead their workshop to collapse with his own hands. Fengrel calmly replied that he understood his master's will. The apprentice said that he was independent of Harvey from now on. The master asked if Fengrel was going to open his own workshop. Fengrel replied that he would do it right away and call it Spencer's Puppet Shop. Kang Sung-hyun realized why there were no people in the workshop. Jix added that when Fengrel built his workshop, he poached many craftsmen. Fengrel is a very talented craftsman after all, and they had no more reason to tolerate Harvey's harsh temper. Junho said it was all Master Harvey's fault, so he didn't add anything. Kang Sung-hyun asked Jix if he had managed to stay. Jix said that their craftsman can't be called responsive, but his work is so beautiful that it radiates sensitivity. Kang Sung-hyun wondered, isn't Harvey crazy? It turns out that Spencer is even crazier. Jix said he was truly grateful that the healer had cured his master. The young man added that he never thought his master could have been poisoned. I wonder how that happened. Kang Sung-hyun said that was exactly the topic he wanted to talk about. The third thing that bothered our hero was the lecithin to which Harvey was addicted. It is a high-quality synthetic poison obtained by mixing several types of poisons. In other words, one can never become addicted naturally. Jix was frightened. Had someone done this knowingly? Kang Sung-hyun remarked that this was done deliberately with the purpose of destroying Master Harvey. Kang Sung-hyun asked his interlocutor if he had any guesses as to who might hold a grudge against Master. Jix said nearly half of the people of Trikoti hate the Master. The young man added that the rest of Trikoti just never met Harvey. The Master's even more trash than one might imagine. Jix noticed that the Master had not taken a step out of the workshop since the puppeteers had left. He was overcome with anxiety and concentrated on his work. Kang Sung-hyun thought that with 2 months in isolation, there was no chance that he had been poisoned from the outside. Junho asked his colleague if he thought any of the students left in the workshop were to blame. Kang Sung-hyun replied that the probability was small. These guys had been taking turns giving him medicine since yesterday and had saved Master's life with utmost sincerity. If someone wanted to destroy him, they would have done it a long time ago. Rebecca inquired if Fengrel Spencer could be the culprit. Kang Sung-hyun said that although this guy seems the most suspicious under the circumstances, he has his doubts. Master's body had been exposed to a large amount of poison in a short period of time. Because of his relationship with Master, it would be difficult for Fengrel to be around Master all the time. Junyo, looking at Jix, asked if maybe Fengrel had ordered someone else to poison Master, asked if someone else had entered the workshop. Kang Sung-hyun said that besides Fengrel, there were only adventurers. Kang Sung-hyun asked Jix if Harvey was the only one making dolls from the earth brought by the adventurers. Jix confirmed that assumption. Kang Sung-hyun asked Jix to guide him to the place where the land was stored. Kang Sung-hyun punched the adventurer in the jaw with all his might. The guy flew backwards. The adventurer asked, "What is this brat doing?" Kang Sung-hyun said that he was the one who wanted to ask such a question. Kang Sung-hyun stated that he discovered poison in the soil that the adventurers brought to the workshop today, and after an investigation, it was revealed who the culprit was. The adventurer says he doesn't know what the healer is talking about. Why is he being so hard on him? Junho and Rebecca covered their eyes and ears so as not to see this act of violence. When our hero came out of the alley, Junho asked if he had succeeded. Kang Sung-hyun said that he had knocked the adventurer a few times and he had confessed everything. Kang Sung-hyun said that his hunch was confirmed. He had the key to the storage room of Spencer's workshop in his hand. Our heroes sneak into Spencer's workshop and track down his warehouse. Kang Sung-hyun opened the door with his key and stepped inside. Junho pulled out his shovel just in case and asked Dr. Kang what he thought about it. The protagonist used the observational gaze skill. The soil he found in the warehouse was contaminated with lecacothecin. Contact with this soil caused poisoning. Kang Sung-hyun informed the satellites that it was contaminated soil. Junho stated that it's clear now. Kang Sung-hyun remarked that he had proof. Mr. Spencer came into the warehouse and said he didn't expect this guy to figure it out. Fengrel added that he had already planned to visit them, but this visit saved him from having to find a healer. Junho put his shovel forward just in case and asked in surprise, "So Spencer knew his secret would be revealed? Is he really going to destroy them now?" Spencer asked the uninvited guests if they would like some tea. Now would be a good time. At Spencer's workshop salon, the owner said that his guests apparently don't understand something. He had no intention of destroying the craftsman. Kang Sung-hyun wondered, is the interlocutor really going to deny the obvious? Spencer said that he planned to give the antidote to the master at the right time. Kang Sung-hyun asked in that case, why did Spencer do that? Spencer replied that they probably already knew that. Spencer pointed to the Witsmel temple emblem on the book. Spencer said his goal is to revive the temple of Witsmel and welcome the goddess. The puppet shop keeps a lot of material related to her, so he definitely needed to get his hands on it. At first, he had planned to officially take over the workshop, but changed his plans when he learned that the master would be in charge for another 30 years at least. Fengrel added that he wondered if the master would resign as workshop owner when his body weakened. Junho admitted that this guy was a real psycho. Kang Sung-hyun inquired, why revitalize Witsmel Temple? All the more valuable pressed his master's back. Fengrel wondered if his interlocutor had ever honored someone as a master and teacher. Had he ever encountered such a wall that he could not overcome? Harvey has become just such a wall. Even if he ever managed to rise to his level, it would be after the teacher's death. Spencer said that no matter what he did, he couldn't surpass the master. When he realized that, he felt very hurt. Kang Sung-hyun remarked that he wasn't interested. Spencer continued, then he thought that if he couldn't surpass the master, wouldn't it be right to find a way to lower the master below him? Spencer's eyes were glassy as he said this phrase. The man was staring at a single point. If Witsmel returns to this world, the puppet shop, which has committed unforgivable sins in the past, will fall. And even its owner, Master Harvey, can't escape karma. If Harvey is cursed and relegated from the workshop so his hands don't create, then Spencer would do well. Fengrel said that only then would he be able to surpass a living master. Junho said the man gives him goosebumps. Kang Sung-hyun said that Spencer is even more psychotic than Jix. Kang Sung-hyun thought there was something missing in this story. He wondered if that was really all there was. Looking into the eyes of the interlocutor, our hero thought that there was definitely something else hidden here. Fengrel remarked that he thought this healer was quick-witted and added that it was just his personal wish. The real reason they want to plant the Witsmel Church, however, is that it is for the sake of Trikoti. Spencer asked if Trikoti has become an extremely poor village. There are not even simple healers here, and it is not even worth talking about treatment facilities. People are traumatized every day. Kwamar, the perpetrator of this tragedy, did nothing and simply abandoned Trikoti. Moreover, innocent residents were recently harassed by vicious thugs for having red hair. Spencer added that he had heard that their real leader was from the nobility of Kamara. Spencer said there was an entry in that book left by his ancestor who worked in the puppet shop. Apparently, he wanted to stop the decay of Kamar in that workshop. Whitmel Church is the kind of strength that Trikoti needs today. Spencer asked the healer, even after he'd said all that, were they still planning to interfere with him? Kang Sung-hyun replied that he had no plans to do so. If Spencer is founding a religious order with good intentions, there is no reason to interfere. Kang Sung-hyun added that he would rather want to actively help. Junho and Rebecca thought it was a lie. Spencer offered to cooperate with them in that case. Kang Sung-hyun asked what kind of cooperation were we talking about. Spencer said he hoped the healer could convince his teacher. If he wants to break Whitmel, he really needs the teacher's help. Junho inquired why they needed this Harvey guy. Spencer said he couldn't reveal all the details yet. Kang Sung-hyun said he would try to do that. The protagonist said he had another question. Did the masked group that tried to destroy them also belong to the Church of Whitmel? Spencer said the men were adventurers, hired for money, and not connected to the church. He sent them to deal with the man who was trying to find out about Whitmel. Spencer added that if he had known these men would exhibit such cruelty, he would not have entrusted them with the case. As they parted, Junho remarked that the tea was delicious. Spencer grabbed Rebecca by the shoulders and threw the hood off her head. He said that even if they were going to leave, she should say hello before she left. Spencer added that her brother was asking her to do it. Junho wondered if they were related. Spencer wondered, didn't they know? Revena is his younger sister. Kang Sung-hyun asked, why Revena? The girl said that was her real name. Spencer reported that his sister was still wasting time. Nothing had changed since she'd run away from home in search of adventure. Spencer added that he told his sister that the job wasn't right for her. Fengrel wondered what his sister was doing while he was doing deeds in the name of Trikoti. Fengrel says the only family he has left is Revena, so he's worried because his only little sister is involved in something dangerous. Junho noticed that Fengrel could have spoken more softly to his sister. The young man replied that it was the same with the puppeteer. If there's no talent, you have to at least try. It's not like she's even trying to do anything. Spencer noticed that his sister would certainly tell him that she had tried her best. But if there was no result, how was that different from inaction? Fengrel added that if the sister was going to live as an adventuress, she'd better leave. Kang Sung-hyun grabbed Spencer's arm and told him to calm down. He doesn't know about Revena, but Rebecca is a pretty important member of his group. The girl was very surprised when she saw Kang Sung-hyun sticking up for her. Fengrel said that it seemed like his little sister had found a reliable colleague this time. After a long story, Rebecca concluded that this was why she didn't want to date her brother. Junho inquired how come the guy turned out to be her brother. Rebecca replied that what Fengrel said wasn't entirely wrong, but it made it hurt even more. Perhaps it really would be best to just stop being adventurous. What does a guy stuck in a safe village know about adventurers? Kang Sung-hyun noticed that adventurers explore the world and complete missions while trying not to get killed in the process. In his opinion, Rebecca is the ultimate adventurer. Kang Sung-hyun added that the girl may not pay attention to what people say. Rebecca asked if the healer really planned not to get involved with the church. Kang Sung-hyun replied that he had no plans. Kang Sung-hyun stated that the guy was deceiving when he said that the masked group was not related to him. A curse like instant death is a skill that puts a strain on the caster's body, so it is rarely used in exceptional cases, such as when you need to cover someone's mouth, even if it means their death. The imposition of this curse means that he was in possession of important information. Such a person could certainly not be an ordinary adventurer. Junho asked where they should start their investigation. Rebecca noted that her brother had said earlier that he had found information about Whitmel at home. The girl offered the young men a tour of her home. Our heroes approached the Spencer family mansion. A magic circle was visible on the gate. Kang Sung-hyun said that there is a strong protection spell on the house. Junho said that it doesn't matter since the master of the house is with them. Once inside, our hero said that this place doesn't look like a house where people live. Does Fengrel really live in this gloomy house? Rebecca said that originally her brother had left home early and lived in a hostel at the workshop. It was only after the death of her parents that he began to visit frequently on the issue of inheriting the title of head of the family. Kang Sung-hyun asked who takes care of the mansion. Rebecca replied that they originally had servants, but her brother fired them all. The girl added that after that, the cleaning of the house began to be done by these guys. Our heroes saw the dolls who were engaged in house cleaning. Junho was frightened. What are those things? Is it really monsters? Is it really a dungeon? Rebecca said they were cleaning dummies, dolls her brother had made in his workshop. Kang Sung-hyun remarked that no matter how aristocratic they are, using dolls instead of people is a luxury because the maintenance cost is just huge. He speculated that after Spencer found the Witsmill data, all of the mansion's employees were fired to prevent the information from being leaked. Witches don't talk about what they've seen and heard. Our hero thought, if Spencer is even now using the dolls, the materials to hide are still here. Rebecca opened the door and said this is where her brother's room was. Upon entering this room, Junho noticed that there was nothing special here. Kang Sung-hyun asked his friend if he remembered what they talked about in the basement of the puppet shop, what the higher-ups were talking about. Junho replied, inexpensive? Incompetent? Ignoring the common people? Kang Sung-hyun activated an observant gaze. A painting came into our hero's field of vision, and he saw a sealed switch. The protagonist thought that someone had recently removed the old seal from him. It is now possible to open the door leading to the basement. Our hero pressed a button, a secret passage in the floor opened up, and Junho plummeted down. Kang Sung-hyun asked his friend if he was right. Junho from below replied that his colleague was right. After going down into the dungeon, our heroes discovered a secret room. Rebecca said it was a mess. Kang Sung-hyun noticed that everything was piled up. Our hero saw many ancient inscriptions. There it was written that a great man who loved Trakati was leaving a record of Witsmill here. Kang Sung-hyun said it was an item left behind by an ancestor of the Spencer family. Witsmill is the guardian deity worshipped in Trakoti and the ancestor of the Tarkoti puppeteers. Kang Sung-hyun remarked, from the looks of it, it looks like it was found in a doll's workshop, making it seem like the original was secretly copied and the copy was hidden in the workshop. Junho added that the wall is made of records, so it couldn't just be moved to Spencer's workshop. Rebecca said there is new information written here. The myth of Trakoti. The goddess loved the forest and its inhabitants and wanted to protect them. However, taking care of the forest alone was a difficult task even for a goddess. In desperation, the goddess divided her powers and created her own doppelganger children. The clones born this way founded a village in the center of the forest to worship a goddess later named Trakoti. In other words, Trakoti's forebears are Witsmill's doppelgangers. Rebecca added that the current villagers are descendants of Witsmill. Junho remarked that in that case, the puppet studio was a gathering of immoral scoundrels. A beast appeared behind the young man. The beast, flashing its eyes, lunged at Junho and bit him on the neck. Kang Sung-hyun didn't hesitate and threw the animal far aside. The beast bounced to the side, flashing its eyes, growling and preparing for another attack. Rebecca said it was the Red Wolf Golem. The girl added that it was a special golem that only Elder Harvey could create. Although these golems have no soul, through magical power they are endowed with a will, can think and move independently like normal beings. Our hero activated the silver glory summoned from his inventory and repelled the attack of the attacking beast. The protagonist severed the beast's head. The headless golem slumped to the floor, yet it continued to move. Kang Sung-hyun wondered, is this beast really getting up again? Rebecca said that the golem would move until its core was destroyed. Kang Sung-hyun asked where the core was located. The girl replied that it depends on its creator. Junho grabbed his golden shovel and motioned at the headless beast. Junho effectively attacked the golem and destroyed it. The beast shattered into pieces. Rebecca wondered, why was this golem in her house? Kang Sung-hyun assumed that Fengrel had studied it here. Kang Sung-hyun thought that here might be the secret of a golem that moved without the help of magic. Our hero smelled an odor coming from another room. Orienting himself by smell, Kang Sung-hyun walked toward the door. Junho suggested that we all go into this room together. Our hero saw an animal corpse in the room. What is it? The room was covered in blood, and there were many corpses of various animals. Rebecca was terrified. How could her brother do such a thing? Kang Sung-hyun said that this animal looked like the red wolf they had just fought. Junho wondered, had he destroyed them all just to observe them and then create creatures like them? Rebecca said that couldn't be. Her brother is so skilled that he can create a golem without destroying any animals. Just a picture is enough. Wunyo didn't understand in that case. What was the purpose of all this? Kang Sung-hyun said that he hopes it's not what he thinks it is. The protagonist used the recycle skill. The system reported that the Red Wolf Golem had been redesigned. After recycling, A pile of clay and a glowing ball of light appeared in front of the young people. Kang Sung-hyun said that it was the soul of a living being. Our hero added that this madman was creating dolls using the souls of living animals. Rebecca was horrified. What was her brother doing? Jun-ho said it was definitely crazy. He was taking out souls to put into dolls. Jun-ho started picking through Spencer's notes. He figured if they found anything, they could find out what his intentions were. Kim Jun-ho told an associate that he had discovered a notebook. Our hero decided that it was necessary to read it. Rebecca recognized the notebook as her brother's handwriting. Witsmel did not leave them. She spread all her power through the redwoods and assimilated with them. Witsmel as a divine being has disappeared. Her appearance changed. However, she always protects them. According to the records left by the previous head of the family, it is impossible to contact Witsmel, who has assimilated with the forest. However, Spencer doesn't think so. We need to make a doll of her. If the willpower and religiosity of the goddess is transferred to the doll, Witsmel will regain her divinity. Jun-ho wondered what it all meant. Rebecca said she never thought Witsmel turned into a redwood forest. Jun-ho said that the Witsmel church would press their religiosity. How was he going to transfer the will and power of the goddess? Kang Sung-hyun said that it is written further on. Ordinary people cannot gather the power of a goddess. However, it becomes possible if you use the god's remains. After much deliberation, Spencer decided to find what was left after Witsmel's disappearance and used Witsmel's right hand. The monster appeared on the bookshelf above our hero and said they snuck in here like rats and did well. Jun-ho said, "Is that really Fengrel's voice?" Kang Sung-hyun replied that the rascal was peeking at everything with a doll. The monster said that it was easy, using her hand to gather the power scattered throughout the red forest. There was a side effect, though. The forest lost its defenses and became unstable. Rebecca said that's when the reason why the monsters in the redwoods became so violent became clear. Kang Sung-hyun said that even though the main cause was the leakage of Kamara's magical energy, the secondary culprit was Spencer. Rebecca, ask your brother how he could do this. How many people were hurt in the redwoods? Monster said if Witsmel is reinstated, Tricati will be fine. Injuries are a very minor issue. Kang Sung-hyun agreed that the injuries were a minor problem. The real problem was gathering the will of the goddess. The monster smiled and said that the healer understood the problem correctly. There is only one will left by the vanished Witsmel, the souls of the people of Tricati, the descendants she left behind to protect the redwood forest. Junyo inquired in that case inside the dead animals. Was this an experiment to completely remove the soul? Rebecca wondered. Had her brother already harmed the villagers? The girl asked Fengrel, were those missing from Tricati his fault? Monster put his hand on his chest and told his sister that she had guessed correctly. He needed to retrieve them and see for himself. Do their souls really contain her will? Fengrel added that he was doing it all for Tricati. Rebecca swung her sword, yelled for her brother to stop making excuses, and lunged at the monster. The monster hit the girl with his hand, and she flew off to the side, hitting her head on the wall. He said his sister was a hypocrite. Rebecca replied that Fengrel was endangering the village and destroying innocent people. How could it be for Tricati? Fengrel replied that she did not know because she had left the village. The inhabitants of Tricati suffered the scorn and persecution of the Kamar. Only Witsmel can save Tricati. For the sake of something greater, one must be willing to make small sacrifices. Fengrel added that he hadn't counted on someone like his sister to understand that. At this moment, Kang Sung-hyun approached the monster and stabbed it with his dagger. The blow was so strong that the monster's head flew off its shoulders. Kang Sung-hyun walked over to Rebecca and said that it wasn't worth keeping him alive. The hero approached the body of the decapitated doll and thought, how would he deal with it? Kang Sung-hyun held out his hand to the girl and asked if Rebecca could get up. The girl took the help and thanked the healer. Jun-ho said that rascal Fengrel took the soul out of a person to make a doll. He's crazier than he's seen before. Kang Sung-hyun remarked that if Fengrel's diary is presented as evidence, the Adventurers Guild won't be able to keep silent. The healer added that we need to stop this guy before more victims show up. Suddenly, the exit from the dungeon became blocked. The steps began to turn into pixels. Our heroes were frightened. Jun-ho said the exit is now blocked. What to do? The doll head said one of them should stand outside and guard. Once that basement door closes, it will never open again from the inside until someone pushes the switch from the outside again. Jun-ho firmly ordered the doll head to open the door and not try to destroy his sister. Fengrel replied that he had no intention of destroying Rebecca. She is his only blood relative, and they are her co-workers. However, he cannot allow anyone to interfere with the sacred ceremony of welcoming Witsmo. It will take about 3 days to make the doll, so they need to stay here until then. Fengrel added that he would open the doors as soon as he was done. Junho shouted that he would get revenge on him as soon as he got to him. Kang Sung-hyun crushed the doll's head and said he didn't want to hang out with him anymore. Rebecca suggested digging a hole and tunneling outward, to which the healer replied that it was impossible. Judging from the state of the entrance, it appears to be subspace. If they try to break through, they'll fall into the spatial abyss. Rebecca apologized. If she hadn't told them to come here, none of this would have happened. Junho said that thanks to the girl, they found out what her rogue brother was up to. Rebecca pointed out that it's useless since they can't get out of here. Junho told the girl not to worry, there must be some way to get out of here. Junho said that Mr. Healer would definitely think of something. Our hero thought he could give it a try. Kang Sung-hyun wondered, did Junho really think he was an expert at fixing everything in the universe? The protagonist kicked the shards of the Fengrel doll's head with his foot. The young man's mind was a brainstorm, trying to think of something. Kang Sung-hyun asked Rebecca if she could use the powers needed to control the dolls. She replied that she was not a professional, but she knew the basics. Kang Sung-hyun remarked that if Rebecca did well, they could come out. Rebecca wondered, how would they be able to get out? Junho shouted that he believed in his colleague. Kang Sung-hyun stated that it was a simple yet complicated method. One must, like Fengrel, use the ability to control the dolls to press the switch outside the door. The healer added that if they couldn't get out by themselves, they had no choice but to use someone outside. Junho wondered if that was possible. Junho noticed that this is subspace. It was different from the Azul continent, so they couldn't influence what was happening outside. Kang Sung-hyun took a shard of the doll's head and said that until a few minutes ago, this doll was controlled by Fengrel. The fact that he, being outside, was controlling the puppet meant that outsiders could interfere with the place using their skills. In any case, there is no way a descendant passing on information from Witsmo could be imprisoned here. The previous owner must have taken action. Our hero installed a relay magic circle. Now skills can be transmitted beyond the spatial walls. Kang Sung-hyun said that this circle is used to enhance the effect of a skill and deliver it to its intended destination. Junho asked if any skill could be used. Kang Sung-hyun replied that the magic circle repeater set up here had conditions for use. Only puppet theater skills can be broadcast. Only members of the Spencer family can broadcast. In other words, the only person who can get them out of here is Rebecca. She was scared and said she definitely couldn't. With her skills, she wouldn't be able to control the doll her brother made. Kang Sung-hyun took the girl's hands and told Rebecca to listen to him carefully. He really didn't care if Dracodi was destroyed or not. The healer added that he was an outsider after all, so it was a foreign matter to him. Junho thought these were ruthless words. Kang Sung-hyun said he wanted to punish Fengrel for being so ruthless. The healer added that as an outsider, he wasn't going to give up. But would someone who was born and raised in Dracodi want to give up? Even though Fengrel knew about the existence of the magic repeater circle, he locked his sister in here. He's blatantly ignoring Rebecca, so he needs a good revenge. Rebecca said she was willing to give it a try. 2 days passed. All this time, the girl had been cooking something intensely. Junho looked at the result and wondered why Rebecca was saying she had no talent. The entire floor of the dungeon was scrawled with drawings. Rebecca had created many magic circles. The girl said she had to wait a long time. Junho asked what was that huge magic circle in the center. Rebecca explained that other people's dolls usually don't allow themselves to be controlled by anyone other than the owner. The challenge is to neutralize this. Junho admitted that he didn't understand anything at all about those explanations. Kang Sung-hyun explained that the girl would be breaking into the dolls that Fengrel had made. Kang Sung-hyun asked the girl to take care of them until they were released. Rebecca replied that she didn't mind. The girl said she was ready to begin and rested her hands on the magic circle on the wall. At this time in Harvey's puppet shop, Apprentice Jusk was lying on the floor covered in blood and asked what Fengrel's true intentions were. Fengrel held the bloody dagger in his hand and only smiled in response. Rebecca thought she could see her brother's room. The maid dolls were cleaning the room. The girl turned her attention to the doll that was closest to the switch. Contact was made and the doll began to be controlled by the girl. Rebecca tensed and tried to force the puppet in the right direction with her mind. Junho asked if Rebecca was okay. The girl replied that she was fine. Kang Sung-hyun thought it was difficult to control the puppet of a highly skilled puppeteer. Junho noticed that the girl might faint now. Golem rats appeared under our hero's feet. Where did they come from? Kang Sung-hyun assumed they were ego golems created by Fengrel. Do they feel similar to each other if they are blood brother and sister? Kang Sung-hyun told the rats that if they wanted, they could come over and help. The rats immediately rushed to the girl and climbed onto her shoulders. Golems began to run around Rebecca's neck, feeding her energy. The magic circle on the wall began to appear more clearly. Junho said that the warped magic circle was being restored. Kang Sung-hyun suggested that the golems are also adept at puppetry. Rebecca told herself that she had to hold on. She had to hold on a little longer. The puppet, controlled by the girl, was approaching the switch. The switch went off, and the pixels began to disappear, and a staircase appeared. Junho said that the passage was open and congratulated Rebecca on her victory. The girl knelt down with exhaustion and said what she could. The rats did not leave Rebecca's side. Kang Sung-hyun said he believed in the girl and knew she could do it. Passing Tricati Square, the young people ran to Harvey's doll's workshop. The girl kept repeating that nothing bad should happen. Junho stated that it was necessary to check Harvey's condition. Junho noticed that something strange had appeared in the atmosphere. The village was very quiet and not a soul could be seen. Kang Sung-hyun agreed. The atmosphere was definitely different from 2 days ago. Rebecca saw a man walking by and decided to ask him. Junho approached a passerby and said he wanted to know something. Did something happen in the village? The passerby turned around and said with crazy eyes that this man was coming. Kang Sung-hyun thought that it wasn't just this passerby in the village that was like this right now. People began to appear in the square. Some of them said that they had endless faith in their mother. Many have repeated that this is being done for Tricoti. Using the skill of observational eye, our hero determined that these people were addicted. They were addicted to ethanol. Junho said angrily that Fengrel must have a hobby of giving drugs to others. Do these people really have to exist like this for the rest of their lives? Kang Sung-hyun replied that they should wait until the drug was eliminated from their system. Kang Sung-hyun suggested that they just leave since they can't fight the locals. Kang Sung-hyun, followed by his companions, began to move in a safe direction. People were stretching their hands in the direction of those fleeing and saying that this person was coming. Harvey's puppet shop showed up ahead, and our hero decided they were already at their destination. In the workshop, the young men saw Jix lying on the floor, covered in blood. Jix opened his eyes and asked, "Is it really the healer?" "It is necessary to help the teacher." A little farther away lay Mr. Harvey. He was unconscious. Had Fengrel really done him in? Fengrel, looking up somewhere, said that was exactly what he thought. Fengrel said that the look really suited him. At that moment, the young man looked at the huge golem. Fengrel called him teacher. Kang Sung-hyun bandaged Jix. The healer said that there were ceramic fragments stuck in different parts of his body. It's a miracle he survived until they came. Kang Sung-hyun said that first aid had been given, but it would be difficult to move. Jix thanked him. Looking at Harvey's body, our hero asked Jix what happened here. The young man replied that 2 days ago, when they had stopped hearing from the healer, Fengrel had come to their workshop. Fengrel made an offer they couldn't refuse. He said that if they cooperated, they would get the cure. If it had been earlier, the teacher would have been so angry that he would have kicked him out. But the medicine was wearing off, and the healer was nowhere to be seen. The teacher was very nervous. In the end, Harvey acquiesced. Life comes first, so what's the problem with getting over pride? That's what he said. Kang Sung-hyun thought that Fengrel was very consistent. Kang Sung-hyun asked what Fengrel's demands were. It was about identifying the problem of his ego golem. A golem that doesn't use magic still needs to be finalized. Harvey helped make the golem and easily found the problem, which was as follows. Fengrel was pleased with the movements the golem was performing. He called them perfect. He hadn't expected it to be fixed so quickly. Fengrel said his teacher was the best and asked him to cooperate further. Harvey said that now that he had taken his medication, he wanted nothing to do with the rascal. Fengrel said that his teacher must have forgotten because the puppet shop had committed a great sin against Witsmo. Harvey replied that it was not his problem. Fengrel noticed that the teacher who inherited the puppet shop was also a sinner. Fengrel added, so the master will have to pay for his sins working for Witsmo. Harvey repeated his demand. Fengrel must get out of his workshop. Fengrel approached the master and, striking with force, pierced Harvey's chest through and through. The young man grabbed the glowing orb that flew out of his chest. Harvey cried out in surprise and coughed. He could not utter a word. Fengrel stepped away from the old man and said he would lead the teacher to salvation. He had the same glowing orb in his hand. Junho immediately understood everything from the story and said that Fengrel had taken the teacher's soul. Jix said the teacher immediately fell to the floor and he lunged at the rogue. Kang Sung-hyun said that Fengrel fooled them. He said that he would make a golem out of the teacher's soul. He also added that he would need the teacher's hand to make a doll. Jix noted that ordinary people would no longer be able to deal with this monstrous villain. Kang Sung-hyun reported that this guy was capable of extracting souls. If a deity came soon, he would be able to increase his power as his minion. It's essentially no different than a boss monster. Jix agreed, but now it was too late to seek outside help. Kang Sung-hyun said if Fengrel hasn't created Witsmill yet, they have a chance. Jix remembered that there was an old abandoned Witsmill shrine on the lower level in the Spencer's workshop. Kang Sung-hyun activated his crossbow and said, in that case, why don't they make some noise? The subterranean floor in the Spencer workshop. The Witsmill doll is created by the hands of a giant golem. Fengrel said she is really beautiful and wonderful. The young man observed this creation and said how good it was that he had entrusted it to a teacher. Fengrel Spencer thought, just a little longer and she'll be ready. A lot of effort had been put in during this time. Inside the golem was a blazing furnace. The Witsmill doll was near this furnace. Fengrel said, finally Witsmill will be resurrected. However, Kang Sung-hyun appeared in the workshop and said that this was not going to happen. He fired his crossbow in the direction of the doll. The arrow hit was accurate and the doll lost its head. Fengrel continued to stand in front of the doll, refusing to believe that it had already been decapitated. Fengrel came to his senses and shouted, who created this? The young man was furious. Kang Sung-hyun said there is nothing more exhilarating than dashing someone's hopes when that someone is one step away from a goal. Kang Sung-hyun asked Fengrel if he agreed with that statement. Kang Sung-hyun said hello to his opponent and said that it had been a long time since they had seen each other. It had been 2 whole days. Fengrel was furious. How did this rascal get here? Rebecca told her brother that it was over. Therefore, it was better to stop right now. Fengrel asked his sister, did Revena dare to manipulate his dolls? The young man added that Revena would indeed remain on the other side until the very end. Fengrel said that he should have disowned such a sister long ago. Rebecca was shocked by her brother's words. The girl asked how could her brother lock his little sister in the basement? He's a despicable scoundrel. Fengrel asked, does she still not understand? This is a sacred ritual to save Trikoti. Revena is not to interfere. Kang Sung-hyun asked his opponent what he might know. If the doll lost its head and lost its arms, wouldn't it be okay? Kang Sung-hyun fired another crossbow shot at the puppet. Fengrel pumped so that the golem activated the defense. At that hour, the golem put his hand in front of the Witsmill doll. Fengrel said his teacher was excellent, as expected. The villain said for the golem to now crush these rascals. The golem lifted off the ground and began to approach our heroes. Fengrel added that they should be destroyed right now. The golem began to take action, waving its arms around. It tried to hit its targets. However, the young men dodged effectively while counterattacking the golem. Junho admitted that the golem was kind of scary. Rebecca apologized to Elder Harvey, but said that she would destroy the golem. The girl declared that she had no choice but to chop off the golem's hands, which she subsequently did. However, the golem immediately began to restore the missing hands with whole hands. This process of destroying and restoring hands could last indefinitely. Junho was terribly surprised. Was this golem really fixing its hands with the help of other whole hands? Junho was discouraged. What should they do? Kang Sung-hyun said, as one would expect from an ego golem created by a top puppeteer. Kang Sung-hyun asked Fengrel, did he really hate Elder Harvey that much? After all, he had placed his teacher in a doll and made him his slave. Fengrel said that's absolutely not true. He has more respect for the teacher than for anyone else. The villain added, all he did was preserve the teacher's talents and rid himself of his flawed humanity. Fengrel noticed that his teacher was now loyal to Witsmill. With his current body, he had become the world's best puppeteer. Junho continued to dodge the attacks of the huge golem. Rebecca said her brother was fixing the doll. Kang Sung-hyun took a shovel from a co-worker and said he wanted to borrow it. Junho asked what it was for. Using an observant eye, our hero decided to make a break for it. The ego golem recovered all of its arms. Dodging all of the golem's hands, Kang Sung-hyun approached its body with a shovel in his hands. Kang Sung-hyun thought that completely destroying his arm was ineffective. He needed to aim for the major joints and destroy them before he could rebuild them again. Acting according to a developed plan, our hero moved around the golem, stripping it of its limbs at the very base. However, there came a moment when the golem was able to strike our hero. Kang Sung-hyun lost his balance and began to fall, considering that he might be hit back. At some point, the golem lost all of its limbs and fell to the ground.
Junho ran up to his coworker and asked if he was okay. Rebecca said it was amazing.
However, everyone noticed that Fungrel had already started baking a Witsmel doll. Kang Sung-hyun once again decided to use the crossbow and fire a shot. The arrows hit Fungrel. The man tried to evade the attack, but he was unsuccessful. Grasping the arrow sticking out of his chest, Fungrel said as this rascal continued to hinder him until the very end. Kang Sung-hyun remarked that he came here to have fun. The villain pulled the arrow from his chest and said he tried to the last to keep his opponents alive. Fungrel said he'd have to get the healer out of here right now and put his palm to the magic circle. Human figures began to emerge from the ground. It was a mass creation of puppets. Kang Sung-hyun thought as his opponent began to use annoying skills. The underdressed puppets slowly moved towards our hero. Junho, with a shovel in his hand, told the doctor to leave it to him. Kang Sung-hyun said that finally a colleague will take on the role of a tank. Junho shouted that the number of these dolls didn't matter to him, and waving his shovel began to destroy them. Junho could incapacitate a puppet with a single blow and make it combat-ready. Rebecca thought that perhaps because of the injury, the quality of the dolls produced had deteriorated significantly. The girl put her hands on the magic circle. Rebecca decided that in that case she could also control these dolls. Kang Sung-hyun thought that they didn't have much time left, so they should end this in one blow. Our hero held his silver dagger in his hand. As he approached his opponent, Kang Sung-hyun thought that this was the moment when Fungrel let his guard down. Fungrel raised his hand up and activated the earth shield around him. Kang Sung-hyun prepared to strike his opponent, but that shield appeared between them. Without stopping, the protagonist struck the shield. It was so strong that the shield cracked immediately. Kang Sung-hyun said, "It seems like Fungrel, your luck has completely left you." The skill Earth Bone was activated. The earth shield began to turn to bones. The protagonist stated that he had very unique skills and continued to strike the bones. Fungrel screamed loudly and blood splattered in all directions. The villain was finished. Junho said it was great. His friend ended the villain. Rebecca couldn't look at it and closed her eyes. Junho was not confused. He said that it was now necessary to destroy the furnace very quickly. Otherwise, the doll would be finished. Looking at the body of the defeated opponent, our hero said that it was very strange. Fungrel couldn't lose so easily. Fungrel doll said he knew he would and grabbed the furnace lever. The furnace opened and the tape began to move toward the blazing fire. Fungrel and Kang Sung-hyun's bodies were about to be in the furnace. Out of the furnace, out of the blazing fire, a Witsmel doll appeared. Junho shouted, "Did the door really open on its own?" Kang Sung-hyun said that there was no such thing. Our hero added that Fungrel had done it, and indeed there was a Fungrel doll standing near the stove. Rebecca was surprised, for her brother had just died. Kang Sung-hyun said that crazy guy had done something. He left only a small part of his soul in his body, enough to move. He ripped out the rest of his soul and put it in a doll. Junho wondered, had Fungrel really lost his mind? How could he rip out his own soul? Fungrel laughed. Hadn't they realized yet? Fungrel said he would do anything for Witsmel. The villain added that even their lives would benefit her. Fungrel said that Witsmel was coming. A Witsmel doll did indeed come out of the furnace. Fungrel fell to his knees before the goddess and said that she had waited a long time, even if it had taken hundreds of years. The puppeteer added that they sincerely congratulated her on becoming the god of Trikoti again. Rebecca said with surprise that it was the ancient guardian goddess, Trikoti Witsmel. Fungrel turned to the goddess and said that these men were sinners who had interfered with the sacred ritual of her resurrection. Fungrel said for the goddess to punish them. Junho put the shovel forward and said that this goddess was coming. But isn't she just a doll if you take her and smash her to pieces? The goddess, using all her resources, decided to attack our heroes. The young people began to run away in different directions, but their bodies did not obey them. Kang Sung-hyun heard the goddess say that they were experiencing a sense of awe, and their mind power was decreasing. Junho couldn't understand what was happening. Why was his body getting heavier? Our hero thought, awe is a special skill of divine beings that reduces the power of the mind. Because of this ability, it is difficult for low-ranked creatures to resist gods. Junho said he was catching his breath and wondered if the teacher was okay. Kang Sung-hyun replied that this awe could even get you killed. Junho remarked that his colleague looked normal. Witsmel directed energy pulses at these people. Junho noticed that something was shooting at them. Kang Sung-hyun picked up his colleagues under his arms and tried to run away from the area affected by Goddess Witsmel's energy pulses. Junho, once in a safe place, asked if it was a laser machine. Kang Sung-hyun replied that it was waves saturated with divine power. Junho noticed that his coworker was injured. His arm was hurt. Kang Sung-hyun said that it was no big deal and used the stop bleeding skill. It's just a superficial injury. The protagonist noticed that even weakened, the goddess was as powerful as before. Junho wondered, had the goddess weakened? God has half the people of Trakati under his command, and they are in a state of drug addiction. Compared to her golden days, she's a lot weaker. Kang Sung-hyun remarked that in any case, the gods would easily destroy any human. Fengrel said, that's incredibly stupid. If her opponent said right now that he wanted to become a loyal follower of Witsmo, then maybe she would spare his life. Fengrel added that he just needed a guard golem to protect Trakoti. Yuno was outraged. Fengrel wants a golem to use as a slave. Does he really think this is mercy? Witsmel prepared for another attack using energy waves. Kang Sung-hyun picked Rebecca up in his arms and said that they needed to run away from here quickly. There was another powerful explosion. The young men were on the brink of death. Junho asked, is there really no way to win? Kang Sung-hyun wondered if his colleague thought he could fight a typhoon or tsunami and win. We have to run away. How can one fight such a catastrophe? Kang Sung-hyun added, it's the same with divine beings. It's best to avoid things that can't be fought. Junho asked if they escape, who will save Trakoti? Kang Sung-hyun said that it wasn't just Trakoti that would have to be saved. Fengrel, which had come under the protection of Witsmo, would devour the vicinity of Lake Pitsat, and after that, it would take over the western continent of Azul. Kang Sung-hyun said that running is not his style, and if you run, it won't be fun. Kang Sung-hyun thought that it was necessary to somehow intercept the initiative. He looked at the goddess and heard a strange sound coming from her. What was that voice? The voice said he wanted to help. The voice told the healer to use the power of his left hand. Kang Sung-hyun saw that a new pulse attack was being prepared from the goddess's side. Kang Sung-hyun had a new skill and decided that he wouldn't dodge anymore. Junho wondered what his colleague was doing. Kang Sung-hyun put his left hand out to meet the pulse attack. He had a new skill, Faith Witsmo. Fengrel laughed and said that this person was really stupid. The villain added that he should have known his place and kept his head down. When the smoke cleared, however, it was clear that the young men had escaped the attack. Our heroes were on a plateau that had never been touched by the pulse. Fengrel was surprised how after receiving the wrath of God, these people were able to survive. Kang Sung-hyun told his friends that Witsmel's defenses had surrounded them. The damage has been greatly reduced. It is possible to ignore awe. It's God's power, that's how it should be. Kang Sung-hyun said he didn't know why he suddenly got this power, but now he can play around a bit. The goddess was approaching our heroes. Junho asked his colleague if everything was all right. Junho added that he almost fainted. If Kang Sung-hyun has such skills, they should have talked about it earlier. Fengrel still didn't understand how a human could repel Goddess Witsmel's strike. It was simply impossible. Junho said to Kang Sung-hyun to take shelter in a safe place. Kang Sung-hyun said it was his responsibility to protect his comrades. Junho thought that he should leave so as not to disturb his colleague. Rebecca held her head and trembled with fear. Junho realized what he should do. He would take care of the girl. Junho grabbed Rebecca in his arms and fled with her in a safe direction. Kang Sung-hyun prepared to fend off another attack from the goddess. Fengrel shouted, would Witsmel really let them escape? Witsmel again attacked our hero with her momentum. Kang Sung-hyun used the Faith Witsmel skill and defended himself against the goddess's attack. Kang Sung-hyun asked Fengrel, could it be that Witsmel was weakened because of his misguided faith? What kind of god would love followers he considers puppets? Kang Sung-hyun remarked that if he were in the goddess's shoes, he would have destroyed this guy first. Fengrel was enraged. How dare this healer demean his faith? He would be destroyed now. Kang Sung-hyun moved around the room, dodging the goddess's attacks. Kang Sung-hyun, swinging his silver dagger, asked, does Fengrel really love his faith? Kang Sung-hyun approached the goddess from behind and attacked her. However, the attack did not reach the target. The goddess was in a protective barrier. Normally, this barrier is difficult to even approach. Vera Witsmel emitted a red light, but it didn't matter now. Kang Sung-hyun didn't lose hope and continued to attack the goddess. Looking out from around the corner, Junho was surprised that Kang Sung-hyun didn't retreat while fighting the goddess. Kang Sung-hyun thought that Witsmel must have vulnerability after all. She was just a puppet in Fengrel's hands. Could someone who had never fought properly control the power of a god? Even the strongest will not be able to show his abilities if the one in command fails. Kang Sung-hyun said that he couldn't show his abilities. Our hero thought if he struck, he could destroy this puppet. Kang Sung-hyun wondered, is it safe? For in the body of this creature are the souls of the people of Trikoti. Our hero heard that voice again. The goddess told the child from the other world to break the bond between her and this child. Witsmel added that if he did that, she could awaken. Kang Sung-hyun thought he should break the connection. Kang Sung-hyun told his opponent that the goddess was giving him a message. Our hero said he needed to implement the disconnect. Fengrel cried out in fright, "What is this guy going to do?" He must stop immediately. Kang Sung-hyun severed the threads by which the goddess was controlled, and the doll began to fall. Fengrel fell to his knees and said that the connection with the goddess was breaking. The Witsmel doll, eyes closed, continued to sink to the ground. Fengrel said the connection between him and Witsmel no longer exists. Witsmel opened her eyes. Kang Sung-hyun thought that this was the true appearance, freed from the shackles. This is the real god of Trikoti, Witsmel. Kang Sung-hyun knelt before the goddess. Fengrel saw a completely different goddess in front of him. Witsmel thanked Kang Sung-hyun. Thanks to him, she was able to awaken. Our hero said that he was not to be thanked. He added that he was doing his civic duty. Witsmel said she was sorry, she should have been faster. Kang Sung-hyun said it was no big deal. The goddess directed her energy streams toward the young men hiding around the corner. The power of Witsmel envelops their bodies. All wounds are healed. Spiritual energy is fully restored. Junho said it was unbelievable. All his wounds had healed. Witsmel, turning to Kang Sung-hyun, said that he has wounds too. The protagonist replied that you don't have to worry, he's fine. Kang Sung-hyun thought that this goddess was really unique. Usually gods are arrogant and demand people to worship them. However, Witsmel is very kind to them. Fengrel wondered, why did Witsmel help that man? Kang Sung-hyun said that Fengrel had resurrected the goddess to use for his own purposes. She wouldn't be happy about it. Kang Sung-hyun asked the goddess to tell her how Fengrel tricked her. Junho remarked that Fengrel is a soulless scoundrel who uses the god for his own purposes. Witsmel said she didn't need it, though she made a great mistake. The goddess added that this child was also from Trikoti, and she could not judge him. Kang Sung-hyun wondered, is this really normal? Witsmel replied that a parent can't hate their child. Kang Sung-hyun thought that he must have been unconscious for too long, and his head was spinning. Fengrel said, which meant he was right. Fengrel told the goddess to listen to him. These three were interfering with her resurrection and the rebirth of Trikoti. Fengrel asked Witsmel, she will punish them for these atrocities, won't she? Witsmel told Fengrel that she forgives this child, but that doesn't mean his sins are gone. How many lives did he ruin to achieve that? Fengrel admitted he was a sinner, but it was all for her resurrection. Witsmel said he was a poor child. Witsmel added that his greatest sin was that he tried to resurrect her. Fengrel was upset. Why would the goddess say that? He had forgotten about her because of the puppets. Transmitting Kamara's power wasn't enough. Fengrel added that he even contributed to the sect's downfall. The young man said bitterly that they all hated him. Witsmel said she didn't hate him. Fengrel couldn't understand why. The goddess said that a parent cannot hate their children. Witsmel added that her existence was very agonizing as her beloved children lost their identity and became her puppets. Fengrel said that if the goddess didn't hate, then she didn't want resurrection. Kang Sung-hyun remarked that Fengrel had been a complete jerk all this time, but even a person like him could forgive. Kang Sung-hyun remarked that Fengrel is only a villain using God's name to create chaos. Fengrel did everything for Witsmel, but always blamed the puppets and Kamara. The protagonist said that the wretch had destroyed the heart of the goddess. Fengrel fell to his knees in front of Witsmel and began to apologize. The guy said he was wrong. He thought it would make the goddess happy, but he wasn't in a position to understand. Kang Sung-hyun got tired of listening to these excuses and kicked his opponent in the jaw. Our hero said that even if he destroys this rogue, order will not be restored in Trikoti. However, at least it won't happen again. Kang Sung-hyun stabbed his opponent's chest with his silver dagger and said that he could stop it all. Fengrel said with his last strength that Witsmel should not leave his side. Fengrel's doll was destroyed. Kang Sung-hyun asked the goddess if he should have let Fengrel live. Witsmel said this child has made too many mistakes. She will forgive, but others will not forget. Witsmel looked at the hole in the Fengrel doll's chest and said she was prepared for it. But it still hurts because it's family. Witsmel looked at Rebecca and said that as bad as they were family. Witsmel hugged Rebecca and said this child has had a very hard time. The goddess added that she was glad the girl was okay. The young men watched in silence as the goddess soothed Rebecca. Kang Sung-hyun told the goddess that he had a few questions that were keeping him in suspense. Witsmel said that the child in front of her was the child who had first saved Chakotay, and she would answer all his questions. Kang Sung-hyun thought that all these trials had not been in vain. He needed to learn something about administrators and traveling between dimensions. Kang Sung-hyun suggested that the goddess talk in private. Witsmel said that to protect them from prying ears, she would create a special cloud. Kang Sung-hyun and the goddess were inside the protected barrier. Witsmel stated that no one could hear them here. Kang Sung-hyun thought that it was like a closed space. The power of the gods is really great. Kang Sung-hyun asked the goddess if she knew that he came from another dimension. Can Witsmel bring him back to his homeworld with his power? Witsmel said that it takes divine power to cross between dimensions, and right now it's quite weakened. Kang Sung-hyun asked another question. If he seeks help from another god, will he be able to return? Witsmel answered that it might be more difficult than he thought. To move to another dimension, you need to know its coordinates. Finding the coordinates of his world isn't that hard, but it takes a long time from a human perspective. Kang Sung-hyun asked how long we were talking about. Witsmel replied that at least a few hundred years would pass. Witsmel asked if Kang Sung-hyun had come to this world on a call. The one who called him must know the coordinates of his homeland. Kang Sung-hyun thought that was why no one who went to Earth had ever been able to return, so he would have to cooperate with that rogue administrator. Witsmel asked if there was anything else he was interested in. Kang Sung-hyun wondered how the goddess was able to interfere with the status screen, using it to transfer power to him. He had met many beings, but no one could do anything like this. The goddess wondered, is this really called a status screen? No wonder no one could interfere there. Witsmel said it was a system created by a being of colossal power. Kang Sung-hyun wondered how on earth Witsmel was able to do that. Goddess said she was registered in that status screen. Kang Sung-hyun thought that was why he was able to register his left hand in the status screen. Who is this administrator? He has sufficient power to become part of God's system. If obtaining a shrine is a prerequisite for God's registration, why isn't protection from Kirkarashtel listed in achievements or roulette? Kang Sung-hyun said that when he received other holy items, the registration didn't work. Only in the case of this crossbow did status interference occur. Could there be a reason for this? The goddess replied that this protection was just an ordinary shrine with the power of a god. Witsmel said her left hand contains her will. The crossbow is like that. Though silent, the divine will still slumbers within. Divine beings leave holy objects filled with their will before disappearing. Thus, it would be fair to say that it is the will of the forgotten god. Kang Sung-hyun thought that Witsmel was right. All the damaged signs had been repaired. He doesn't even understand why this is happening. However, the administrator accumulates the will of the gods in the items. The protagonist thanked the goddess. He had received a tremendous amount of information. Witsmel replied that she was glad she had been able to help. Kang Sung-hyun inquired about what had happened to Chakotay in the past. After all, Witsmel sacrificed herself to protect Chakotay. The goddess replied that her consciousness in that long-ago time was hazy. Perhaps it was due to the unstable resurrection. Witsmel added that she remembers exactly who fought her. It was a creature. His name was Nateka Rua. Kang Sung-hyun thought that he had heard that name too. So he's not forgotten, unlike Witsmel. Come to think of it, Kirkarashtel was also a god who died and was reborn. This administrator too seems to have become a forgotten deity. Kang Sung-hyun thought if many gods disappeared and were forgotten, did they really wage war with each other? After the conversation, the protective barrier disappeared. Junho asked what they had been talking about for so long. Kang Sung-hyun wondered why Junho was asking about other people's secrets. Junho said that if he stayed with Dr. Kang, he would die of curiosity. Kang Sung-hyun said that the colleague could leave. Kang Sung-hyun thought that he needed to find out the reasons why the deities disappeared and were forgotten. The reasons for the deities' attacks on each other must be learned. Our hero thought he could then understand why the administrator was accumulating the will of the gods. When he learns the true purpose, he will make it crawl to his feet. The protagonist decided that he would repay the administrator tenfold. The goddess said that they would meet soon. She would be waiting for Kang Sung-hyun. While in Chakotay Central Square, our hero said that things were still quiet outside the estate. Half of the residents are drugged, and the other half have had their souls ripped out by Fengrel. Witsmel said many children have lost their lives because of her. Junho asked if Master Harvey couldn't be saved. His soul was still in the golem. Kang Sung-hyun replied that it would be very difficult. Even if they somehow get the soul, there's nowhere to put it. The body's long dead. Rebecca said she would probably never see them again. Her comrades and Sister Mason. Witsmo calmed the girl down and told her not to cry. Goddess added that Rebecca had done her best. Witsmo said to let Rebecca keep it for her now. She is after all the patroness of Trikoti. Our heroes saw the outlines of people appear in the square around them. Kang Sung-hyun said that there is a resurrection of the dead. Junho wondered, does the colleague mean truly resurrecting the dead? Our hero said that this is one of the 3 greatest taboos for man, an accomplishment which no man has been able to fully accomplish. The protagonist added that only the gods are capable of such a miracle. Rebecca rejoiced. Everyone was coming back to life. The girl thanked Witsmel. However, Rebecca saw that the goddess began to fade away. Rebecca said that Witsmel's body was becoming transparent. Junho asked Dr. Kang what was going on. Kang Sung-hyun stated that the current Witsmel was created from the souls of the people of Trikoti. Because the dead have been resurrected, their souls return to their places. This suggests that having lost her will, the goddess Witsmel will soon disappear. Rebecca said that couldn't be, since they had just met before they had even had a chance to socialize. Witsmel said not to let her child grieve. She's just putting things back the way they were. Kang Sung-hyun asked the goddess how she could be so altruistic. Witsmel responded that it is natural for parents to love their children. Junho agreed. Parents live to see their children's joy. Kang Sung-hyun thought that he didn't understand it. How could one sacrifice himself for others without hesitation? Witsmel said that a child with a soul from another world would no longer be able to use the power she lent him when she disappeared. Skills that require the strength of the left hand will become useless. The Witsmel relic will also become an ordinary stone. And Kamara will once again be in turmoil. Kang Sung-hyun thought that it would be a shame to lose such a brilliant skill. The bone of the earth can't be replaced by anything. Kang Sung-hyun thought, should we stop the resurrection of the dead? The goddess said that in order for Kang Sung-hyun to continue using the skills, they needed to be adapted to him. Soul influence and chorus hand. The skills were modified. Witsmel said she doesn't have time to explain in detail, but the young man will need those skills. Junho said that Witsmel was the nicest goddess he had ever met. Witsmel said something in an incomprehensible language in response. Junho asked if it was a swear word. Kang Sung-hyun replied that he didn't think so. Witsmel said that now she really had to go. She would no longer be able to protect Trikoti. From now on, the young people will have to protect the forest and the village on their own. Kang Sung-hyun thought that the power of Witsmel that protected Trikoti would disappear. Now outsiders will be able to roam the forest, and monsters will be free to attack Trikoti. Witsmel said she believes in these people. They must muster the strength to overcome the difficulties because they are her children. Rebecca tearfully said goodbye and said they would make it through. Witsmel, disappearing, said she loves her children. Junho remarked, if the receptionist was even a little bit like this goddess, they would have returned to Earth a long time ago. Kang Sung-hyun remarked that in that case, they wouldn't have been caught. Kang Sung-hyun said that there were achievements after all. They got the 4th skill for free. Our hero read the system message, someday this text will be read by a child. When did this message appear? It took a lot of energy to create a powerful skill. The unknown item the goddess received as a reward was carefully placed in her inventory. The goddess signed off on the message, immensely loving Witsmel. There are only 8 points left to accumulate. Kang Sung-hyun shouted angrily in the wake of the disappearing goddess. She had made a show of herself by doing nothing. Witsmel pronounced again that she loved him. Hand of Horus, skill used. Kang Sung-hyun realized that this skill was replacing Witsmel's left hand. With it, he could use the power of his left hand again. Kang Sung-hyun originally thought Horus was related to a hawk, but on the Azul continent, the word means bone. Master Harvey angrily asked what the guy was doing instead of treating him. Everyone else is long since back on their feet, and he's still lying there. Kang Sung-hyun thought that others couldn't see that hand. Our hero has activated the soul interaction skill. Horus' hand penetrated the master's chest. Harvey cried out from the unusual sensation. Using extraction skills, Horus' hand grabbed the soul and pulled it out. Kang Sung-hyun told the puppet master that it was Hyun's soul. Harvey ordered the guy to bring it back. Soul engagement is a skill that allows you to work with your soul. Faith Witsmel's god power disappeared along with Witsmel, so a useful skill was added instead. Kang Sung-hyun showed the sick man this soul and said it was bad enough. Due to the soul being used as a power source for a huge golem, it is badly damaged. The body is fine, but the personality that is supposed to move it is damaged and cannot control it properly. Harvey said he's not stupid and he understands everything. We don't have to explain, but we can treat him quickly. Kang Sung-hyun said that there are conditions. Kang Sung-hyun said that Harvey will have to cooperate with them to protect Trikoti. Our hero told the puppeteer to think about how things are in the village now. The blessing of Witsmel that protected the village is gone. This is a great time for monsters to attack. It will also affect the living conditions of the villagers. The forest will become dangerous and they won't be able to gather herbs and food there freely. As such, the master must deploy battle golems to defend against attacks and train the inhabitants to make dolls to defend themselves. Harvey shouted, "Does this rascal really want him to hand over technology to ordinary people? He won't be doing that." Kang Sung-hyun defiantly looked at that soul and told Harvey to think hard. Master shouted that this rascal was threatening him again. Harvey thought he had no way out and would pretend to cooperate, but then refuse. Kang Sung-hyun remarked that if the master was cured and tried to escape, he would personally send him to his favorite disciple. Harvey said it is necessary to gather and glue together the scattered, warped pieces of the soul. If you infuse the soulful essence necessary to connect, it will work out. Kang Sung-hyun said that everything was ready, and now the puppet master would be able to move again. Our hero thought that Witsmel's soul essence was put in the inventory, so the treatment was done at once. It would be great if the administrator could learn such a feeling. Rebecca said Madame Masson was looking for a healer. Kang Sung-hyun tells the puppeteer that he's leaving, but hopes the puppeteer keeps his promise. In the Adventurers Guild, the head of the branch said that the payment for the work done was made in full and handed our hero a scroll. Kang Sung-hyun asked what kind of paper it was. Mason said that it was a letter of recommendation from the chapter. If you present it to another guild, you can get privileges. The healer thanked the head of Mason. The woman said she was also grateful to the young man for saving the village. Mason added that the puppet workshop has agreed to cooperate in the rebuilding of the village. It's even hard to believe. Kang Sung-hyun asked the interviewer if she thought Master Harvey was easy to convince. The branch head said that after Harvey died and came back to life, even such an evil person doesn't change. Rebecca said the doll technology was Witsmel's last legacy. The problem was that it was exclusive to a certain class. Their family wants to be actively involved with the puppet workshop. Rebecca added that they will distribute the Spencer family's estate to allocate funds to the village. The girl added that the blame for her brother's crimes should be borne by their family. The girl also added that she wants to live like Rebecca, not Revena Spencer. Kang Sung-hyun suggested that Rebecca learn the art of puppetry. Now any resident of Trikoti can become an apprentice to Master Harvey. Rebecca said maybe she would learn the art of puppetry and take care of the redwoods. Now this forest should be called something else, the Witsmel Forest. At the Adventurers Guild Inn, the protagonist thought that he would be able to leave this village the next day. It would be necessary to drink one portion of recovery before going to bed. Kang Sung-hyun decided to check how many servings he had left. Our hero saw a new item in his inventory, a sleeping ticket. The unspecified item received as a reward for the task was neatly placed in the inventory. Kang Sung-hyun thought that Witsmel had mentioned this item. The sleeping ticket had to be placed under the pillow before going to bed. Kang Sung-hyun did just that. The sleeping ticket was placed in the right place. The guy thought that he had spent almost 30,000 points on this item. He hoped it wasn't another useless item. Kang Sung-hyun closed his eyes and felt himself lying on the water. Our hero thought, is this really a dream? A dream ticket? So is it a dream item? If the status window doesn't open, it seems to be a dream indeed. Behind our hero's back, there was some kind of cube among the chains. The system reported that the hero had successfully arrived. Kang Sung-hyun turned around and saw that cube. The guy still continued to stand on the water. Kang Sung-hyun wondered what kind of cube it was. Our hero heard someone's question. Would it be clearer if she said that? She was really looking forward to his coming. She is the entity that brought him here. She is what the protagonist calls the administrator. She is a divine being, forgotten in history and people's memories. Kang Sung-hyun wondered, is she really an administrator? Kang Sung-hyun thought, what a meeting. He shouted that he wanted to deal with her in a manly way first and swung his fists. Kang Sung-hyun jumped up and kicked the cube with all his might. The guy asked what it was. She doesn't want to be beaten, so she's wearing armor with chains? The administrator replied that they are not for her protection. It's what's holding her back. Kang Sung-hyun thought he should have beaten her up right away. Now he can't even approach her. Kang Sung-hyun asked why this happened. The receptionist replied, "It's a long story. It was sealed. There is a restriction on certain words, so she can't explain in detail. But the person can imagine that she was betrayed by those she trusted." The administrator added that she brought him here because she needed someone to break the seal. The place where it was sealed is the subconscious world, what is called a dream. More precisely, it is a dream within a dream, or a dream within a dream. The receptionist asked if the guy could see the door in the back. This door is called the other side of the subconscious. To get here, a normal person must pass through a door that appears with a 1/100% probability in a dream. Kang Sung-hyun said that although it's difficult, the chance of getting there isn't that small. Isn't the probability of roulette the same? The administrator reminded her that there were a lot of people coming here. She explained the situation to them and asked them to remove the seal. However, they forgot all promises as soon as they woke up, and often couldn't even remember the dream. Kang Sung-hyun asked, "Could it be because of the seal too?" The administrator said that was correct. This seal not only restrains her, but it also contains a special curse that causes people to forget about sleep as soon as they wake up. Such an elaborate curse is immediately apparent that it is not easily broken. However, the administrator continues to explain. Kang Sung-hyun said, "So she created a blessing that can resist the curse." The administrator said that there was another problem. The people of the Azul continent worship their gods, so she couldn't put a blessing on them. The administrator thought, if there was no creature in this world that could save her, what if she tried another world? Thus, she found a world where the influence of divine beings exists, but many people do not follow them. A world where there is no magic, but there is a concept of skills and magic. The administrator was confident that the people of Earth would be able to help her. Kang Sung-hyun asked, "But why this particular country?" Judging from the fact that most of the displaced people from this country had failed, it should have been crossed off the list. The administrator said the guy was well aware of the status window. In the process of thinking about how to empower the inhabitants of Earth, she came across their works. The most interesting element in them turned out to be the status window. Kang Sung-hyun said that no one would have thought that God would be reading web novels from another universe. The administrator said it was fun. Kang Sung-hyun started to feel indignant again. Was she really mocking him from the beginning? Had she brought a person here to break the seal? The receptionist said if the man saved her, she would send him home. But that's not all. She could give him back what he had lost. Kang Sung-hyun said that he didn't lose anything. If we talk about what he lost, it was the house he left behind in his country. The receptionist said everyone she brought in here had lost something valuable. The interviewee said she chose a man who wanted to recover his entire fortune, lost by bailing out a friend for 20 years. The administrator added, "The one who doesn't strive can't save her." Kang Sung-hyun said, "The only thing he wants is to destroy her." Our hero thought it was definitely necessary for him to return to Earth. Kang Sung-hyun thought about the promise he could make here. Kang Sung-hyun said he has never lost anything valuable and doesn't want to rebuild anything. The receptionist asked if he remembered the last moments before he was here, before waking up on the continent of Azul, his last day on Earth. Does he remember that day? Our hero didn't remember that. The only thing he remembered was the day he came here. Kang Sung-hyun asked, had he really lost his memory? Was it really important enough to risk his life? It's only one day. The administrator said that she would like to explain, but she has her own circumstances. Kang Sung-hyun said that her insolence is annoying, but now it's more like stubbornness. Kang Sung-hyun said he didn't care that his memory was partially missing. In exchange for breaking the seal, he wants a weapon or skill that will help him defeat her. The administrator agreed, and Kang Sung-hyun received a weapon called the Jewel of Oblivion. With this weapon, a person would be able to damage her. However, these weapons can only be used in subconsciousness or illusions. Kang Sung-hyun said, if the weapon is not suitable for the real world, it is just trash. She added that once a person has this weapon, there will be a reason to use it. If he wants to wake up from sleep, he should just stab himself with this weapon. Kang Sung-hyun said, a bit surprised. If he were her, he would have just said no and gone to someone else. The receptionist said that gods can be persistent too. Of all the people she'd brought here, only 3 had made it to this place.